Filipe Mitchell here. Filipe or Ted. Okay, cool Ted. I'm on comms.
Early morning sessions on finals day. Leonardo Fioravanti preparing for a big heat in the quarterfinals against the top seed remaining in the draw. Australia's Ethan Ewing looking fresh on the back end this morning in the warm-up, still showing signs of great conditions coming into Saturday. Also, Iago Dora has been a favorite to watch since the free surf sessions. All the years of dominating Itaúna Beach. The goofy footer has an all-Brazilian clash with a wild card named Jansen Andre in the quarterfinals today on finals day. Thanks for being with us. Bom dia. This is the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona, coming into the quarterfinals for the men, the semifinals for the women, and looking up and down this incredible beach. There are lots of opportunities for big scores today. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and Strider Wazalewski. Jesse, bon dia. Happy finals day, my friend.
Man, I'm excited for today. It looks like the conditions are cleaner. We have a little bit improvement on the period, and the waves are looking fire, so let's get going.
Strider, you were up early. I heard you hooting and hollering this morning in the dark. Waves are looking pretty fun right out front, and clean conditions as well.
Well, you know what? We woke up this morning, it was cold. It had that like crisp kind of offshore feeling, a little dew on the windows, and who said there's no lefts on tour? There are some sick lefts out there. Are you kidding me? Those little warm-up shots, they got me fired up. Y'all go!
I mean, massive day yesterday. Coming into this morning, the finals day energy definitely changes, Jesse. Iago still looking fresh. I'm really impressed by your pick from before the contest started.
Yes, Iago is definitely a great match for here, Saquarema and Itaúna Point. The way he flows and the way he deals with the backwashes here, it's incredible. And as you saw in that warm-up wave, that second turn was probably one of the best turns we've seen all week. So yeah, he's ready to rock.
Well, it's time for the Oakberry calls. We say bon dia to Maíra with Renato Hickel.
Bom dia, everyone. Bom dia, Renato. So what can we expect for the day? Bom dia, Maíra. Bom dia a todos. To everyone, good morning. Exciting finals day today. After the massive day, incredible day of surfing we had yesterday. Swell is a bit. It's on a 6-foot to 8-foot range, but incredible waves. Clean conditions, really nice conditions out there. So we're going to start with the men's quarterfinals, those 4 hits at 30 minutes, followed by the women's semis. Men's semifinals, and then the 2 big finals. So those hits yet to be determined, but most likely 35-minute hits. We should finish here around lunchtime. Incredible day of action. You can't miss it.
All right, looks like we are on.
I love it. It's on. Enjoy Finals Day. Everybody around the world and everyone here locally at Saquarema. Waves are looking really fun. 30-minute heats for the quarters, and sometimes they'll give those finals a little bit of extra time. Big thanks to Surfline, the official forecaster of the event. You know, keeping us calm through about 7 lay days, and then had a massive day yesterday. What are we looking at as far as Finals Day today?
I think we're looking for a very consistent swell, as we see right here. The swell is starting to ease a bit, but also gets cleaner throughout the day, so that's amazing for us. We have offshore winds in the morning, and looks like it's going to be a fun day.
Yeah, I think patience and relaxing into your heat and just making sure you identify that, you know, it's going to happen, and you got to be sitting back watching, and you can see 5 to 8 foot faces. You know, it looks like the surf is good, the wind is good. It's finals day, and even Renato was excited this morning. Hair looked good too.
Hair always looks sharp. Well done, Renato Hickel, and thanks again to Surfline for heading us into the right direction this week. 7 lay days. The cool part about our competitors and even the event staff, when you get to the last day of the waiting period, you know it's on. The athletes went to bed last night knowing that they could be on the podium at the end of the day. Sometimes you talk to these surfers and they say it's a sleepless night before a finals day because you're getting that much closer to accomplishing your big goal.
And finals day is just a showtime, right? You really got to step up your game. Everyone's kind of already warmed up, in sync with their equipment, so they really going to have to blow up in order to win or even make a heat today.
And just peaking at the right time, right? Because you're getting on a roll in an event, you have to all those lay days, and you have all these things in between, and all that mindset and all the people. Last night was Friday night here, so you know there was some music playing all night long. Some of those guys not sleeping through that, I'm sure, but I feel like it's time to peak, and today's the day, and I can't wait to see who does it best.
As far as the waves go, Jesse, are you thinking it's going to be a lot more lefts today?
I'm thinking so, yeah, because because the swell is switching a little bit more to the south, as I mentioned yesterday, so that's favors the lefts. And also we had offshore winds all night long, and even last night we had offshore winds, so it's just going to clean up and making that wall just stretched out and very nice.
Big wild card story in this event, Strider, from a couple of different ways. Jadson Andre, the veteran, 33 years of age, and still the young upstart who had a brilliant run last year in the final. Wild card this year, Samuel Pupo is still looking dangerous.
Yeah, he came in just smashed fools. I mean, he's been on fire. He's got a lot of passion and love, and obviously you got to call it for a reason because of how well he surfs. He's coming up against Ryan Callanan. But the big story for me is Jadson Andre. I mean, the guy came all the way from Australia to get here in time, got the call up that Slater bowed out. So it's basically all his fault. I mean, the top 5 just dropped out of, you know, it was amazing. But, you know, Jadson, just a warrior.
That's right. So Sammy Pupo, Ryan Callanan to kick things off in the quarterfinals. Ethan Ewing, Fioravanti on deck. Then we'll see Jaddy take on Yago Dor into John Florence and Baron Mamiya. Remember, John hasn't won an event yet this year, and he's looking dangerous with his air game. Went back to the 6-0 Ghost. That's going to be a great heat to watch.
Definitely. And also, it's been fun to watch John surfing his backhand. We don't get to see that much, mostly on a jersey. And it's a huge chance in front of him for him to just gain ground. And obviously, he's a title contender for the past 8 years or so. And now it's a good chance. Everyone in front of him is down. So, yeah.
And I think also just to touch on the comment, the 6-0 Ghost, I feel like that was the biggest thing that, you know, changed the way we were watching John. And those other boards that he was riding, I liked them. They're probably fast and they were a little flatter, but now that he's back on that Ghost, it just looks like he's back in the water the way he should be.
Happy finals day. The horn just went off. 30 minutes counting down for Samuel Pupo and Ryan Callanan. Brazil versus Australia. Our Cal has been on tour for a long time. He's fallen off, requalified a few times, and he's in a great position in his career. Finaled at Bell's this season. and he's learned so much. Now you could call him a veteran for all the experiences he had behind him on the Challenger Series and on the Championship Tour, and representing a pretty incredible part of Australia. Meriwether Beach in Newcastle. You think of big names and world champions like Mark Richards. As we look at this wedge set up, opening wave for finals day. Ryan Callanan drills the first section. Nice forehand snap, shuts it down for a moment, but disappears on the landing. From that view, his technique, the way he hit it with timing, looked like he was surely going to ride out of that last turn. Something went wrong, and that warm-up will end up probably being a throwaway at the end of this heat, Jesse.
Yes, it's just a little bit maybe of missed time. Like, if you could say something, he had to kind of project that last turn more into the flat so he could avoid that lip. When it hits the water, it comes back up, and that's what happened. It buckled him off, and he just kind of held him right there.
Now we look at Samuel Pupo, who's going to try to wake up the crowd this morning here on Saturday. Backside wrap to start, and Pupo's out. So both with a couple of warm-ups to kick off this quarterfinal.
You know, you just have to talk about this. The waves out here, they look absolutely perfect when you take off. And, you know, Sammy, this wave had a little bit of face on it, but then realizing there wasn't much left, he got out of it. But the way that the wave goes and hits the backwash up and down, you can see right there, there was backwash in that lip line when he went up there to do the turn, and it completely changed the look of the maneuver on the wave. I mean, you can go from looking like it's just going to be this huge section to something that just lays down flat. And it's just such an X factor here at this wave. It's unbelievable.
And the other way around, too. Sometimes you're just bottom turning, like Jordy Smith yesterday. He was bottom turning, all of a sudden when he hit the lip, the backwash hit it with him, and it just turned into an amazing turn. It was
I saw that. That was amazing. And you know what's interesting? In the competitors area, G-Force, his dad said, you know what we talked about? Waiting at the bottom, getting as low as possible, and seeing what the backwash does to the wave. He actually identified that even before the heat.
Love that. Great insight on what it takes to compete here at Itona Beach. Red Bull skis fired up for Ryan Callanan this morning. 2:17 was his start. 1.5 for Samuel Pupo, as they're both gunning for a shot in the semifinals. If Ryan gets there, it'll be his first in Brazil. And Pupo trying to repeat his success from last season to make the final heat of the contest. If it's all about these lefts, Jesse, are you giving an automatic advantage to Ryan Callanan being the goofy foot?
I have to say so, yeah. Even though everyone has such a great level, but Ryan having the edge on that one just because his rail game is so on point, and it's just going to fit the wave just like Iago does in these conditions.
We've seen Sammy Pupo create big moments for himself, especially on a right-hand closeout section. He's thrown a lot of different types of rotations. So it'll be interesting if it's all about the battle of his backhand against Ryan's forehand. We'll see who ends up on top.
It's going to be fun to watch it. And I'm inspired by Sammy Pupo. I surfed this little session at Off the Wall, kind of over Insanities in Hawaii, and there was this little left, and it was just, you know, kind of crumbly, not like super powerful small day, and he was absolutely tearing this little thing to pieces. So I just know that his backhand is pretty deadly. I mean, I've watched him just go nuts on it, and I feel like it's like harnessing little moments like that back into moments and bringing them out into the water in your heats. You can just really get a lot of inspiration.
As we know, Sammy Pupo came very close to his first CT win, runner-up to Toledo last season. And Ryan Callanan came close 2 times in his career to his first CT win, recently at Bells this year. And then also as a wild card performance in France, runner-up to Julian Wilson. And so they had to walk away from CT finals coming that close to getting a victory. So there's a lot more fueling them today, knowing that finals days don't come easy. They've got to take advantage of this opportunity, Strider.
You know, it's funny, too, because, you know, Samuel Pupo was right there. And you know, we were talking about having that feeling. You know, it probably feels like somebody stole something from you when you when you don't win. You know, you made it all the way, right? You know, you locked up your car, you walked away, you came back. Oh, the glass is broken. You know, you're like, darn it. You know, like,
maybe the toughest feeling for a loss. You know, for some surfers talk about it, at the sting of losing a final when you put in all that work. Can be a painful one, as we'll get caught up with the form of Ryan Callanan here on his last wave, Jesse.
And that's what I'm talking about. The way he's able to open up in those lefts is going to be as good as anyone out there today. So he definitely has a little advantage. See right here, an amazing layback turn and just finish it off strong. And he's probably putting 60 to 70%.
I was just going to say, it feels like he still hasn't like opened up yet. It's early in the morning, you know, we're just trying to get those moments where you feel like you find confidence in your board, you know, you feel like your stability's there, and then all of a sudden you're just like blowing tail, throwing out, doing claybacks, you know, I just can't wait. We saw that big frontside layback that Ryan Callanan did yesterday afternoon. That was incredible.
Look at this sunrise. Good morning, everybody. Happy finals day. We're starting off with the men's quarterfinals. And this is the look of how this town wakes up when there's waves. It really has great energy. The best fans in the world. And one of our good friends is already posted up in the VIP zone. Good morning, Mitchell Salazar. How are you feeling on finals day?
I'm energized, Joe. The waves are looking great out there right now, and as you can definitely see on the outside, it is way cleaner than it was yesterday throughout the morning. The big equalizer today to me is the amount of pressure that we're feeling on the beach. It's packed already, but the conditions are so much cleaner than yesterday. I think it's going to be a really good day of surfing. A very evenly matched heat out there in the water right now. Samuel Pupo, multiple-time CS champion, and same thing we can be saying for Ryan Callanan out there. But the big difference is that Ryan has maybe just a bit more final experience when it comes to finals day here on the Championship Tour, Joe.
Mitchell, nice intensity this morning. Jadson, Leo right behind you there as they look incredibly focused on the lineup right now. Things looking pretty relaxed up there. A little time to talk to the coaches. What's the vibe like?
It's a little tense for some surfers. Obviously, a lot on the line for the top 10 surfers. Leo and John still in the mix, but Ethan Ewan also coming up in the next seat against Leo Fioravanti. For some surfers, a bit more tension. For a surfer like Samuel Pupo out there in the water, he's relaxed as he could possibly be. He's competing at home, and he's now in the quarters, potentially getting his first CT win later today, Joe.
Obrigado, Mitchell. Enjoy finals day. Great shirt as well, as he's got a great view up there in the VIP zone. One of the coolest setups that we have up there for the athletes. There's like an arcade basketball game. I've never seen that before at a surf event. And there's also a foosball table and unlimited acai.
How many you had yesterday?
I'm embarrassed to admit, but I did, I think I got to 4 by the end of the day.
Oh, wow, I did 3.
Wow.
Yeah. I was talking to Iago actually yesterday, and he was like, they have to put this arcade basketball now in every event.
I think Iago has the record.
Yeah, did he? He
got over 400 points.
Italo was just dropping him yesterday. Seen him just.
Loving it. Ryan Callanan almost went on that left. He had a 5.83 on his previous score. Samuel Pupo now looking for a 6.5 to go right into the lead, and I think he's got a lot going for him. Obviously, he won Snapper on the Challenger Series. Comparing to what Joao Chianca went through last year, when Joao had the wild card into this event, Joao said he was still almost recovering from falling off the midseason cut. He wasn't prepared to see the tour come here, and he wasn't on there full time. And he's been able to get into Samuel's ear and give him a lot of confidence on this story of falling off the cut. So Pupo coming into this event with more confidence. He's already recovered from falling off tour, and he's surfing better than ever. Takes a little wave there, 0.5, so Ryan now with priority.
Yeah, I don't like that. It was a mistake, big time. He was back, you know, he was behind the fold, you know, when you get those little bit of kind of a lump that goes through the wall, and he was just behind it, and then it was gone. It just took off on him. So priority error there, not using and capitalizing on his waves.
Yeah, and that's the second one already. And in a day like yesterday, you kind of see people rolling the dice a little bit more because it's kind of more of a messy conditions. But today, you're really going to have to be picky and make the right decisions throughout the day, because your opponent's going to capitalize as soon as you make a mistake. And you already see Ryan with the 5.83 and now coming with priority and just the right away. So, yeah, it's a good advantage to start for Ryan.
Jadson Andre, always a big smile on his face. He took out 2 number 1s in a row. Griffin Colapinto, then Griffin lost the yellow jersey to Toledo, and then Jadson beat Filipe to move on to the quarterfinals. What a great story there, still unfolding. As you check out the morning conditions, Surfline told us a bit cleaner this morning. Yesterday we dealt with a bit more wind, bit more bump and chop in our lineup. So peaking at the right time here on Saturday. I was just thinking about the energy for Samuel Pupo. I think what he went through yesterday emotionally in front of the Brazilian crowd. Beating his best friend, Joao Chianca, beating a 3-time world champ, Gabriel Medina, and then having to go to bed and wake up and kind of find that same type of rhythm and energy on a completely different day. There's this talk about peaking too early, and it can definitely happen emotionally, especially after the day Sammy had yesterday.
I think you got to peak early when you're going against those guys because they're not going to give you an inch. So great,
good
smart
point.
for him.
Yeah, good point. I feel like, gosh, the Brazilians, they just kind of ate each other up yesterday, huh?
Gosh, those big matches for Sammy Pupo are going to be ones to reflect on for a career. I mean, for Medina, the form he's been on, as Sammy's found a big open section to work with under priority, belts it, drills it again. Now the Brazilian crowd has woken up with a couple of fireworks off the top from Samuel Pupo, the wild card.
Now we're talking. That was some rhythm. That was some vertical, attack on the backhand. Still a tiny bit subdued, but you could definitely see that he was a notch up from Ryan Callanan.
And also capitalizing under priority, right? Like you see Ryan, but Ryan maybe he's going to answer back here.
Arcal sets up his first hook. Absolutely drills it. How about that lean back hammer to shut it down? A tidy 2-turn combo. And all the athletes appreciated that exchange.
That's the best thing ever. When you're up there, you watch the exchanges go down, and you see how into it and what fans the athletes are themselves. And you watch their excitement in the scores and watching the scores drop. And, what they all come up with their own scores in their heads, and they're telling each other. And then, this part is really fun.
They're just fans of the sport, fans of good surfing, and this was brilliant from Ryan.
Man, that's what I'm talking about right here, how he's able to open up and knife it. Like he's just as good as anyone on rail, and just it's a dream wave. Just 2 major maneuvers on rail the whole time. Amazing and clean bottom turns, just perfect rhythm wave for Ryan.
So it's going to be so fun to watch these scores come across as a viewer watching, because you've got Sammy backhand, 3 whips straight up into the corner, smaller wave, but beautiful surfing on point, a little late there, and then finishes, really well on the inside. So he's got 4 maneuvers on 1 wave, whereas you have Ryan Callanan, he's got a bigger wave with 2 blasts off. But look at how clean the surfing is, too, for Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, that was amazing first turn right here. Like you mentioned, the second turn, Strider, he got a little too tight, so he got a little touch hung up right there, but came out still pretty clean and with speed. And this finish here, it's a lot of spark and just, looked on point, a little bit of a tail drift. Beautiful surfing for Sammy.
I have noticed that the judges seem to like the bigger wave, less maneuvers, more critical. They like that 2-turn combo.
And just that smooth transition. He didn't have to hunt down sections. His bottom turns are unbelievable. And 2 different types of turns, variety, big combination. I'm thinking advantage Ryan Callanan on that last exchange. Jesse, what do you think?
I'm 100% with you. It's not about quantity, it's about quality. And we saw a lot of that yesterday. And we're seeing big scores with just 1 big maneuver, so those 2 combos are going to be very healthy for him.
It's good. I like the breakdown. I just love I'm such a fan of this stuff and watching what he comes across on the plate. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, you're always hungry, man, and ready for more. Amazing exchange here on finals day morning. Sammy Pupo, 6.83, his best so far, and definitely got the most out of the crowd after he kicked out of that running left. Multiple turns, had to change it up with variety to set up the inside corner and stayed on his feet. And there's the difference. Ryan Callanan, big 2-turn combo on a bigger wave, an 8-point ride. He's out in front. Pupo now needs a 7.01 at the halfway mark.
But in Sammy's defense right here, how important that wave was for him to go on, because if he hasn't gone on that wave, he'll be sitting out the back now with priority with a 1.5 and Ryan Callanan with 13.83 total. Now him having a 6.83, it just makes that gap much closer. So a smart move of him just swinging on that smaller wave and getting a good score, and he's back on the heat now.
Yeah, great analysis there to really bring to light the fact that Sammy really was gifted a score right there. Well, not gifted, but found a score underneath the priority.
And then Ryan just being smart, picking off a better wave right behind it. You love the chess match that's unfolding. We saw a quick vision of Ryan Callanan's support crew, Richard Dogmarsh, a guy who finaled at venues like Bells Beach, just like Ryan did earlier this year. And how cool is that support crew changing these days? Connor O'Leary and also Callum Robson out of the event, setting their alarm early to back Ryan Callanan this morning on finals day. They easily could have changed their flights around and started preparing for Jeffreys Bay, but I think that's changing across all regions, you know, represented on tour. Everyone's got little packs of crews that back each other. Whether they've lost the event on day one, they're hanging around to provide that energy for Ryan this morning.
And that's what we're talking about. You want to make every spot on tour feels like home. So if you have your buddies with you, it makes it easier. It makes you more comfortable, and you tend to do better.
Ryan Callanan in the lead so far here in the first quarterfinal of finals day. Sammy Pupo, the wild card and the favorite here in Brazil, chasing the Australian. We'll be right back. The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. And by City of Saquarema, official host of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Bom dia, good morning. Sunrise is still incredible. I don't even think it's 7 o'clock in the morning yet. It's not. We still have 5 more minutes to get there. Up on dark, quick call for finals day. And Ryan Callanan still with the lead over Sammy Pupo. You guys didn't miss a thing. They've just been waiting in the lineup for the next exchange. And thinking about Sammy Pupo as a wild card this year, you're reminded how tough and competitive it was to survive the midseason cut. Losing names like Nat Young, Jackson Baker, Michael Rodriguez, Maxime Husino, Jake Marshall, Kolohe Andino, Ezekiel Lau, Carlos Munoz. That was such a big list of huge names that we had to transition to the Challenger Series. That made Margaret River so dramatic, like it was the previous season as well. Looks like it might be Pupo's turn. Looking for a 7.01. Little snap to get down the line, section coming down on his heels, and he's forced to kick out. Nothing changing. Ryan Callanan with priority.
Maybe a misread on that wave. I felt like there was a tube ride.
There could have been. It backhand, like, kind of like.
Could have squeezed up in there, come out, big cutback, boom. Maybe played for the LA Dodgers on that one.
I don't know. I mean, do you think he barrel dodged there?
I would like to see that again, but there. Might have been. It's his
I don't know.
clean
I
wave.
didn't
Let's
see
check
it.
this out. What do you think, Strides?
Yeah, he bangs it right here, but then look at this bowl out right there. There was a little high and tight coming out right there, big wrap. But I think when you get in a headspace of doing damage in the lip, you don't really think about the tube. I mean, I feel like right there was an open section. You could have been in that maybe and come through. You know, I don't know if that was a huge score or not, but, you know, nice setup snap, and then comes around the corner right there. It just had a nice coil. Look at the tube out there. Could have been in that maybe. I don't know. But, you know, I saw Griffin Colapinto do that at Western Oz and lose the final.
Yeah,
on
looking
last
back
wave.
on that final, that was a big opportunity for Griff. And for Sammy Pupo, he could have just been in that mind of, the section's not big enough. Maybe he thought the barrel wouldn't have any sections of consequence to really excite the judges upstairs. So ends up going around it.
I'm just a tube piglet, so I always think,
gosh, why not, right? As we check out the Challenger Series Tour leaderboard, Sammy Pupo's in a great position, equal third with Cole Hauschman.
Yes, Ko is it's probably my favorite surf out of this year right now. Obviously a goofy footer, but just the fact that he's so powerful, but he still makes it up with progression. The surfing he was doing at Narrabeen, he had one specifically blowtail in the finals or the semis that was one of the biggest, most powerful blowtails I've ever seen in an event, and he's only around 20 something, like early 20s, so
he's a big unit though.
Huge. He might be the biggest surfer on tour right now.
I think so.
He is.
He's weighing in about 220, he said.
You can watch Cole Hauschman and the rest of the Challenger Series at Bolito starting July 2nd. So tomorrow, things get started.
And we have two guys in this event that are supposed to be there, but they're doing too good and they're stuck here.
That's right. He's in the water right now. Samuel Pupo in that equal third position. We'll be talking to his travel agent quickly this afternoon. They head over to South Africa to compete, but this is where he wants to be. You want to take advantage of these calls up to the big stage. He's gaining more confidence, and think about this experience. All the Challenger Series athletes are watching Pupo perform. They're seeing him beat big names like Medina, like Cianca, dismantling the final five.
Showing up as the big dog.
He'll be heading into that locker room as the alpha.
Yeah.
Come to Bolito as we look at 7 on the clock. No takers on that left, but you're looking at these dreamy conditions here on finals day.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. The sun's out. Look how nice that's just lighting up the surfers right now. Perfect scenario for everyone watching on the beach, and we actually have a lot of people on the beach.
Yeah, it's starting to get packed. Everybody's either making their way down to the beach after the party last night or just waking up.
Callanan rolls in, sets up this first turn. Nice paste carve off the tops, hits it with authority in the pocket. Little wrap on the open face now. It's starting to really move down the line. End section, layback carve, fighting through the white water, and he is still laying low. Looks like he will ride out and get the finishing move. The man has so much range. He's big, he's strong. It's like a Gumby that trains every single day. He's so flexible, but with power as well. And I think he did a lot on this wave. Starting off with his first turn, Jesse.
Yeah, different wave selection right here. Just a way more stretched out wave. That turn right there, the most critical, but I really like this layback in the end right here. He comes up a little early, so he makes that turn look very big. My only concern on that wave was the fact that he thought he already rode out of that last turn, and then he got caught for a long time in the whitewash, and the judges are going to take notice of that.
Another angle on this section, Strider.
Yeah, I thought the wave had a lot on it. I thought the wave actually had more on it than he performed to. You know, with semifinals, I feel like there was a little bit of more of an attack mode that he could have put on this thing. Setup snap, gets up into the lip line right here, but nothing too crazy, just kind of whipped it off the top there. And then the wave kind of laid down a little bit, and then the layback snap I get, but I feel like he could have like kind of glided across the lip a little bit more and kind of pushed over into a more of a dynamic performance.
Also because he already has a 5.83, so he already has a very good backup matching his together with his 8-point ride. So he kind of had a chance to, like you mentioned, just to go big on that one and maybe just closing the deal for Sammy.
But I guess in your mind, you want to, you have a great wave. You just want to try and better that 5.8 or whatever it was. And, I think that's what was in his mind on that wave as he went.
I mean, you're not letting that wave go.
No, definitely not.
So Ryan Callanan waiting for a score. Had some interesting sections to work with. The best turn, that finish, looked insane. However, the judges look at your flow and they'll see a disruption of flow or that completion if it takes a little bit of time to show that you rode out. That second snap was nice and solid, and changed gears a few times when the wave kind of faded on him. Pupo's down to 4 minutes on the clock. Holding priority. The fans are on his side. As we check out the recap of the first heat of finals day, this first quarterfinal, Pupo trying to relive the success he had last season, where he made his first CT final. How about these lefts? Goofy footers are celebrating around the world. Callanan hi-fi surfing, went right into first gear, 5.83, and then built on his momentum after his warm-ups. Sammy Pupo still counting a 6.83 as his best so far.
Yeah, smart surfing for Sammy right there, really keeping the rails clean, and he didn't have a score on the board, so capitalizing on that opportunity without with no priority. And here Ryan just
the backup, big, beautiful, open, engaging the fins and the rail, and then drops the wallet. See the technical side pushing the fins out the back, meets out at the bottom before the lip clips him, and really keeps the flow through that wave.
Ryan Callanan previously didn't have an excellent score in Brazil in his career. That's all changed in 2023. Even just single maneuver sections have been great. The airs that he landed in the free surf sessions have been phenomenal in the ocean and in wave systems that he flew to in a private jet in Sao Paulo with a great crew. And the high seed remaining in the event, Ethan Ewing taking on Leonardo Fioravanti coming up next. A lot of great highlights from Ewing this season, winning bells, but also really impressed with his form at the Surf Ranch, the best we've seen him over in the basin. And a lot of consistency as well early, as he is looking to put on a show in the next heat. Ewing versus Fioravanti. Fioravanti had that buzzer beater punt to get this far in the contest, so both feeding on a lot of momentum right now, Was.
Yeah, I feel like Ethan Ewing is, walking around this place like a unicorn. I mean, he's just, he's glowing. He's got fans everywhere. He's really settling into, I'd say, this kind of fame of being a pro surfer in Brazil, and it's just a beauty to watch. I was standing with his dad yesterday. He was signing autographs, and his dad was looking over just going, wow, this is like the coolest thing ever, watching my son. It was really cool.
It's going to be fun coming up next. Back to this one with 90 seconds. Callanan, classy left, big throat tail, incomplete.
We got to get back to the conversation, though, about the last wave that Ryan Callanan had. And he didn't capitalize. He didn't better his scoreline, but the wave had the opportunity.
Yeah, left the door open. Kind of a missed opportunity there for Ryan, and Sammy's capable of getting big scores in the sleep, 7.01, sorry. But looking back, we actually see something in the horizon right here. So let's see if Sammy gets a good opportunity and capitalize on his mistake.
I mean, the toast is popped up, the butter is on the bread, it is just all melted in, it's ready to be eaten. Let's see if he can take a bite and get what he needs.
You're always so hungry. 35 seconds for Sammy Pupo with priority to do this in front of the crowd as they have café de mañana, breakfast, and enjoying this sunrise. Sammy, the younger brother of Miguel Pupo. Miguel recovering from an injury, had his surgery. I know he's watching this one incredibly closely, along with Richard Dog Marsh in the
He's still worried.
Corner.
Look at him. He's worried a little bit. He knows the door's open. It's over.
And he's not afraid to tell Ryan how he feels, win or lose.
Yeah, I love it. I love the debrief from Richard Marsh.
He's going to have some words positively, and also how to close the door earlier in the next match. Ryan Callanan moves on to his first semifinal in his career in Brazil with an 8 and a 5.83, and he eliminates the runner-up in the event from last season, the wild card, Sammy Pupo. Well done to Samuel. Put his name all over this event like he did last season, and we'll be watching him closely as he heads to the Toledo Pro for the Challenger Series. Finals day continues right after this. Ethan Ewing and Leonardo Fioravanti will be in the water. With Ethan, you see Andy and many more heroes in his surfing.
Every heat matters, especially towards the back end of the year, and you're really close to the top 5.
Throws it up for a third time. Can he finish? Climbing snap to shut it down.
Oh, it fires you up. I mean, you finish the wave, needing a score, everybody's screaming at you. It's like a football stadium.
Tail high reverse, he nails it.
I love Brazil, I love the fans, and you know, if every event was like this, it would be pretty sick.
Leo Fioravanti having a blast this week at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, taking on Ethan Ewing in front of an amazing crowd that woke up on dark to see their heroes compete. Ewing, number 4 in the world. Fioravanti, number 8 in the world. A lot of points out there in the last 3 events of the season. 10,000 are on the line for a win, so things can change dramatically when we really look at the top 10, Jesse.
Yes, and it's a few guys that we're not talking so much about and just kind of hidden in there. And with the with an event win here, we have Ryan already in the semis, Leo that potentially surfing right now, and Iago Dora that could really close the gap and make a run for the top 5.
Let's get caught up how things started during the break. Big vert from Ethan Ewing, backed it up again for a healthy display of power surfing.
Here we go. And right behind him, a big snap in a critical section, but doesn't get the second attempt off. That was incredible surfing by Ethan Ewing.
So now we're live. Ewing's got the corner bowl, setting up a second move already. A lot of water moving off that DHD, and he'll kind of lay back and recover.
You know, I used to say that the DHD riders couldn't go left, but geez.
Wow.
But he did all level up and right in.
There's the snap for Fioravanti. Back out to some open face work. And now the inside corner allowing him to throw a little 2-for-1 to finish things off. Had to push through a couple of moments there. Didn't have that super smooth line from start to finish, but man, this guy's a hammer. Pushes through incredibly fast. And back to Strider's comment, I think you're just hyping up the Vissla CT shaper rankings, getting a little fire there for the best shapers in the world. How about that turn, Jesse? A little bit too hung up, or what do you think?
Yeah, in my opinion, a little bit too hung up, because also not just the fact that he got hung up on that first turn, but he missed the good opportunity on the second one. He ended up getting around the section, and the wave was a little flat already, but still a score. Probably going to better his 4-point ride, because that turn was solid, but see how he had to go around that section and then the wave flattened out a bit. So a little bit of a missed opportunity there. On the other hand, Ethan starting with fireworks.
Well done for Ethan, going straight up vertical back to Fioravanti here, was.
I mean, 12 o'clock. It was on the money as far as where he placed the board, but I think there was a little warble, and it kind of hung him up there to dry a little bit. But beautiful surfing. I mean, he's just having fun out there. Sharp eye looking tight in the pocket, and I feel like it's really elevated his ability to do tight turns, which was kind of the change that we've seen out of him.
How glassy is this bowl, Jesse?
That was incredible, the way he's being able to square up so quick off the bottom. Amazing ridden wave right there. Unfortunately, got a little stuck in the end as well, but still right there, squaring it up and getting so crisp and vertical on both of the first turns, and right here almost going a little bit over the board and, yeah, falling backwards.
I know, I mean, you know, each heat is judged individually, right? So they reset the scale every heat, basically. But first wave of Ethan Ewing, to me, I looked at that wave on the replay, and I felt it was going to go excellent, and it came in a little subdued.
I think it was excellent surfing. 100% agree with you. That the way he was able to cut it short, that bottom turn, and just get so vertical without us expecting for him to almost do that. Maybe the wave size kind of was a little smaller, so maybe that's why they kept the score a little bit on the down low. If you compare it to Ryan's wave on the previous heat, just a very solid kind of powerful wave, and I think that could be, that's just my opinion on it, that maybe why they kept the score a little bit lower.
I love it. This one's off and running, quarterfinal 2, but the winner of the first quarterfinal in the morning, Ryan Callanan, is with Maida.
Yeah, congratulations, Ryan. So far as your best result here in Saquarema. So how do you feel about making it into the semis?
Yeah, I feel amazing. You know, just to come here and have the crowd cheering and the waves turn on for finals day, you know, I'm really enjoying going left here. So, you know, it's a bit wonky, but it's super fun waves.
How are you going to prepare yourself for the next heat?
Yeah, I think just keep doing what I've been doing, trying to, you know, stay within myself and just focus on what I got to do and what's happening, and yeah, just see what happens.
Okay, so good luck. And Rachel is on the beach, so let's check it out what's happening there.
That's right, Maida. I'm here at the beach, and I want to introduce you to the most passionate crowd in the whole world. Say hello. Look how many people they're here like before the sun comes out, and it's going to be an amazing day. Thank you so much, guys. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Rachel and Maida. Loving the crowd here bright and early, enjoying that first heat of the morning. They're backing Sammy Pupo, but they're really just backing great surfing. Callanan, a proud goofy foot this morning. Got to go left to get the big heat win. His first semifinal in Brazil will be later on today, as Ethan Ewing and Fioravanti are settling down a little bit after their first two waves have come through. Ethan with the lead. He's world number 4, and Fioravanti now needs a 7.44 to take the lead. So you can kind of break this heat down in thirds. We're kind of through that first portion of the heat. Jesse, if you're Fioravanti, what's your game plan? You don't have the lead. You don't have priority. How do you come back?
I think he just needs to be patient and let the heat unfold. He's going to need to just select a very good wave. Next wave he stands up on a board, because Ethan already has a good advantage on top of him. The 2 best scores of the heat so far, and he's going to have to be smart and surf his best.
Looking forward to what Fioravanti comes up with. Member on the Challenger Series last year, actually won the whole thing. The champion from the CS came in with a lot of momentum at the start of the season, finaled at Pipeline as he returned to the championship tour, and went into Sunset Beach number 2 in the world. So everything we've seen from Leonardo in his career, this is the best start to date on the championship tour, putting himself inside the top 10 with some big goals of competing for a world title in September. Decision time. Ewing's got priority. Kind of glances over at Leo, and they wisely let that one go through. Leo's girlfriend, been enjoying her travels on tour. Soph doesn't ever look too stressed out. She's always been just enjoying all the travels that she has, and always wants the best for Fioravanti.
She's always, that couple, that's a power couple. They're just like in super shape, ready to go. and they work out together. You know, you see them just really the fitness and the program that they have put together for each other as a couple is paying off. I mean, you can see it in the surfing, the confidence, the comfort, and the spirit that's coming out of Leo. It's beautiful.
Oh, it's great. I had some food with them the other day, and they're just so happy. They're just enjoying this life on tour together. And Fioravanti looks at that wave, lets it go. We always wonder what it'd be like to surf like these guys, and you can kind of get that feeling if you play True Surf, a video game that you can download in the App Store and on Google Play. Download True Surf today, and you can surf the same conditions as the best surfers in the world at the same locations on the championship tour.
Speaking of conditions, today, out there right now, you've got putting green perfection when it comes to the offshore wind, the sun is out, but the greens are undulated. They are so hard to read. You know, really, everything looks perfect, but if you get down low and you look at the levels, there's so many different banks and breaks in it. And, you know, you get up on a wave out here, there's that backwash, there's that little bit of lip line that jumps up and down. You know, there's a little bit of a tube that jumps at you. So it looks really perfect, but it's still really hard to ride.
Yeah, definitely. This is such a tough wave to ride any day, even on a clean, nice, perfect day like today. Everything that you just mentioned just play into factor. So those guys are just going to have sharp eyes and just be really on it.
18:25 on the clock. Little pop-up peak setting up. It's up to Ewing if he wants it. He'll hold back, and that wave will do the same. But speaking of putting greens, Leo had a game of golf up at Buzios on one of the lay days.
Nah.
Yeah, he said it was an amazing course. Nice, challenging holes, but also beautiful as well. So he managed his lay days brilliantly this week. As you see up top, that little athlete zone, they can check out the lineup. That's that basketball arcade game. That's behind Caitlin Simmer's dad. Tommy Whitaker, great coach right there. He actually has done quite well in Brazil in his career. He was in the final down at Imbituba when Gabriel Medina just shook the surfing world with a big win when he was just 16, and it was Tommy, runner-up, who just celebrated Medina's win, started applauding every rotation that he was landing.
I actually just spoke with Tommy 2 nights ago about that, and he was like, man, it was impossible for me to win that heat. He was doing 2 airs a wave, and I was only doing backside snaps.
And I think you could read Tommy's body language in that final, where he just started going, hey, this is the next generation. Tommy, being a fan of surfing, was like, hey, way to go, kid. You got me. And he finished runner-up, and everything changed in pro surfing. Medina got on tour and started winning right away. As you can start trying to help us count the numbers of people that we have down here, still on dark, still with the sunrise coming up in quarterfinal number 2. Have you guys got an idea of how many so far?
On the beach at the moment?
Yeah, at the moment.
I'd say about 5,000.
So it's still early.
Still early.
Okay.
It's just past, what, 7 a.m.?
It's early.
Actually, I'm gonna pull that back. We're not there yet. We're around 2,000 to 3,000.
Okay.
They're walking around the streets. They're coming down to the beach. But it is the octave of this crowd is at 50,000 at all times. I mean, you get down there and you just feel like you're in the middle of a stadium.
I like that. 16:14 on the clock. Ewing still holding court as far as priority until now. He'll take this wave quickly to the top and throws it away, giving an opportunity to the Italian. So big mistake there for world number 4.
And this is what I was mentioning. Leo just needs to let the heat play it out for a little bit, and now with that mistake, it's his chance to capitalize and get back in the heat and get a good wave.
And when if you see the replay, you'll see that side wave coming across. He's on the perfect side of it as he drops in, but then when he goes up into the bowl, that actual rib moves away from him and the wave lays down, and that's why he falls. You can see the rib, you saw the bounce, and you saw it move over, and it's just so hard. And we were just talking about that with the conditions. It looks perfect, but it was really hard to execute.
100%, and that's yesterday we saw Pinga having a chat with Kyle, and he was like, keep your rail and keep your fins on the water, and that's one of the reasons why there's so much turbulence, so much wobble going through the ocean and through the waves right there, that as much as you have, those surfers have control of their boards, like if you keep your board engaged at all times, it's going to give you more stability.
Checking out the crowd one more time. Big activation site for all of our major sponsors that support this event. And I don't know how many sports allow you to get so close to your heroes. A lot of these people on the beach were surfing in the free surfs to be right next to the best surfers in the world. They wanted to be up front and personal to see Fioravanti and Ewing prepare. I saw Ewing get burned a couple of times, and he would just bottom turn and wait around him and still make sure his equipment was solid. He understands how crowded it can be, but he didn't show any signs of frustration.
We saw Toledo surfing down the beach. He was in the water, surfers, and you know, fans would paddle up and, yeah, wow, so good to see you. Yeah, right on. And then they'd paddle around him and take the next wave.
Ewing now, after the fall, he'll try to make up for it on this one. Throws the snap, air drop into a closeout. So situation will remain the same.
I'm really enjoying that first bottom turn Ethan is being able to do in all of his waves. Just not letting any downtime, just taking off, going very quick to the bottom and going straight vertical, and kind of almost having a little X factor. You expect Ethan to always be on that sudden speed and very smooth, and right here he's just going up a notch, and it's fun to watch. Mostly for finals days, you want to kind of put your level up a little bit, and he's doing that today.
Big opportunity for Ethan Ewing as the last one standing in the current position on the WSL Final 5. And also a big opportunity for Fioravanti to put himself up in that conversation for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Before we get to J-Bay, a lot of choices here for the Italian with priority as he needs a 7.44. Ethan still paddling back out as he was on that inside wedge. He's already back in position as well, so that's going to make Fioravanti really think about it here. And he's going to let it run through. Ethan takes a last glance, and a really good leave there as it completely closed out the beach. And next one there allows Fioravanti to let it go again, but Ewing in a better spot. He will take off on the wedge, sets up that first hook, drills it in the pocket, rides away, but it shuts down quickly. So the angle of that set didn't really give him too much opportunity for the open face.
Yeah, a lot of Shannon Wallers in there. Big walls coming through and just closing down.
They are sitting a little bit more towards the beach, towards the middle of the beach. And as you see right here, this is Ethan's previous wave. And as they move more towards the middle of the beach, there's more sand there. So the wave tends to get a little bit steeper, which that's what they're looking for, those big critical sections, but also sometimes it's stretched out too much.
Bogia Jadi. Andre checking in, getting the chat with JP about the Apple Watch, and he'll be back out in the water to take on Yago Dora. Back for more on Finals Day after this. The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By Australian Gold, feeling gold. By TikTok, download the app. And by Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. Yago Dora preparing in the Red Bull athlete zone with his father, Leandro. He has been relaxed and radical. That's the combination of Dora that we love. Smooth as it gets. And maybe the best style above the lip with a crazy strike rate. Looking comfortable, and as a proud goofy foot, he probably saw a lot of the damage that Callanan laid down in the first heat of the morning. He's had so much success. I've been asking about how he does it. How is it reliable at Saquarema, Jesse? Year after year, obviously making an easy call for your favorite. Just makes so much sense of this lineup. Rights, he throws down big airs, saved himself against Medina in the opening round. And the lefts, I don't know if anyone surfs it as smooth as he does.
Not in my opinion. I think he's my favorite goofy footer on rail in the world right now. So fun to watch, so powerful as well. He's a big kid and he just matches par to par with this wave easily. Very good on the backwashes. He's just so loose and so smooth that it's almost natural for him to go through those lumps with style and grace.
Does Jadson Andre have any more wild card magic left for us today?
I never count him out. I mean, he's got magic, and it's a beautiful thing to watch. Yeah, it's going to be a tough show for him, and you know, it's easy. He's definitely on the backside of that hill, but I think he could get to the top if, you know, he powers his way through. Things happen. I mean, we watched, you know, #1 in the world go out, surf a 40-minute heat, and couldn't even get 2 6s. So let's really, you know, sit back and see the X factor of Brazil.
And also Jadson loves to be the underdog. If you look back on his career, when his back is against the wall, remember when he qualified at Sunset Beach on the last event of the year against some huge names that were doing very well all year, and he loves that, playing the spoiler.
Fioravanti sitting out the back, more on the inside under priorities. Ewing going down on a big backside hammer. So Fioravanti's confident to let these waves go. Ewing continues to swing under his priority, but he hasn't come up with anything yet for improvement. But he continues to stay out in front. Fioravanti waiting for a special wave. As we take a look at Ewing one more time, Was.
Off the bottom, off the top, combos are there for him, but just not enough of them. Goes over the handlebars on his way down, kind of lost the tail out the back of the wave as the wave throws over, pitches, and kind of sends him over onto the back foot there.
Jesse, are they sitting in the right spot?
I think so. I think for mostly on the men's side, they really want to get those fast and very walled up waves that they can get critical turns in it. And I think Leo is actually being very smart with his decisions of letting those smaller waves go. The heat's already kind of planned out, so he needs to be patient and really look for a very good wave now because there's not much time left. Be patient and, yeah, go for the good one.
I want to jump into that conversation about where they're sitting. I would be very aware of the fact that the tide hasn't bottomed out yet. So that's going to draw you back over towards the rocks more with the sets, right? They're going to break further out and over. I feel like they could make sure that they keep an eye out on left-itis over there, you know, like looking down a little bit because that tide's still dropping out. So I think they'll have opportunity off to the side.
Yago Dora finding some quiet space on the sand as he prepares for Jadson Andre. We're expecting the volume to go all the way up this morning in all Brazilian goofy foot battle. Dora making the semifinals as a wild card here. Just changed our whole thought process on what he might do with his career. I thought he might take a free surfing route and just make amazing movies for us to watch, and we realized he can do it in a 30-minute time clock. He could just perform for fans automatically. It was evident when we had the Red Bull Airborne series on tour. he'd win those because he was a guy that could land almost anything. With his airs never really repeating itself. He can just respond to the section, and he's a special surfer. He's coming up next.
It's fun to kind of that conversation, what you just talked about, doing it in a 30-minute heat. These guys are literally dropping video parts in 30 minutes. They're under pressure in a heat with judges on the beach, thousands of fans. I mean, these guys are going out and just executing some of the most technical surfing in the world in such a squished up time period. People work tirelessly to make a part to put out in the world.
After waiting patiently, Fioravanti opens up. Big backside whip, chips it again, end section, tries to force the backhand reverse and doesn't pull it off. Needed a 7.44 there. Committed to dropping anchor and waiting for that special wave, but comes up incomplete on the final maneuver.
Yes, unfortunately, too peaky of a wave right there. It started off pretty good, but you can see it as the wave went in the bank has just started to die out, and he identified that and he knew he had to go big, but just not enough speed right there for that air, and just not the greatest of the ramps. He had to force the issue though. He had to go big.
So a tough section for that air. He just tried to force it. First turn, Strider, what'd you think?
I like the timing, the effort. He actually put the back into it and really pushed all the way through. The second turn was just a little bit of a setup. I almost think he could have waited and went for and utilized all that speed into that final turn.
You could sort of see what he was hoping for there,
yeah.
kind of stopping that second turn. He needed the combo of the air on it. The section just wasn't really helping him whip that reverse towards the beach. As we check out the recap from quarterfinal number 2, world number 4 still in the lead. As we saw Ethan Ewing go back-to-back, he's still keeping his first 2 waves of the matchup, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's all because of those bottom turns. He's just cutting it short and coming up with so much speed, so he's just able to push it as hard as he wants, pretty much.
I love it. I still feel like that first wave that he had was just so sweet, fast, and, you know, just those 2-turn combo. This was a nice wave. Finished a little off balance, but still got a great score.
Going straight up was Fioravanti as well. That put him a little bit behind, but still earned his best number of a 5.33. Fioravanti, known for never backing down at any stage of a heat. So even with 2:20 to go, he's trying to formulate a game plan to come back, especially since he dropped that big rotator against Jordy Smith yesterday as a buzzer beater moment. So he knows that can happen again. 2:10 to go.
Yes, 2 minutes. And right now it's just getting a little tougher. The door's closing in Leo's face pretty much. And for him right now to be sitting under priority with the lowest score of the heat so far. And yeah, it's going to be a tough one for Leo right now. He's really going to have to capitalize on a mistake from Ethan and then push it.
But also a promising moment for Fioravanti, making it into finals day, coming in number 8 in the world, and seeing Medina go down early, who is ahead of him on the rankings. But now he's starting to fish around for a special moment here. 7.44 would have to be one of the best waves we've seen this morning. And Ewan looking really calm, holding down his priority. Both surfers counting their first 2 waves, and they've just kind of been waiting for something special to come through. Winner of this heat will take on Ryan Callanan in the first semifinal. And either one of these athletes, whoever gets there, would be their first in Brazil. We had a clinching scenario for Carissa yesterday for the men's side. We're waiting to make those kind of statements, but remember, seeding is also important to clinch for that championship day. Leo's girlfriend, Soph, just looking calm, always looking relaxed no matter what the situation is, as we see an up and out for Ethan Ewing. As he looks at that wave, priority changes to Fioravanti with 10 seconds to go. But not a whole lot heading his way. So world number 4, Ethan Ewing, 6'5" and a 6'2'7", takes the win of the battle of the backhands, and the athletes give each other a thumbs up. Fioravanti will anticipate a change on the leaderboard with a quarterfinal result to see himself potentially get closer to the final 5, and Ewing doing some damage. Still, the high seed of the event continues on for a rematch of the Bells final. Ewing versus Ryan Callanan as this day continues. All goofy foot Brazilian clash coming up next. Jadson Andre taking on Iago Dora. We bring on Kaipo Guerrero and Mitchell Salazar for the call. Jaddy's got a left to run after here. Setting up that first turn, clean off the top with the car. Setting up a big finish, 2 big turns for Jaddy.
It's always special when a Brazilian gets to surf in front of the best crowd in the world. Brazilian love surf. I'm a wild guy here. It's a great opportunity just to surf without pressure and have fun.
Dora, inverted, upside down, backside full rotation.
It's not a wave you need like 5 turns to get a big score. You can focus on using your energy for 1 big turn, and I knew that section was really good. I just had to make it.
Iago Dora, the magic man here at Saquarema so many times.
Welcome back to the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona as we see Ethan Ewing getting clean, showering off at the Australian Gold Athlete Shower, preparing for the semifinals. Ethan was just victorious over Leonardo Fioravanti in quarterfinal number 2. Quarterfinal number 3 out in the water. We're going to set semifinal number 2 up right here. We got friendly fire between 2 Brazilian goofy foots. Jadson Andre up and riding in the red jersey. Throws it high, lands on the roof, incomplete. Jadson is up against Iago Dora in this quarterfinal number 3. Again, like we said, friendly fire for the Brazilians in this one, but we guarantee a Brazilian in the semifinals with this. Number 12 in the world, Iago Dora coming out here, and Jadson Andre, who's come into this event as an injury replacement for Kelly Slater, and he has done damage all the way, taking down top seeds all the way into this quarterfinal. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. Great heat out here.
Oh, it's an amazing heat, and what a day so far, Kaipo. The first 2 quarterfinals is going to be an all semifinal for Aussies in the first one, but I'm really looking forward to this one. 2 good friends out there in the water right now. A lot on the line for Iago Dora right now. 12 coming into the event in the ranks. He could be moving up quite a few spots.
Yeah, as we saw the top 5 in this event just disseminated by the rest of in these competitors. A lot of upsets happening. The only surviving top 5 surfer coming into this event would be Ethan Ewing. Ethan on to the semifinals, so he's going to climb up that leaderboard right now, though. Big opportunity, like you said, Mitchell, for Iago Dora. Dora has had a great track record. He's made the semifinals out here 2 times, and so wants to make it a three-peat as a semifinal appearance for Iago Dora. 27-year-old, he's up and riding right here. Slash to begin. Snapping the whitewater, catches the rails. So it goes down. So no meaningful score as of yet between the two surfers in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, he's caught 4 waves already too, Kaipo. It seems to me like he's maybe putting a bit too much pressure on himself right now. Obviously a big moment for him in the quarterfinals right now at home, but based off of his track record here, and especially in 2017 when he took out 3 former world champions in a row, Kaipo, that was a huge event for him. Realistically, though, he's looking for his first event win here in Rio.
Yeah, well, we have semifinal number 1 set with the quarterfinal 1 and 2 all done and dusted. Semifinal number 2 yet to be determined. Let's take a look at our brackets as we look forward to this finals day. Semifinal 1, like you said, all Australian affair is going to be Ryan Callanan up against Ethan Ewing. Up for grabs, semifinal number 2 between these 4 surfers, Iago Dora, Jadson Andre, John Florence, and Baron Mamiya.
Could potentially be an all-goofy final, could also potentially be an all-regular final, Kaipo. But as of right now, it definitely seems to me like so far it's been Ryan Callanan the most comfortable out there in the lineup this morning. But Ethan Ewing looking for his 2nd win this season. Meanwhile, John Florence, he's looking for his first one. At number 7 coming into the event, a big result for him here.
Speaking of Ethan Ewing, let's hear from Ethan. He's with Maida.
So congratulations, Ethan. A very solid backhand surfing here. So how these conditions fits your surfing for the finals day?
Yeah, they're pretty good. Kind of similar to my hometown. We have a wave similar to this, so I feel pretty comfortable, and it's exciting to have the best waves of the waiting period on the last day. So yeah, really excited.
Yeah, and with the path completely open in terms of rankings for you, how's your nerves right now?
Pretty good, I think. I'm just really excited, and I'm just trying to surf well and put a show on for the fans. They've been so supportive this week, so yeah, hope they all enjoy it.
Hey, congratulations, good luck. Thank you.
Ethan Ewing saying that he's got some waves similar to this at his home North Stradbroke Island in Australia. Just off the coast, the Gold Coast there. Beautiful community, great waves, a great surfing community. Ethan's got 2 older brothers as well that surf, and Dad's also keen, always accompanying him. So good to see Ethan in the semifinals. Jadson Andre, still incomplete there. So both surfers really trying to kind of put a wave together right now. Yep. It's been a bunch of incomplete rides in this quarterfinal number 3 at the beginning.
It seems like they're trying a bit too hard, Kaipo, from my perspective. Just a 2.83, the highest single wave score of the heat so far, and that's from Dora with the 1 carve at the beginning. But 2 surfers that are looking for a big win here. I think overall, though, you need to see the implications for the rankings for Iago Dora. Number 12 right now, just outside of the top 10. But that guy right here, he's been a giant killer all event, Kipes.
Sure has. Jadson Andre, 33 years old, has spent 11 seasons on the championship tour. We'll get back to some of Jadson's bio as Iago Dora. A couple of snaps up in the lip, and that he goes complete. So Dora will be backing up that 2.83. Fans love it.
Wow, it's loud down here this morning, Kaipo, but just a great wave right there from Iago Dora. Exactly what he needed to settle his nerves down, and just what the doctor ordered with 22 minutes on the clock. Some good stuff right there. Looked way more composed on this one in comparison to his previous 4 waves. Getting on the ski right there. Way more manageable out there in the lineup, Kaipo. As you can see right here, more of a medium-sized wave. Great opening snap, not pushing too hard, and the second one just as well. Up and over the second section, so some good stuff right there. Should be a decent number.
One more time here, and the early advantage will be going to Iago Dora. A special place here in Itaúna Beach for Iago. As we look at this replay, Jadson Andre, this was the incomplete.
Yeah, mistimed it right there on the offshore wind, a bit too strong for those uncommitted turns on the open face, Kaipo, but Jadson now with priority all the way on the outside. The performance that he's had in this event has been unbelievable. The people that he's been taking out left and right, and especially Filipe yesterday, in the last dying minutes of the heat too. Being able to charge a comeback like that was some good stuff from Jadson.
Yeah, Jadson, like you said, taking down a couple of big names. We're looking at Iago Dora now, going back to 2017 when Iago was a wild card in this event. all the way to a semifinal finish for Dora. On the way to that semifinal finish, he took down 3 world champions, beating Gabe Medina, John Florence, and Mick Fanning. Taking a look at the WSL stats for the Rio Pro for Yago Dora. Check out that heat winning percentage. 68%. That's very, very high.
And efficient, too. And you look at the average heat score, nearly 2 sevens per heat. He's halfway to it right now, Kipes.
Jadson on the comeback. Quick snap off the top, back up to the lip, and needs to ride out of this one. Unable to once again. So a bit of a false start right now for Jadson Andre in this heat.
Yeah, pushing a bit too hard. It just seems a lot of speed out of the first turn. Look at this beautiful carve. Really engages the rail completely. And then right here, I just felt like he went a bit too big for how slow the section was. Wasn't able to ride out of that backwash either, but still plenty of time. He still has basically an entire heat under his belt. But that score from Yago Dora comes in. Kaipo, it's a decent one for him.
5.5 for Dora. Combine that with a 2.83, 8.33 two-wave total. Jadson Andre needs a 5.63 at the moment. I expect these wave scores to increase throughout this heat.
So do I, and especially with the variation and the incredible arsenal of maneuvers that Yago Dora has. Talking about one of the most complete surfers in the world. Great at barrel riding, great in the air, and very underestimated when it comes to the rail game, Kaipo. But this guy just keeps on impressing me. You mentioned 11 seasons on the Championship Tour. I think he might hold the record for most times falling off tour and then re-qualifying as well.
That's true. And right now, Jadson Andre is in the hunt for re-qualification. He's number 10 on the Challenger Series rankings. That's the road to qualification for the Championship Tour. So Jadson Andre kind of wearing 2 different hats right now. He's got his hat as a wild card competitor in this heat, but he also, in the back of his mind, has to make plans for stop number 3 on that Challenger Series. That's happening in Ballito, South Africa, starting July 2nd. So basically
tomorrow.
Today. Well, yeah, given South Africa, right? So there's a lot going on for Jaddy baby. But the one thing we know about Jadson Andre, he's got plenty of energy to fulfill that. A lot of times I talk about Jadson as, you know, kind of the spirit animal of the Brazilian Storm, in a way that he's always kind of been that leader or that support guy for every single Brazilian on the Championship Tour.
He's been the heart and soul for that team for a long time, and I remember when he qualified for the CT in 2009, back-to-back runner-up finishes at the World Pro Juniors, lost to Kai Barger and Arabine, and then the next year to Maxime Husseneau. Those were kind of dark times for Jadson. Next thing you know, he qualifies for the CT and is the first of his rookie class to win a CT event too. So he was able to demonstrate that there was a possibility of being successful within the first years of CT competition, Kaipo.
Yeah, that would have been 2010 where he took that win over in Santa Catarina. Jadson did, beating Kelly Slater. That made the local crowd really, really happy. And that was a big announcement for Jadson as a young Brazilian competitor.
Everybody knew how good he was at beach breaks, but then as of late, I feel like he's become more of a charger too. Good performances at Pipeline. He's done well in Tahiti too. And very unlucky at the beginning of this year. He was injured for most of it too, Kipes.
Dora up and out. Yeah, Jadson had that knee injury that he sustained at the first event over at Pipe, and so that really cost him, right? His spot on the Championship Tour. Did not get an injury wild card, so he's going to have to fight back through that Challenger Series to get back onto the 2024 Championship Tour.
Has a really good result so far at Snapper Rocks. I believe making the quarterfinals right there. Not doing as well as he would have liked to in Sydney, but I think overall, you look at the Challenger Series schedule, especially with this result here, making the quarterfinals and this being the last stop on the CS, things looking very good for him moving into the later part of the year on the CS, Kipes.
Yeah, great explanation there. The Challenger Series consists of 6 events to qualify for the Championship Tour. Your best 4 finishes count towards that qualification for the men. At the end of the year, which is going to happen back here in Saquarema, we take the top 10 men to qualify for the Championship Tour.
Well, 16 minutes now. Yago Dora with priority on the outside of Kaipo and still looking to replace a 2.83, but realistically, Jadson Andre still doesn't have a score better than a 2.7, a slow start for him. And right now, if you're Yago Dora, you need to be on the offensive side, be looking for your best score, and add a lot of pressure to the wild card out there in the red jersey, who's been a monster killer out there in the last few rounds that he served. Good looking wave here for Dora now, Kipes.
Gonna go with Yago. Winds up off the bottom, carves off the top. One more wind off the bottom.
Oh.
Layback hack off the top, some variety. Looking down the line. Gets the tail loose on that finishing maneuver. And that makes the crowd happy, and that will increase his lead over Jadson Andre. Still bouncing, hippity-hoppity into the short break. Let's see if he makes the connection. Iago sure does. Tidy little air reverse to finish. That was a well-stitched together wave, Mitchell.
It was, all the way from the outside too. Excellent combination on the outside from Dora, looking to better a 2.83. That's easily gone right now, and it just seems like the tempo has changed since his first 3 waves, Kaipo. A lot of throwaways, and next thing you know, he drops the 5.5. He just seems like on a different level with comfort now. Great opening wrap there, fully extends the rail, and then you see he attacks the lip line with the layback snap. An incredible variation with this last one too. Slid the fins all the way through, was able to make it to the short break as well. And how about the persistence of wanting to make it through all the way and being able to add maybe a point and a half with this extra reverse at the end too. This takes a lot out of your legs, just hippity-hoppy as you were mentioning, but through the reverse in a very difficult section, landed cleanly and rode out perfectly, Kipes.
Yeah, that's going to be the highest wave score so far in this heat.
No doubt.
As Red Bull jet ski heads back out into the channel, we got Jesse Mendez over in the athlete zone. Jesse, your reaction to that last ride from Iago Dora?
That was incredible, and Tommy Witz was behind me, just coming up close to the screen just to watch that replay again, and he was actually telling me, he might be one of the best goofy footers in the world right now. I was like, I think he's my favorite surfer to watch on rail and on the air, and he's an amazing tube rider as well. So yeah, it was amazing to watch that last wave and how he was able to finish with the air reverse. And also, we have a lot of girls here getting ready. They all have their headphones on. We have the semifinals coming up of the woman, and they're looking ready and they're looking sharp, and conditions are fun, so we're gonna have a blast of a day.
We are going to have a blast. Thank you, Jesse Mendez. Yeah, coming up for the women's semifinals, we're going to start off with Tyler Wright coming up against Caroline Marks. A rematch of the El Salvador final there in semifinal number 1 for the women. Carissa Moore is going to come up against Katie Simmers. And look at the numbers that have just dropped for Iago Dora. He goes excellent.
Yeah, an 8.5. That's a great score for Dora. And now has Jadson Andre in a combination situation, needing 2 7s to make it out of this heat, Kaipo. With 13 minutes to go, Dora can still increase his lead, trying to better a 5.5. This is some excellent poise that we're seeing from the young goofy footer from Florianopolis.
Well, can Jadson Andre come back? He does have priority. He's got 12 minutes, 20 seconds. We're going to see if Jaddy comes back. He needs to surf his way out of combination. We'll find out after this.
The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Vivo. official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. By state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. By Oakberry, not just acai, it's Oakberry. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Quarterfinal 3 out in the water here. Finals day at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Jadson Andre needing to dig himself out of a two-wave combination. Jaddy on the back of a Red Bull jet ski. And he has fought back into this heat right now. Jadson looking for the dismount here. Let's take a replay. This is what happened during break. Jaddy's answer back, Mitchell.
Yeah, and a great response to the two-wave combination that he requires right now. A decent combination on the outside Kaipo. That should break combo for Jadson. Not as strong as Iago Dora's 8.5, but you can see here from the drone angle, great opening turn right there from Jaddy. The second one, maybe not as strong, and a decent finish too, so good surfing right there from Jadson. Let's see if he can get something in the 5-point or the 6-point range to maybe minimize the requirement when it comes to needing an 8 or a 9. Solid stuff there from Jadson Andre.
Finishing up this replay, reporting to you the number of 5.43. So as suspected, Jadson did get out of that combination. Jadson now needing an 8.57. John Florence, he's preparing for his heat. Another friendly fire heat. The two surfers from Hawaii coming up against each other in quarterfinal number 4. It's going to be John Florence coming up against Baron and Mamiya, two North Shore boys doing battles for a place in the semifinals.
A great heat, and I'm really looking forward to it, especially knowing that the waves are out there for both of them to really put on a performance, but you got to go with the experience of John Florence being a 2-time event champion here in Rio, looking for his first one in the city of Saquarema, Kipes.
Yeah, he's been a proven winner, right? He's won in 2012, 2016, but both of those were at Barra de Juca in Rio proper. We'll see if he can do it in Saquarema.
Yeah, beating Joel Parkinson in the first one for his first ever CT win too.
Look at that. It's a Paisel Ghost model 6.0 under his arm. He has 3 of those that he's been toting around the contest area, and you know, kind of switching off between the 3. He's got some options and stuff, but going with the solid equipment that is underfoot with that long-time relationship that he's had with John Paisel.
Yeah, you couldn't really ask for a better relationship between a surfer and a shaper, Kaipo. And looking back just at the amount of experience that this guy has, especially when he won both of his world championships, he was on a tear in 2016 and 17, and easily the best surfer that I've ever seen surf at Margaret River. But right now, looking for his first CT career win in 2023, Kaipo, would be huge for him. He's number 7 in the ranks coming into the event. He's looking to move up into the top 5.
Yeah, and that really is what this is all about right now. It is that race for the final 5 and being able to clinch a spot for the Rip Curl WSL Finals September 8th. That's when that is going to begin, and we're trying to set up for that. We've already seen one surfer on the women's side clinch her spot in that final 5. That was Carissa Moore. We gave her that news yesterday.
Looking like the favorite to win another world championship. Was the number 1 seed last year, ended up losing to Stephanie Gilmore in 2 matches, but I feel like this year it's just been different for her, coming off of a great result in El Salvador, once again dominating at the Surf Ranch, and yesterday dropping the highest single wave score for the women here in Rio, Kipes.
Let's check out a heat recap here of what's happened so far. Iago Dora, a couple of false starts to begin, but then got back with a 5.5.
A good score there for Iago Dora. Very smart surfing, not risking enough on the 5.5 to get an excellent score, but he did on this. Wrap to the layback, and then a strong finishing turn right here too, Kaipo. Really love the variation that this young goofy footer brings to the beautiful walls of Saquarema.
Stuck with it all the way through to the shore break, went excellent with an 8.5 on this ride for Iago Dora, and a big lead over Jadson Andre.
Yeah, one of the single highest wave scores of the morning so far. You look at the reverse, done in a very difficult section there in the shore break as well. And then the response back by Jadson, a 5.43. A good wave for Jaddy, but as of right now, it's not cutting a Kaipo, despite the strong finish there from Andre. You see the front angle right here, really engaged the rail on the second turn, but just the wave let him down a little bit. The quality wasn't there in terms of the wave. still some decent surfing from the former champion.
Coming back to live action, and the preparation from Baron Mamiya, 23-year-old from the North Shore of Oahu, on his way out. And hearing some Mamiyas from the crowd as well.
A strong kid. He looks very focused. He looks determined. Having his manager, Sean Ward, here is really important to his success as well, Kaipo. Sean had a lot of success at the QS level here in Brazil. He's passing down all of his knowledge to his young prodigy in Baron Mamiya right now.
Yeah, that's actually the nickname that I gave Baron when he was coming up, is the prodigy. Saw this kid coming from the Menahuni ranks, and we even, you know, in the amateurs, coming up through the amateur ranks in Hawaii, he was never satisfied with second or third, even as a Menahuni or in the boys division. Sometimes he wouldn't, you know, even pick up his trophy unless it was a first place trophy.
There was a VQS one time, I remember, a Makaha. He had a 9 in the final and wasn't able to get a backup. Finn McGill ended up beating him in the juniors, but he was so devastated. He went and surfed pipe that afternoon and is firing. He was maybe 14 years old, and to be able to surf waves like that of consequence at such a young age and now find success here on the CT when he's still only in his early 20s, very impressive from a surfer for the North Shore.
Yeah. Look at our wave count right now. We got 5 waves ridden by Jadson Andre, 7 waves ridden by Iago Dora. So Dora's been the busiest out there as we take a look at our leaderboard and our remaining surfers on that leaderboard. So this is our 11 through 20. Baron Mamiya still in it, and Iago Dora still out there. Brian Calnan, he's in the semifinals, further up the leaderboard.
He's going to move up quite a bit, too, with at least a semifinal finish here. He's made a final so far this year at Bells Beach. That's actually going to be a rematch of the final between him and Ethan Ewing in semifinal number 1, but really like the odds of Ryan Callanan getting his first CT win here in Saquarema.
Yeah, and remember, looking at that leaderboard, we still have number 7 on that leaderboard, John Florence. He's coming up in the next quarterfinal, and number 4 on the leaderboard, Ethan Ewing. He's all the way into the semifinals.
Well, he's looking to qualify for lowers again, and I just want to see him get enough waves to really compete for the world championship. I truly believe he has what it takes to become a world champion. It might not be this year, but it could be in future years, Kaipo.
We're down to under 3 minutes, and heat control with Iago Dora. He's got the lead, he's got priority, and he's got the clock on his side right now as it's winding down.
Well, a very smart surfer is Iago Dora. You see, he has the outside of Jadson Andre. He's going to be able to block him if he needs to, but more importantly, he's all the way on the outside for where the actual set waves will be. Jadson Andre needs the highest single wave score of the heat so far, an 8.57. It would have to come off of a combination of major maneuvers on a decent sized wave. He's going on a smaller one though, Kipes.
Iago's going to let him go, looking down the line, and that's exactly why Iago let him go. Just no opportunity on that wave. That will burn the clock right now for Jadson Andre in his attempt to take the lead.
Well, and very smart stuff from Dora too. He dropped the 8.5. Been sitting around for around 10 minutes just on the outside of the lineup. Hasn't really seen anything that would potentially better the 5.5 as his low score. And there's no need to even catch any waves right now, Kaipo. Leave your ego out of it. Make sure you're just on the best waves, or at least taking away the opportunities from your opponent. And if you do catch a wave, you do want to better your low score. But with a minute 45, it's all about time management and heat control out there right now.
Yeah, this is true. And just showing some reserve right now. 8.57 is what Jadson needs, but really showing some maturity is Iago Dora. Not breaking away, not, like you said, not surfing for his ego. Play defense, close this thing out. It's less than 90 seconds.
Isn't it crazy that he's 27 already? We've seen him grow up on the championship tour, a couple of guys already, but you know, when he debuted on the championship tour level as a wild card here in 2017, he was relatively unknown to the major public. Made it onto the CT that year in 2018, had a great season. Next thing you know, he's a top 10 surfer, Kaipo.
Yeah, and you know, coming up in his career, we didn't know. It seemed like he was just going to be a free surfer, dropping edits, but then that competitive skill came in.
You can do both. You can do both. I think a lot of people tend to think that you could only focus on one or the other, but he's one of the few that I really think has what it takes to go on those free surf trips, drop some of the best clips you've ever seen, and also win championship tour events and heats. And as of right now, looking really good to move into his first final ever here in Rio Kaipo.
Iago Dora 25 seconds away for a semifinal berth as we fly by and see Baron Mamiya and John Florence prepare themselves off to the side of the peak.
Well, back-to-back semifinals here in Saquarema for Iago Dora. Kaipo, big result for him, was able to control his emotions, dropped the single best wave score of the heat, an excellent 8.5, and moves through another heat.
Right in for Jadson Andre. Quarterfinal finish for Andre. That's a good one, but it's Iago Dora that has the heart of the crowd, and Iago is the chant that we hear on the beach. Here's his numbers: 14.2 wave total. That's a ticket into the semifinals.
Love to see him have success here. One of the crowd favorites, Kaipo, looking good for his first CT win. Could happen later on today.
We'll be back with John Florence, Baron Mamiya, quarterfinal number 4 in the water when we return.
It's pretty similar to Hawaii, just the messy kind of open ocean, and there's a lot of power to it.
Throw tail reverse.
It's an important heat for sure. A lot of the top ranking guys have lost out already, so it's a really good opportunity for me to make up some points.
This is my first time to Brazil, so the people here are insane.
Baron finding a tail high whip.
I had some fun on the off days, but I was definitely ready to get back in the water and surf some heats and have some fun.
Back at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona, Iago Dora. He's made his way into the semifinals by defeating Jadson Andre in quarterfinal number 3, quarterfinal number 4 out in the water, where we're going to decide who's going to join Iago Dora in semifinal number 2. Will it be John Florence or Baron Mamiya? We're going to find that out. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. I love this matchup, Mitch.
So do I, Kaipo. I'm looking forward to it. 2 generations of surfers from the state of Hawaii. And as of right now, Baron Mamiya has been a strong surfer, but you got the 2-time event champion and 2-time world champion out there in the red jersey.
This happened during the break, Mitch.
Yeah, John on the backhand. Strong start right there. Slid the fins, deep bottom turn, and some beautiful surfing to start off this heat. That should be a decent score for the 2-time champ, JJF.
One more time from above. Watch this first turn.
And the way he was able to slide the fins right there when he actually made it to the lip line, wrapped it back, and was able to fit in one more, too. The amount of commitment and degree of difficulty of that opening turn should really be rewarded when it comes to the score, Kaipo. Some good wave selection, too. He was mentioning yesterday during his post-heat interview that the waves and the power of the ocean here, very similar to where he comes from on the North Shore. And you can definitely see that his comfort level here in Saquarema is really as good as it gets, Kipes.
So waiting for the score here for John. This is a 3.5 for Baron Mamiya.
Yeah, a decent start for backdoor Baron, and a little combo right there. Actually wasn't able to finish, but a decent opening turn and sketchy wipeout right there at the end, Kipes.
So first turn, really good, but this missed time right here.
Ouch. Man, you got to watch out for the board. Doesn't seem like it clipped him. Deep bottom turn, though. Really like the way he was able to draw that out a bit more and make it a bit longer. And just right there, it's just better to avoid that altogether if you feel like you're not going to make it up there in time, Kipes.
Yeah, let's hear from our quarterfinal 3 winner. Iago Dora is with Maida.
Hi, congratulations, Iago. So it's your third time here in the semi. So how is your mindset and how you're feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm trying to stay present and live in the moment. The waves are really good today, so I'm excited to surf again, and I'm just trying to focus on the next mission I have, which is the semifinal. So I'll keep myself on that mission, and yeah, I'm excited.
E como último brasileiro vivo na competição, você sente o peso dessa torcida toda?
É muito bom, né? Eu uso dessa energia para me abastecer e eu gosto muito de surfar na frente do crowd. Os fãs me enchem de energia, então estou feliz de estar avançando e representando o nosso país aqui em casa, e vamos embora.
Então, boa sorte na próxima bateria. Thank you.
Iago Dora on to the semifinals, looking confident, sounding confident. Score did drop during that interview for the first of John Florence, a 6.5, so early advantage to the senior in this matchup, John Florence. John, oh, what a lot of clear water and some marine life here. John, 30 years old, 11 seasons on the championship tour. You mentioned the 2 world titles. He's won here in Brazil 2 times. He has an incredible heat-winning percentage in Brazil, 70%. So he's going to be a big challenge to the young Baron Mamiya. Both hailing from the North Shore. I'm sure, you can take a look at this. They're just maybe dueling at Ehukai right now.
Yeah, it's just another day at Beach Park, and John actually runs a lot of mock heats with Betty Blue Sakura Johnson and with Luke Swanson when the waves are just like this over at Ehukai with Ross Williams. You look at the stats, Kaipo, very strong from John here.
Yeah, best wave, a 9.8. And we actually, that heat winning percentage got updated since his last heat win at 72%. Average heat score, 13.71. That is very impressive when we look at John's numbers. Also, something that glares when we talk about John's number is he has the highest heat total of the year this year. Baron, finding the barrel. Carves to back up that barrel. And a nice stab into the lip there for Baron Mamiya. So that is the answer back. And the crowd enjoys that, as I enjoyed it as well.
Good amount of composure right there from the youngster from the North Shore of Oahu as well, Kaipo. If you're a Hawaiian, you're going to find a barrel out there somehow, and he was able to find a diamond in the rough, and way more manageable. There's not as much current, but it still shifts around quite a bit, and we have just hit the lowest part of the tide this morning. Great barrel riding technique, maybe not as deep as he would have liked, but you can see right there, he stalled as much as he could, disappeared for a split second, was able to come out and definitely add some good points with this combination of maneuvers, the wrap, and that set him up for the big lip line hit at the end, Kaipo. Some great stuff there from the youngster from Hawaii.
One more time, you can see the technique honed in the Hawaiian Islands right there. Baron Mamiya on his 500,000th barrel on the backhand of his lifetime.
That might even be a low number too. But I mean, it's just the composure coming up against a 2-time event champion, a 2-time world champion, somebody that you look up to. It's not easy.
Cutting to live action with John Florence. Look at that floater, but has to kick it away. So John had a nice start there, unable to finish that wave. We're waiting for scores for John, and the more important score is really how high are the judges going to go with the number for Baron Mamiya. We haven't seen a lot of barrel rides in competition here, so it's going to be interesting to see where they go on the scale for that barrel.
Well, it was a decent barrel ride. I think the combination to me was a bit better, but the surprising thing was that he was able to find that wave out there. And John right here with the good answer back. Great opening turn, as you had mentioned. And right here, it just seemed like he was in between maneuvers. He was looking down the line, didn't fully commit to the floater. And maybe with that offshore wind, pushed him out the back just a little bit too much.
Crowd reaction there. And the numbers in for Barron is 7.17. So Barron up into the lead over John Florence. Pretty interesting conversation between these two surfers. We think about pipeline and surfers from Hawaii and outstanding surfers from Hawaii. As we look at the numbers for Barron Mamiya, so one judge went as high as a 7.5, actually 2 went there. But back to pipeline. Jamie O'Brien saying the standard as a regular foot out there. His prodigy, the guy that came up right behind Jamie, John Florence, kind of took the baton and went running from it. In my book, Barron Mamiya is the next gen coming out right under John Florence. We take a look at consistently performing at the world's most dangerous wave.
And equally as good on both the backhand as he is on the forehand. And that's, you mentioned Jamie, you mentioned John. They're both as good on the forehand as they are on the backhand too. And that's why I think Barron Mamiya, to me, is the new upcoming talent from the state of Hawaii and one of the bigger threats that they have out there too. Jackson Bunn's currently on the Challenger Series. He could potentially make it there. But when it comes to surfing, the most difficult and scariest wave on the planet,
you've got to put Barron on the list.
He's no doubt. He's a top 5 surfer out there, and he's super young. He's only in his early 20s, Kipes.
Yeah, only 23 years old. Got the world right in front of him as we take a look at the beach crowd that continues to grow this beautiful finals day morning. It's Saturday here in Saquarema. It's going to be a jam-packed day, and the energy that we're going to feel by the end of the day, the vibrations, they're going to be high. They're going to be off the scale.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, people were showing up here at 5 in the morning, and I think even a few people might have slept in their car to get a spot on the beach this morning.
Party with Mamiya. And here he goes. Scratches into this one. Sharp turn on the sharp eye to begin. One more snap for Barron. Floats through that section. Wants to ditch that 3.5 that he has in his score line. Looks like he just got the job done.
No, I definitely agree. And with just under 19 minutes to go, executed well, under pressure with priority right there, just looking to better his low score and add and increase the requirement for John. Get a wave selection right here, a medium-sized wave, a decent opening turn, not as strong as he could have had it, but the second one was just a bit more well executed into the lip line, slid the fins a little bit too, but the technique that Barron has coming from the North Shore and the amount of water that's always moving around over there in the Hawaiian Islands, his comfort level is just through the roof right now, Kaipo, knowing that he's on a shortboard, a board that he would regularly ride at any kind of beach break worldwide, and to be able to execute this way in a high-pressure situation, that's some amazing stuff from the young Hawaiian surfer.
Yeah, correct. And number drops, 4.83 for Barron, so he does increase his lead over John needing a 5.51. We talk about boards with Barron Mamiya. Rides pretty much short boards in everything until he gets about 15 feet. I mean, his sunset board, I believe, is like a 6.3 or a 6.4. Same with John Florence. Both of these surfers don't really go very far up in length on their equipment, no matter what size the waves are.
Yeah, and I think the only wave that they really maybe add some more length to when it does truly get big, and I mean big for Hawaiian surfers, that's like 20 foot for us, for normal people, and they say it's 8 feet Hawaiian, but they're normally riding 6.8s, maybe 6.10s at the most, and that's a pretty short board out there for Sunset Beach. When it comes to pipeline, I don't normally see John on anything bigger than a 6.2.
No, he'll ride. I feel John is either on a 6.2 on the North Shore of Oahu at Pipeline, or a 10.2 at Waimea.
Yeah.
There's nothing really. There's not a lot in between,
yeah,
which is pretty crazy. And you know, John Florence. I mean, you look at his accolades, not just 2 world titles, but also an Eddie title, which is just that lives forever in surf history.
Well, in my book, he's a top 10 surfer of all time.
Here he comes, John. Off the bottom, off the top, a little hung up there, fades into the whitewater. Snap check turn there, needs more, and is not enthused on that wave, so he kicks out.
Yeah, that wave let him down. It just seemed like it was going to be a good wave that unfortunately just tapered off a bit too much. used priority, and now priority back with Baron Mamiya, who made it back outside. And right now, just needing a mid-5 Kaipo, but time just ticking away and drops in. It seemed like it was going to have a good amount of wall. Decent first turn right there. Got a little stuck coming out of it. And then this wave, unfortunately, just shoulders off a bit too much for him. Recognized that and had to kick out. And you see the other angle here. Definitely committed to the first turn a lot more than it seemed from the front angle. But you can see right there the deep bottom turn. Just not enough speed for how fat that section was on the second one. And unfortunately for him, not going to get the job done with the requirement for the score.
So almost halfway through this heat, and Baron Mamiya really putting the pressure on a childhood hero in the way of John Florence. Mamiya with heat control. He's got the lead, he's got priority, and he can really dictate right now, Mitchell, he can dictate the tempo of the heat. Baron is in the driver's seat, which is interesting as the underdog in this matchup.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with the way he's competed more than anything as of late, Kaipo. We've always known how good of a surfer he is, but can he keep it together in a jersey, in competition? He proved that to me at Margaret River.
Yeah.
A clutch performance right there, needed to make a few heats. Surf Ranch did well enough, and then El Salvador, pretty good result for him there.
Yeah, quarterfinals in El Salvador. We had a quick look at Ross Williams, John Florence's coach. Yeah, so to your point, got the result when he needed to survive that mid-season cut, and now he's coming off of the quarterfinal finish in El Salvador, so he's building momentum. Here goes Mamiya using priority. Snaps it off the top there. Pretty vicious on that first turn. Quick on that second turn. Little busy work here for Baron, and he's going to kick out. So we'll see if he improves upon that 4.83. Slaps the water. I don't know if that's approving or disapproving when he exits that wave.
Well, a real strong committed turn on the first one right there. I really like the way he was able to engage the bottom turn here. Look at that, right in the pocket, and as critical as it possibly could have gotten. But this wave did shoulder off, so I could definitely see the frustration if he's not happy with it. But you got to give credit to where credit's due. That opening turn right here, strong, polished, great technique, and with the offshore wind, that is a really technically difficult maneuver to do right here, Kaipo. But was it the right decision to make once you recovered a priority and when John's still needing a score? Don't know about that.
Yeah, that's, you know, we talked about Iago Dora in quarterfinal number 3, how he showed maturity in hanging on and holding his priority when he needed to play the game.
Yep.
Baron Mamiya, I'm going to chalk that up to a priority error for Mamiya because he took a wave and did not improve upon his position. A 4.73 for the last wave of Baron Mamiya, so priority back to John Florence. John needing that 5.51.
And still has plenty of time, 13 minutes as well. You mentioned the big scores in this heat, the 7.17 and the 6.5. If you really break it down, it's been because of the quality of the waves that Baron Mamiya has been able to get that has him in the lead. But he's also been in a much better rhythm with the ocean that John has been in. And John technically usually is the person in rhythm, Kaipo.
Well, we'll see if John Florence can find that 5.51. Baron Mamiya finds the barrel. We'll be back with more action here. Finals day at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona.
The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. And by City of Saquarema, official host of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona.
Men's quarterfinals in the water. The crowds continue to build here at Saquarema, Itaúna Beach. John Florence, Baron Mamiya out doing battle for the final spot in the men's semifinals. Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar for the call. And beyond the crowds, we got a lot of activations happening here. We have a whole city built on the sand. The Vivo Surf Simulator, all part of it. And I think Rachel Apollonio has found that. Rachel.
Yeah, Kaipo, I guess this is one of the most fun and amazing experience of the sponsors Villa. Vivo is offering you an experience, and you can be in the surfing simulator for all levels. These guys are having fun here. We have a line right there. Many people want to go. Do you want to go, Kaipo?
I want to go, Rachel. Of course I want to go. I know you could rip that thing too. Rachel, too dressed up right now to get on the surf simulator. Rachel, not just a great announcer, also a ripping goofy foot.
Yeah, she is, and she was actually out here on one of the bigger days in the lineup too, doing her scouting report and some cool stuff down there. I've had my oakberry acai this morning already, Kaipo. I'm energized, I'm ready to go.
So is John. Here's a replay. This happened during the break.
Well, and he's looking to take the lead, and it seemed like he did a Kaipo. Big turn right there from John, and a strong third one. And he is just on a roll on this wave right here, finding a wave that offered up multiple sections. You can see right there with the body language, he loved that one.
That body language told me take that, Grom, because John is on the comeback over Baron Mamiya. Taking a look at this replay one more time, talking about critical surfing.
Mamma mia, I like this one, Kaipo. A lot of strong turns right there and a combination of major maneuvers. His technique on the back end has improved so much over the last few years. I think people forget how good of a complete surfer he is. Barrel riding technique and overall prowess when it gets heavy too.
Yeah, Brandon, his support squad, and Ross Wim, they liked it too. Just so did the judges. Big number, 8.93, just dropping for John Florence, and he has turned the heat in a big way over Baron Mamiya. Baron sitting there with priority, needing an 8.27. Let's look at the numbers. 2 9s from the judges, actually 3 9s. We got the low 8.5, we throw out a 9, an 8.5, we average out the remaining 3, 8.93, way up into the excellent zone.
That's a big score. I think he might have the top 2 scores of the event so far, the 9-point ride and the 8.93. One for the alley-oop on the right on the opening day, and another big score right here, Kaipo. Just seems like when he finds his rhythm, he is just so good at executing what he needs to. Might be on another wave right here on the inside.
John takes a look at that, and we look at our top event wave scores for the men. 9-point ride, like you mentioned, 8.93 for John Florence. Interestingly enough, top number 3 and 4, Iago Doro. So if everything stays on course right now, semifinal number 2 will be some of the top shooters, top scorers in this event.
Take my money. Take my money. I want to watch that pay-per-view. It's going to be a fun one if they both make it through, but don't discount Baron Mamiya just yet. He's got what it takes to get an excellent score right now, and he's up and riding, Kipes.
Baron screaming down the line, hooking off the top. Needs some more open face, finds it around the corner. One more carve, a little caught up there, needs to make up for it at the back end of this wave. Looking down the line, launches, gets the fins out, and unable to put that all together for Mamiya, and that will not give him the 8.27 he needs. Catching up with John Florence, caught a little bit behind in the whitewater, so probably not going to change the situation there. John decides to paddle back out. Baron is going to take his way in to get picked up by the Red Bull jet ski.
I think Baron might need to take to the air to get that one score, Kaipo. An 8.27, he definitely could do it on the left, but if that wave doesn't come through, you want to create an opportunity on the inside and maybe even go right. John here on the backhand, whoa! Fully inverted, throws the reverse, and somehow was able to pull it off. And that's where he caught up to him, just caught behind the one section. But what an explosive and different maneuver there from John. And then Baron used priority on this one. Great opening snap right there, but I just think the wave let him down a bit too much, Kaipo. some open face right here, but very flat. Nothing very, that was standing up enough, and went for the rotation at the end, and unfortunately for him, that's all she wrote right there with 6 minutes to go. He needs an excellent score right now, and John could potentially even better the 6.5 with the 1 reverse.
Tyler Wright in preparation mode. She's going to be coming up against Caroline Marks. Last these surfers met, we're in the final of stop number 7 at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. They're back out and at each other again. We'll see if Tyler can pay back Caroline Marks, who won that final at the last event.
Number 2 and number 3 in the rankings, Kaipo. It is a crucial heat for both of them if they want to keep their seeds going into Jeffreys Bay. And Tyler Wright, multiple-time champion out here. She's looking for another victory in Rio.
Still waiting for that score for John Florence. Last score from Baron Mamiya, 5-point ride, not enough. Mamiya still looking for 8.27. Here's Caroline Mitch.
Really like the way she's been able to serve. Dropped an excellent score yesterday afternoon, Kaipo, and you can tell the crowd really loves this young goofy footer from the United States. Been a while since we've seen an American on top of the rankings, obviously besides the surfers from the state of Hawaii, but Caroline Marks looking to bring it back home to San Clemente, where she's resided for a few years now.
John with heat control, a big lead as well as priority. We're under the 5-minute mark as we fly by Florence.
And they're still taking their time with the 1 score. He's looking to improve on a 6.5, a very difficult and creative maneuver right there on the backhand, Kaipo. Section was not easy either, and just to be able to execute that with such brilliance and such perfection when it comes to the rotation, some incredible stuff, otherworldly from John.
Barron, ooh, looking for the backflip.
That's what I'm telling you. I think he feels that desperation right now in order to go for something big to get the 8.27.
So Mamiya needing to be sneaky under the priority of John Florence and has to sneak his way into an excellent score. That is a tall order for the young man from North Shore. Let's check out our heat recap here between John Florence and Baron Mamiya. It's been a spectacular heat. John opening up with a 6.5.
Yeah, and a great opening turn there for the 2-time world champ. He's just been very polished when it comes to selecting the best waves in this heat. And the comfort level for John has been out of the roof. I mean, for this one, Baron though finding a 7.17, a diamond in the rough for the barrel here, Kaipo. One of the few barrels we've seen all event long. Adds a couple of maneuvers for the combo at the end too. Some strong stuff there for the 23-year-old from Hawaii. And then right here backed it up with a 4.83. Was able to better this score with a 5-point ride eventually, but it just seemed like he was in a rhythm at the early part of this heat.
Then this happened.
John dropping the highest number of the heat so far, the highest number of the day, an 8.93, a combination of excellent maneuvers in the most critical sections. Deep bottom turns, Kaipo. Really like what I'm seeing from John at the moment.
By the numbers, John Florence in this event is the man to beat. He has the top 2 wave scores. Here's Baron live action on the comeback. Looking down the line. Again, he needs something spectacular to finish. And he's saying, give it to me. He's feeling it. We got to catch up with that wave because Baron, we don't see Baron celebrate like that unless it's real. He's not one. Oh, John right behind him. Swiveling off the top. Throws that away. So it really is going to be about the Baron Mamiya wave.
And 2 minutes to go. That might be the last chance the Baron gets to get the excellent score right now, Kaipo. You saw John right there, and in an act of what seemed to play a little defense, knowing the Baron was on a wave, potentially try to better the 6.5.
Let's look at this.
Well, a good-looking wave, steep section, awesome first turn from Baron Mamiya, and a strong second one too. Wow, goes up for the 3rd one, and you know, it was a combination of strong maneuvers. The first 2 definitely as critical as they possibly could have gotten. And you look at the drone angle right here, deep bottom turn. That first turn was just precious. The second one strong as well. Oh, man.
Wave's not as big as John's, but it doesn't have to be the score that John got. 8.93 for John Florence. Barron needs an 8.27, and that's a great start on his way. And he finished this in a spectacular fashion. Great flow.
And the composure, too. Needing a score right now, if he gets it, he's got to be very stoked with the way he competed in this one and was just able to maintain a sense of calm out there in the water in a moment of difficulty, Kaipo. Some great stuff there from Barron Mamiya.
You want a show? We brought you a show, Sakurema. Thank you for coming out finals day. Waiting for the number for Barron Mamiya, 8.27.
What a heat, Kaipo.
It felt excellent surfing to me.
I know. Is it excellent enough to get the 8.27 though? I really like the opening combination, especially the first turn, and the degree of difficulty, the risk. Imagine if you fall in that first turn knowing that you ruined the entire rest of the wave. Like, that is so hard to do.
Let's see the 8.93. I mean, this is a comparison game right now. 8.27 doesn't have to be as good as the best wave in this heat. That John Florence 8.93. Take a look at it here, Mitch. A little bit bigger wave.
Bigger wave, but starts off with a wrap rather than going straight up and vertical. That second turn with the combination with the bottom turn, though, was spectacular. Then added a third one and was able to get 2 more in before this wave ended. So they don't count turns. It's the quality over the quantity of those. But there was one moment of brilliance on that wave that I really liked.
Here's Barron's.
Oh,
smaller wave, big stab, though.
But it comes to the opening section, I feel like it's going to be very close. And the degree of difficulty, once again, I mentioned that very, very difficult what Barron was able to accomplish on the first turn.
So waiting for the scores for Barron Mamiya. Here come the scores. 8.17, and not enough for Barron Mamiya, but a great battle from the young Hawaiian in this quarterfinal.
He's got to be very stoked with his performance, though. It's not every day that John gets pushed to a limit. Look at how close the numbers are. 15.43, 15.34. A great heat by Barron Mamiya.
Again, Barron needed an 8.27, got an 8.17. So it will be John Florence as well as Iago Dora in men's semifinal number 2. Speaking of semifinals, on the way after this break, semifinal number 1 for the women. It will be Tyler Wright versus Caroline Marks when we return.
Not about confidence here. I think it's really about adaptability, flexibility in your mind and what you do and how much you stayed in your process.
Right, slashes on the top, a little release, one more time.
And this wave was impressive. Really like this first car from Tyler, brings it all the way around. Her technique is just so good.
Really got to bring it every single heat, and it's exciting and just trying to put my head down and just keep pushing forward.
Here goes Caroline. Nice carve. One more snap for Caroline, fist pump.
Welcome to the semifinals at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Tyler Wright taking on Caroline Marks in a rematch from the final in El Salvador. That was just the last stop on tour. And they get to battle once again, this time at Saquarema, as we check out the final series. Tyler, world number 2. Caroline Marks right behind her in the WSL Final 5 as they're really moving forward. But let's check out what we just had go down. Florence beat Barron Mamiya in a close decision. He takes on Iago Dora in semi-2. Callanan and Ethan Ewing in an all-Australian battle, a rematch from Bells Beach. That's going to be exciting as the women take to the lineup. Carissa Moore looking to defend her title. She has Caitlin Simmers, and that'll be their first matchup on the championship tour. Tyler looking for a 4th event win here in Brazil. She has been blazing, but Caroline Marks often has the talk go in her favor with the best backhand on tour. I've got some goofy foots with me. Jesse Mendez and Strider Raspberry Wazalewski. How's this one going to play out? Tyler versus Caroline. Or wait, do we need to regroup after the John Barron heat? Where do you want to go, Waz? Yeah, you came in kind of hot.
I did come in hot on that one. I felt like Barron, in my opinion, he met that lip with power, and it was, you know, more critical in the section. I felt like he was going to get the score there. But you know what? That's why I'm sitting here, and the judges are over there.
I like it. Let's now hear from the man who won. John is with Rachel.
All right, John, what a battle between the Hawaiians. First of all, just talk us through the heat.
Yeah, that was a battle for sure. It was. There's some really good waves out there right now, and it's just kind of hard to pick like which one because all of them look pretty good. And serving against like someone like Barron, it's just like every time the person gets priority, you know they're going to be on a good one, and he serves so well. And so it was really scary coming into the end of that. I gave him that last little wave, which I think was a major mistake for me. But to me, I just looked like a smaller wave, and I was like, oh, he's going to have to do a lot of work, and he did, and it ended up being really close. So that was a little bit nerve-wracking, but I'm stoked to make it through.
Now you're running against Iago in the semifinals, and you both own the highest scores of the event. So how fun is it going to be?
Yeah, I think being against Iago is going to be a battle for sure. But I'm just going to keep surfing, and I think it'll be fun.
Thank you. See you in the semifinals. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Rachel. John Florence happy to get past Barron Mamiya. He pointed that out, a clear mistake. Letting Mamiya go on that left that had a smooth wall, and Barron did blitz that wave. It is excellent surfing. Came close to upsetting John in that last quarterfinal heat. John versus Iago. Callanan versus Ewing on the other side of the draw. A lot to look forward to here on finals day. Let's break this one down. Tyler Wright versus Caroline Marks. Tyler always has her consistency here in Brazil and really enjoying the water right now as Caroline Marks getting this wave during the break. Jesse.
Yeah, nice looking wave for Caroline. Very good pace. The wave died out a little bit for her, but what is so impressive always for Caroline, it's how much drive she has on the bottom turns and how much she's able to generate speed throughout her turns. It's just very powerful, and not a major score, but something to start.
Yeah, I feel like she's looking comfortable, and you know, she's got another big goofy footer in her corner with Luke Egan, her coach, and you know, watching the banter and watching him, you know, up there, you know, looking at the numbers, watching waves come through. He's doing a lot of work behind the scenes up there that nobody gets to see. So, and giving all that information to Caroline.
Caroline Marks growing up in Melbourne Beach, Florida. She had a really big backyard. Had a little motocross track in the backyard, a big half pipe. One of the best goofy foots of all time. Luke Egan jumping in Caroline Marks's corner. But she had a great upbringing, pushed by her brothers to surf and compete at a high level. Caroline also has a younger sister, so these two have a lot in common. Have a lot of siblings. Tyler's are pretty famous. Owen Wright recently had his swan song over at Bells Beach, his final competitive event of an amazing career. And also Mikey Wright, who we had on tour for a few years there, now taking a more of a free surfing route. Big shout out to Kirby and Tim. Big families these both these girls grew up with, turned into amazing women, amazing athletes on tour. And the judges doing a great job throughout this event, separating a lot of different types of surfing, from big airs, from amazing power carves. For Tyler, it's been all about a lot of speed and consistency against some great blades from John Paizel. Jesse.
Yes, Tyler is just such a weapon, well-rounded surfer, and this match, she hasn't been riding the Paizels for too long, but she's been riding for the past few years, and it really brought a freshness into her surfing, a lot of speed, and I think mostly this year she really stepped it up, in my opinion. She looks a little lighter, looks faster, and just cutting the water very nicely. It's going to be a very good match. Polar opposites, obviously, one on their backhand, Caroline on her front side, and yeah, it's going to be fun to watch.
As we look at the head-to-head matchups, we've been talking about the final in El Salvador. That was Caroline's first win off Tyler, so 2-1 in favor of the Australian. Their first matchup was back when Marks was really a little kid. 2015 lowers, met in the early rounds. They had another big battle this year back at Margaret River in a semifinal that Tyler was able to get through, which shows Tyler's consistency. Her 6th semifinal appearance this season. And in the 5 previous that she's had, she's converted 4 of those into finals this year.
Wow. Well, the numbers, you know, they don't lie. I mean, you look at that, all those stats. She had, you know, Caroline by the numbers and the stats. So, you know, she's definitely, you know, got the advantage when it comes to, you know, being in the water longer, understanding heats better, probably, you know, having more time under her belt. But that said, I feel like Caroline has a found fire under her feet, you know. Turning 21, just getting excited about life and coming at it, and she's got this rail line. I feel like, you know, I don't know if Mayhem's putting a little more rocker in the tail for her or whatever it is, but she's really coming out of those turns and then tweaking them at the end. I like it.
Nice little shout out to Mayhem. Strider, you want to say hi to John Pizell?
Yeah, you know, John, I'm a little upset that John's back on the Ghost because he looks really good.
Wow, it's getting competitive. Here the CT Vizsla Shaper Rankings trophies are on deck, because we'll have a big ceremony very soon. This is the semifinals. Tyler Wright just had a couple of looks at a couple waves to start off this big battle, the semifinals, as she just was up and out. Caroline with the first score with a 4.83, getting a couple turns off. Tyler being very patient, working closely with Andy King. And she's been loving that relationship and energy that Kingy gives her. Kingy, when I saw him real quickly, he just, all he could say was rematch, rematch. The coaches get pretty happy about these rivalries on tour as well.
Totally, and I think, as you mentioned, Strider, obviously the advantage of maturity and experiences in the water in a jersey on a CT level, Tyler has the edge, but I feel like these waves are going to suit Caroline very well, like those lefts with her drive that she gets off the bottom turns and how powerful she is. It's going to be a very contrasted match, but I give the edge on Caroline on this one.
Caroline Marks has a big family. Big shout out to Zach, Luke, Jack, Dawson, and Victoria, all of her siblings that are tuning in as Riss focuses on the lineup with Mitchie Ross. Nice calm moment there, and then she realized she was on camera. Moore has Caitlin Simmers coming up next. Carissa already clinching a spot for the title showdown at Lowers in September. Caitlin Simmers is trying to get there as a rookie this season. Talked to Tyler before this heat. She was just loving the conditions today. She actually compared it to the day before the event started. Loved where these lefts were sitting on the bank. Enjoys a nice left to feature the backhand attack. So nice point of difference being the backhander in this heat on these running walls. Two-time world champ digs in. Backhand carve, identifies a big section, drills it. Out in front again, nice clean off the top for Tyler. Fourth move, just a soft one on the shoulders. It's running out of energy. But really her true opener in this semifinal. And with Caroline having a score in that 4.83, this will be a great start for Tyler. Nice answer back, Jesse.
Yeah, that was great surfing for her. As you can see right here, nice wave selection, just very calm off the bottom turns. Great wrap right there, and this is the money turn, just going straight vertical, applying a lot of pressure, hitting the lip, which is very hard out here, and then finish it up, comboing it up with another turn, and right here just to get a little bonus section and finish it up.
Well done for the Australian just to get started. First turn, Strider, what'd you see?
I like this was my favorite turn just because she pushed hard and you could see the spray come off the tail. These other turns are placed, but there's no projection out of them. So I felt like, you know, there wasn't a lot of intent in those turns. I feel like she went up to do the big bang, and then kind of, you know, the wave might have let her down a little bit, or, you know, the placement of the board and the lip and the backwash, you know, how we talked about, can take away from it sometimes. So I do like the first turn, you know, getting a lot of power, a lot of spray, engaging the rail. And in these turns, she hits it, but you notice there's not a lot of spray out the top there. So there's a little bit of an off placement of the board. Again, same thing. Just kind of putting the board in the lip, but there's not a big explosion off the top, telling me that there wasn't a lot of, you know, it didn't meet perfectly into the bowl, into the lip. And you know, I don't know if the score will reflect that.
So still anticipating that number to lock in to make the comparison to Tyler and Caroline Marks. Tyler, number 2 in the world, has a lot at stake at this event. Remember, we already clinched a spot for Carissa Moore yesterday. This semifinal has a whole lot of meaning as we see Tyler's wife watching closely. Tyler could win this semifinal. She will clinch a spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lowers in September, and that's big news for her. She's missed out on the last 2 editions of that event. But if she could win this heat, it'll be guaranteed that she can compete for a 3rd world title this season.
And that's going to be exciting because she's never been in that format before. So we're going to see how that's going to play it out. And also, she has so much experience, so that's going to bring a little bit extra pressure to the final 5, mostly for whoever's going to be leading that if it's not her.
And we're going to start just talking about potentially 3 spots remaining heading into Jeffreys Bay and Tahiti. So we're following this one closely. Caroline Marks can cool that script down a bit as she gets the win today. As you see the ocean lighting up, a lot of fish enjoying finals day. The water's been so welcoming all week long. Nice temperature as we see Tyler rolling in. Open face wall, starts off with a backhand hook. Deeper off the bottom, but the whitewater on the face slowed that one down just a touch, but her lines are solid. Strong performance from Tyler. Adapted well to the pocket changing. Her wave before came in at a 6.83, and now her 1.0's gone, so she's building her lead now, Was.
Definitely doing some work. She's, you know, that's where the experience comes in, when she, you know, put a score on the board, and then you get right into a backup, and that's something that, you know, will put you in a substantial position to really put pressure on your opponent. Even though the scores aren't through the roof, you're still hearing the fact that you're not in the lead and that you need a big number. Even though the heat has just begun, it starts to build pressure on your shoulders. And as a veteran, I think Tyler knows this, and she's just right into a backup, really finding, you know, and establishing a dominant point for herself in the heat.
Tyler right into her 6th semifinal of her career in Brazil. Anytime she's won a semifinal in Brazil, she's gone on to win the event. 3 event titles in the past for a 2-time world champion. And now Tyler showing off some stats here for us. 73% winning percentage, 29 excellent scores. That means 8 or better. And her best, almost perfection, 9.87. One of the best to ever do it in the sport. And she's had some challenges in the past, working through illnesses here and there throughout her career, which has really been the big reason why she doesn't have more than 2 world titles. But this year, there's something special about Tyler. Making a lot of big finals, winning at Bells Beach, and currently number 2 in the world at stop number 8. 4.77 to back up the 6.83, so managing the seat well, Jesse.
Yeah, she's just realizing that she had no priority, so it's smart, like Strider said, just to get a backup and apply pressure on Caroline. Still early stages on the heat, and how the conditions are right now, I don't think this is going to play out, or I hope it's not going to play out to a backup as a 4.77. But it's always good to have the lead and the clock winding down. You never know what's going to happen with surfing.
Is that Caroline way out there?
Yes, it's her.
Wow, the separation there in the 2 surfers, pretty wild, huh?
And that's all because you mentioned when we were doing the previous heat that the tide's getting lower, so it's kind of going back to the point and out the back, and she recognizes that, and she's really
sitting way further up, waiting for that peak that comes out the back. And that's the best wave that it comes out here in Itaúna. It's just a tough position for you to situate yourself in the lineup.
To wait,
yeah,
to get there, to have the patience, anticipate what could come, and then, you know,
unique
hope to
takeoff.
perform too.
Yes, and unique takeoff spot. Like, you're kind of out the back. The only wave you're going to get there is that one. You can't really search for anything underneath, so you need to be very confident and patient.
This year is so important in so many ways for the title race, always on the championship tour, but also for Olympic qualification season. Just like we mentioned how Tyler missed out on this new format the last 2 years. She also missed out on representing Australia in the Olympic Games in Tokyo 2020. Right now in a great position to provisionally qualify this year as the highest ranked Australian on tour so far. Molly Picklum behind her, and right behind Molly, Steph Gilmore. So that's going to be an exciting one to follow. If you have a few Australians on the women's side at lowers in September, those decisions might be made on the World Championship day. And how beautiful is it here on Saturday? Checking out this great town of Saquarema. That's that church on the hill in the distance. As we focus on the scenarios for the qualification season. Right now, Australia would be counting on Tyler and Molly to represent in Tahiti if it all ended today. But we've got a lot of points out there. Gilmore knows that. One of her favorite events on tour is coming up next at Jeffreys Bay, followed by the showdown at Teahupo'o. So we'll keep you posted. We've already had 4 women provisionally qualify for the Olympic Games in 2024. Tatiana Weston-Webb, Joanne DeFay, Brisa Hennessy, and Teresa Bonvalant. They got that celebration back when we were in West Oz at Margaret River. Looking forward for their journey to take on Tahiti. How cool is that? Paris 2024, they're able to use Tahiti as the platform for the best surfers in the world. I can't wait.
I'm so excited to watch that, and you can see the excitement from the surfers leading up to it as well. Like, I've talked to a few of them, and they're already saying, oh, I want to go to Tahiti at least twice before the event starts, the Olympic event starts, and they want to get going. They know how important that is for them, and such a challenging condition, such a different and unique type of wave that you need a lot of time there, and it's smart of them to be thinking that way.
Yeah, you know, it's a scary thought to me, you know, when I think about it. You know, the wave is not friendly when it's, you know, even 4 feet, you know, on like an 8-foot face wave there just will take you down. It's so shallow on that inside reef. It's wild the way that it just stands up and runs down at that size, but then you can stay deep. We saw Kaoli Voss take down Kelly Slater out there in heats where you just, you know, local knowledge paid off, and it's just really a hard wave to read at different sizes.
Worst wipe out of your life would have to be out there?
100%, yeah.
14:15 on the clock. Priority with Caroline Marks. Tyler takes an extra look at that left-hand wedge. Mind surf that one with us.
Wow.
And Caroline still patient, but just underneath Tyler, almost in position to have another look. I mean, she could easily improve on a 4.77 if she's smart about positioning here under priority. Another look for Tyler, and she decides to hold back, so situation stays the same. Quickly just draining through that inside sandbar. Right holds down the lead. Caroline holds down priority in the rematch from the final from El Salvador. Marks in this semifinal still chasing a 6.78. We'll be right back. The Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By Australian Gold, feeling gold. By TikTok, download the app. And by Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. Happy Finals Day. Love hanging out on the beach here at Itaúna. You can see people play foot volley. It's when you kind of play soccer and volleyball all at the same time. It's incredible to watch. Right around the corner in the town, there's actually a really cool spot to buy a churro. If you haven't had a churro from Brazil, you've got to check that off.
You're still thinking about that, huh?
I can't wait. Right after the final, head straight there. You like them, Jesse?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite desserts for sure. Growing up, like, that's all you wanted to do, but kind of getting clipped by mom and dad a lot of times because
Smart.
It's very fried.
Smart, yes, exactly.
But it's
clipped by mom and dad.
Yeah, smart. That's
You're
good
older now.
parenting.
You know?
I can make my own decisions now. I hope so.
Well, I'll see you over there after the final. 10:45. Caitlin Simmers checking in. Coming up next, 17-year-old phenom takes on Carissa Moore. She kind of has that style where she can create a big score on one turn, which makes Tommy Whitaker smile. They're trying to be serious there.
Yeah, they were, but you can't sometimes. You got to let it go when it's happening and it bubbles up. Let the bubbles overflow. You know what I mean? And you pour that glass of champagne and it just overflows sometimes.
Little predictions from Caitlin and Carissa coming up next. Jesse, how do you think this one's going to play out?
It's polar opposites again. They're both for the backhand, but one is so much more powerful than the other. But on the other hand, you have a fresh line coming from Caitlin, which is, we haven't seen much of it yet. So everything she does is pretty exciting. And yeah, I think, in my opinion, because of the role and the consistency that Carissa is bringing throughout the year, I have her, and the maturity as well, and conditions being a bit heavy, but it's anyone's game.
Yeah, I really enjoyed last night when in the afternoon when Caitlin was throwing her little body at a big lip. I mean, she was just sending it, and I really enjoyed that about her. I think, though, now that we have the conditions a little bit more subdued, and I feel like, you know, it could be a little bit of a battle, actually, between the two. One's looking a little more radical, the other one's more powerful, so, you know, power to, like, kind of more technical surfing is going to be fun to watch, the juxtaposition there.
I like that. Looking forward to the second semifinal. It's all about big numbers, though, to get this far in the event. It is finals day, so Tyler and Caroline have given us a lot of entertainment. Carissa Moore with that 8.83 from last night, under priority of Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. Caroline 8.33. Tyler in the water now, third best score of the event at the 7.83. And Betty Lou still hanging out on finals day, supporting the competitors for the rest of the morning. Had a standout performance eliminating the GOAT, 8-time world champ in the elimination round. Oof. But I talked to her moments ago, pretty excited about heading to South Africa and competing at Jeffreys Bay for the first time.
That's going to be fun, 100%. Out in the water right here, these two surfers, I think Caroline was smart to make an adjustment and move a little further back inside. I feel like that tide's filling back in now. We're off the high tide mark, or low tide mark, sorry, and it's going to start coming in. And as that happens, the whole platform and you know, playing field moves in towards the beach more, and you have to adjust to those moments. And I feel like those inside waves that stand up on the sandbar more give you more opportunity.
7:44, a little bit of a lull. Let's check in with Maida here at the activation site.
Hi, I'm here at Saquarema City Photo Exhibit. It's where you can come to see all these beautiful pictures. There are a lot of amazing pictures of the natural beauty here in Saquarema. And also we have the boards of Leo Neves, all these kind of things that you can feel a little bit of this beautiful town. So come over, have a relax here and enjoy it.
Well, that's really special. Thank you, Maida. And every time we're in Saquarema, we always are thinking of Leo Neves, an absolute warrior on tour. Remember him competing at Sunset Beach and all over the world. So powerful. And he was so kind in giving back all of his knowledge when international surfers would compete here at Saquarema. Shout out to his entire family, as we're always thinking of Leo. As we look at Carissa Moore preparing. Had some great moments upstairs with Mitchell Ross and got all the words of wisdom from him, and it's all about her space.
You see that little detail on the leash placement?
What'd you see there?
It wasn't off the back, it was off to the side.
Interesting.
So, you know, when you're standing on your board, you have it off the back. It's kind of like maybe dragging in the water.
Wow.
But if you put it off to the side there,
do you do that?
Straight off the back, yeah, of course.
Do you do that, Jesse?
I'm on the side, yeah.
You're on the side. Why didn't you guys tell this, share this with me before?
We thought he knew, man.
All right.
But check this out, how important that wave, that backup wave was from Tyler in the beginning of the heat. Just now, we did not expect the wave should go quiet for that long. And we're almost going down to 5 minutes in the end of the heat. And that's just so much extra pressure applied to Caroline, and actually less pressure to Tyler trying to look for a backup. So she's now just sitting there, just waiting for any movement that Caroline does so she can even put more pressure in it.
A lot of time has gone off the clock, and the only thing in Caroline's favor is that her backup is higher than Tyler's, right? So, you know, when the opportunity arises and if she can capitalize and perform, you know, she might have an upper hand only because of that.
Yes, and that makes her not look for the best wave of the heat, so that's an advantage like you mentioned. And we see how that's going to play out. It's quite slow. It looks like we have a few lines on the horizon looking back here. They actually, seems like they're in a good spot for it. It might be a very deep set, but it might run towards them, and that's going to play out in a few seconds.
So Tyler having a smart game plan to kick things off. Mentioned how Tyler and Caroline have a lot in common. Tyler had a wild card at 14, won an event. He's still the youngest ever to win a CT. Caroline got her first wild card at 13. Both identified as future champions. Caroline's come close, finishing runner-up in the world and qualifying for the Olympic Games. Tyler going for a third world title. Remember, 4:30 to go. If Tyler stays in the lead and wins this heat, she will officially clinch her spot the WSL Final 5 as we enjoy the recap. Goofy Foot's loving a performance left. Caroline opened with a 4.83. Probably in her mind, she's going to have quite a few of these. Still, her only real score in this semifinal.
Yeah, and almost I feel like a lost opportunity like Strider mentioned. There's been a few waves underneath them, but they're just positioned themselves just to get the sets, and Tyler taking advantage of that and just getting a good score in the beginning of the heat and then backing it up.
Solid backhand surfing from Tyler Wright. 6.83, then right into a 4.77. With solid looks like this, deep off the bottom and adjusted to a solid power carve there was.
Yeah, you know, the wave had a little froth on it, but you know what? She powered through and she looked really solid. And, you know, she placed the board perfectly where she needed to and got the number down to put a good backup score for her and put the pressure on Caroline. Caroline really sat for so long in this heat, and that was, I think, the demise of her currently, you know, sitting out there waiting and hoping for that big set to come. As the tide pushes in, I think it foiled her plan, and I think it was really smart for her to move back to the inside, but still waiting there. Look, she's, you know, only 3 minutes left on the clock, shadowed by Tyler. Pressure breathing down your neck. Can you perform when it comes?
It's so true. I mean, for Caroline, she likes catching a lot of waves, you know, and then just, you know, the personality shift when you're in a heat, when you have Tyler Wright and what you're willing to do and not do when it comes to putting a jersey on. You could see her surfing with a clear game plan, which you almost wish you would let go of a bit and catch a few more waves, because her approach is solid out here at Itaúna. Here comes Caroline after a long wait, having to play catch up to the open face. Once she gets there, she throws down a solid slice, carves it, snaps it off the top again. Inside section, she earns it with a little tap on the whitewater. Trying to fit in a lot of turns way down the line. She's chasing a 6.78 as we approach the 2-minute mark.
And that's what she could have done a while ago already, because the heat's very warm as we speak, mostly for the conditions we got. And it wasn't that great of a wave, but she's still going to get a decent score from it, as you see right here, coming from behind. And then this first turn is what I was mentioning from her. She's able to get so much drive and just power throughout her turns. And the wave gets a little bit washed right here, and she just tried to get some extra points. She's going to be back in the heat a little bit closer, in my opinion. But the problem now, she only has 1 minute and 30 seconds left, and Tyler with priority.
And we'll see if that came in too late. Red Bull skis in effect for Caroline Marks as Tyler already digs in on the backhand. Start off with a bigger wall, but all the foam on the face is making this one a little bit more interesting. Now nice off the top. Placed it perfectly right in the pocket. Good timing for Tyler Wright with the momentum she has, looking to improve on that 4.77 into the final minute.
I think she did. I feel like, you know, Caroline was trying to identify a wave, but, you know, I got a little ants in her pants, and she had to get away really quick. You know, you get excited. You know, these waves, this wave for Tyler, even though it had the foam on the face, where she put her board into the corner and did her turns, they were in the perfect spot, and that's what you need, is a wave that's going to stand up and give you the opportunity to put your board up into the corner. Nice power gouge to start, and then right here she goes to work on the open face into the lip. I mean, I feel like she's just found the right waves to win the heat so far.
So the rematch from El Salvador's final here in the semifinal here at Saquarema. Tyler Wright throwing some clean backhand turns against the goofy foot of Caroline Marks. The goofy turns in a 5.67 on her last. So did make that improvement that you were expecting. But now with 10 seconds to go, chasing at least a 5.94. And that's still before Tyler's last comes through. We're into the countdown. Tyler definitely making a big improvement with her performance on her final wave. It comes in at a 6.9 to shut the door on Caroline Marks. Well done to Tyler Wright. 13.73 combined total into another CT final this season, and she has officially clinched her spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals, and we're getting to see her compete for a third world title at the end of the year. Looking forward to seeing her compete in this format for the first time, and much deserved, as she's been on fire this year. Jesse?
Yeah, it just shows how consistent she is, and she's making the right decisions mostly every time she's on a heat. So very smart surfing for her, and yeah, excited for the next one.
Only 3 spots left in the WSL Final 5 on the women's side as finals day continues. World number 1 coming up next. Carissa Moore takes on Caitlin Simmers.
I'm so stoked to clinch my spot here in Brazil. 2 events left and a little bit more here. It kind of takes a little bit of pressure off, obviously.
Carissa on a wedging left, ton of speed, tags the lift. Carissa Moore has done it again. Caitlin Simmers from Oceanside, California, throws down a snap, flows right over the white water. She draws the coolest lines, so creative, just so much fun.
I'm soaked.
Caitlin Simmers taking on Carissa Moore in semifinal number 2. Carissa, a 5-time world champ, Olympic gold medalist, and one of the best to ever compete on the championship tour. And Simmers has a big reputation, just like Carissa did when she was 17. Caitlin ranked number 7 in the world, but we can guarantee you that's going to be changing heading into Jeffreys Bay, with big names dropping like Steph Gilmore, like Tatiana Weston-Webb, who are tied in 5th, coming in at stop number 8, both losing in the elimination round. So stand by for a big update before we head to South Africa. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and Strider Raspberry-Wazalewski for the call here, coming off a great heat where Tyler used that experience, all those years on tour, all those finals in Brazil. She's got a shot for a 4th title in this amazing country. Will it be Carissa joining her or Caitlin Simmers? We've got a lot of time on the clock to find out, Jesse.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match. Carissa started with a very low score of a 0.5, and Caitlin has actually been playing a very smart game. I've been watching closely her heats this event, and she's been very calm, very selective, and almost pulling the trigger at the right time always. So good rhythm for her throughout the event, and that really helps you confidence-wise.
Let's now hear from Tyler Wright with Kaipo.
Tyler, into your 5th final this season, how are you feeling?
Feel good. Yeah, well, it's feel good. That was the first time I've ridden that since Bells, I think. I've broken 2 of my best boards, so we're under that one, but it's still a really good board. I've won Bells on it, well, most of the Bells anyway, and yeah, so no, I feel good. I feel, yeah, good.
Additional great news for you. You've clinched your spot in the final 5. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, it's yeah, it's a lot of hard work. That's cool. Pretty happy with that, actually. It's been a long time since I've been in title contention. I think it's been 5 years. So, you know, I think the main thing for me is to stay in my process, though, and just keep, you know, I kind of have, like, ideas and thoughts of kind of what I want to do, and it's just been in my process, and I think that's where the joys really come back into it for me, I think. And yeah, just kind of just staying focused on that, and I really do want to finish a year. I haven't finished a year in 5 years, so that'd be pretty cool. And no, we just keep, I don't know, one foot in front of the other. It's not too complicated for me, but it's pretty cool news.
Well, Tyler, we're going to plan on seeing you at the Rip Curl WSL Final, Lower Trestle, September 8th.
Tyler swinging again.
Slotted deep and finds the exit.
Tyler Wright, tube hunting. Well, Tyler Wright on to the finals.
I don't have an option to not show up.
Here's Tyler, looking strong. Beautiful work on the rail for Tyler Wright.
It's not so much about winning as it is just doing it my way.
Tyler Wright, back-to-back seasons, a champion once again at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach.
Tyler Wright is a world title contender this year. She's got a job to do, and I feel like she's going to do it.
For the first time, we will see Tyler Wright at the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Can't wait to see Tyler Wright compete for a 3rd world title, and a wonderful moment for her and her wife to celebrate that accomplishment.
I'll go find Kingy. Yeah.
I think Tyler's going to tell Coach that they did it. They'll be competing together for a 3rd world title. And it was a very interesting road for Tyler. A lot of similarities with John Florence. They won in back-to-back years together, 2016, 2017. It was really tough for John to finish a year. And just like Tyler, it's so interesting how they went through those similar paths, winning together at the same time, going back-to-back at the same time. So it's about time for both of them to complete a season as we look at that stylish bottom turn from Caitlin Simmers. She loves just reaching down and touching the rail. stylistically, it looks great, Jesse, but anything as well for technique and fundamentals to help you perform by getting low like that?
Definitely, everything counts, and Caitlin is such a technical surfer. She surfs different than anyone on tour as we speak right now. It looks like Carissa's going to have a look.
Late takeoff, little wedge for Riss. The Hawaiian deep off the bottom, and she will just kick out. So wanted to sneak in maybe one big closeout hack, but didn't have enough time to get there, Strider.
Yeah, it's been a while since a real set came through, and they were out of position. You know, I think, you know, waiting for those double ups that were coming on the inside sandbar, and then all of a sudden, boom, there's that big one that comes through out the back. Let's say Caroline was waiting for. So that's why she took off so far inside and kind of late, and then tried to get one turn, big turn in, but you can see the board kind of hit the little bit of a warble, so she didn't get the chance to sink in and really go up and do that off the top she wanted.
Just didn't quite get there. What about Caitlin's wave, Jesse?
Caitlin's wave, unfortunately for her, it was nice technique, nice rep, but just a very shouldery wave, so not giving her the opportunity to apply critical turns.
As we take another look, touching that rail, Strider, do you like doing that?
I love it. I wish I could get down that far. I'm so stiff I can't touch my rail.
What about for Caitlin? I mean, it makes a little point of difference. We don't really see a lot of the surfers taking on that approach.
I think it's a beautiful touch. I feel like it really gives you the understanding that she's, you know, engaged and low and ready to, you know, react. It gives you an opportunity to stay in the zone and really react to whatever you want. I also like brings up flashes of like Brad Gerlach back in the day when he was just low and turning super hard and touching the rail. So I really enjoy the style and the kind of, I don't know, she's so young, but she feels like she's got an old soul to me when I watch her surf.
Representing California, a quick shout out to one of the greats, Courtney Conlock. Hope you're having a blast. Missing you at these big events. Carissa Moore throws down a beautiful carve to the bottom of the wave. And that's all she was able to get done. So the scores will remain pretty slow here in the second semifinal. Thinking about the last heat, having quite a serious lull on the back end. We'll see if they get more action here, Jesse.
Yeah, I actually love that first turn. The way she was able to kind of carve it down on her backhand, it's very tough to do and make it look that big. Check this out. Her inside rail really driving through, pushing just enough that back foot so it doesn't cut short and really draws it out. And that was beautiful. I thought she was going to get some extra turns right there, and she was going to look to a healthy score, but unfortunately that wave just disappeared in front of her.
It's cool when you see a nicely placed down carve, front side or back side. You channel all that wave from the top. Sometimes it almost looks like a high line attempt, and then you just go all your energy straight down to the bottom of the wave and burn all that speed. I think Carissa was hoping to channel that into a bottom turn to combo it up, but she'll still get a 383.
And that's for a single turn and almost like a setup turn. So imagine if she had something else down the line, she was going to be looking into a great wave under her belt.
Carissa Moore second on the all-time win list, just to Stephanie Gilmore, which makes you remember how much we're appreciating the generation right now in front of us to have the GOAT, Steph Gilmore, 8 world titles, Carissa with 5, Tyler with 2, all in the same generation at the same time. That's why we saw women's surfing change so rapidly. There's been some dynasties in the sport. You know, even for Steph, won 4 straights. Carissa showed up, started changing that around, and then Tyler as well became a great rival for Riss and Steph Gilmore. As we're trying to wait to see if we're going to get a brand new champion this year. Caitlin Simmers has been touted as a world title threat based on her free surfing clips, her easygoing personality in big heats, already finding a way to win this early as a rookie on tour. You don't see surfers like her come up very often.
You don't, and you know, it's interesting. She won an event already without the confidence that you see in her today. And I feel like it's a big note because watching her surf now is even more fun. And watching her gain momentum and seeing her win at such a young age without the stability of the confidence that she has even now, I feel like we're just going to see more and more as the time goes by. And I feel like we're, you know, if it's not this year, next year, you know, we're going to see her right there for a world title.
She's had a great routine this week. Remember, 7 lay days before we got things underway yesterday. And I talked to her dad They said they found a little bank in the middle of the beach, kind of like where Joachianca and everyone was surfing throughout the week, and they'd get out there early, be the only ones out, but Caitlin surfs so well. Next thing you know, everyone's like, hey, what's going on down there? And it would just get incredibly crowded, but they do. They had about, 20 minutes to get a bunch of waves quickly before it was just an insta crowd all around them. Everyone's saying hi, meeting Caitlin, and she's such a kind person. She has time for everybody. They knew those little practices were limited. They'd get out there and then blow up the spot and then sneak back out and enjoy the scenes here at Saquarema. And the free surf clips in the warm-ups are so entertaining.
It's probably like running your own little heat.
Yeah.
You only have a certain amount of time to perform before you get the onslaught of the crowd coming out, so you might as well get in your little heat and put the numbers up, and maybe that's what it's playing out for.
Plenty of time to relive some special moments from this season. The best for Caitlin Simmers at stop number 3 of the year, going to Peniche, Portugal. The wave called Super Tubos. She was fired up, absolutely charging. A lot of buzzer beaters on road to this victory, Strider.
Yeah, and just throwing her board into position. I mean, those waves were so powerful at Super Tubos, and she was just, finding the technique to put herself right in the slot. I mean, she was so amazing at putting herself into the spot and just being in the tube or up into the lip line and then coming out of it before the implosion. I mean, she was working so well underneath the tutelage of Tommy Whitaker as to finding what she needed to do to have her first win.
She doesn't mind surfing slabs, so that always helps her when it's a closeout looking wave at Super Tubos, and she can take off late, knife it, and pull right in. A beautiful moment for Caitlin Simmers, and a classic moment on the podium because the trophy was twice her size.
Yeah, I remember. I think I've watched something that Joan was like helping her out.
Yeah,
like,
she had some help to push that thing. Yeah, that thing must have weighed as much as her, at least.
Yeah, that's true, and that just shows how talented she is because those waves were so heavy. There's some of those days that we had waves up to 10 foot and just not a normal beach break, just a very deep water into the shallow bank type of wave, so very slabby type of beach break, and she was matching very well.
Growing up in the beach breaks of Oceanside, and it's really common these days for all the talented young surfers in Southern California to spend most of their sessions at lower trestles. You get people driving up from where Caitlin lives and even further south to challenge himself on the right and the left, challenge himself with the crowd, but it's a wave that makes everybody look good. And I always talk to one of our co-commentators, Rosie Hodge, who surfs there a lot. I'm like, oh, how's Caitlin been out at lowers? And she's like, I never see her out here. It's one, she just does her own thing, stays in Oceanside. It's like you definitely can tell she's got her own look on how she wants to do her thing on tour, and she doesn't feel the need to have to mix it up with everybody in the world at lowers every day, and she'll stay at home and find a sandbar, surf with her brother, and have a lot of fun.
Well, if you're lucky enough to have a little wave like that, in Oceanside, there's a lot of little, peaks around. So I'm sure they're like, quiet, quiet.
Don't blow up. Well, you're also in a great position to head south, across the border, head into Baja, California, and you can find some great waves there. It's a big routine for not just surfers from San Diego, but from further north as well. You can just disappear, feel the Latin culture, get some great waves and hop back, and it's just a couple hours away. Simmers 2.5 in this one, 3.83. Mayhem happy that there's more points heading his way on the Vissla CT Shaper rankings with Carissa Moore. And Caitlin Simmers is one of those surfers that's got all the attention from Chris Bohr's Designs, who shaped under the Rusty label for a very long time. I believe it was guys like the Weatherly brothers that made the introduction, started shaping for Rusty, and now making some great boards for Caitlin Simmers and legends like Taylor Knox. You kind of like that, just having all that attention heading your way. Might be tough to get involved in the Vissla CT Shaper rankings, but you're just counting on Simmers to get you some points, and she's done well getting that win in Portugal and sitting number 7 in the world at the moment.
And yeah, if you want to have someone in your team, if it's only one pick, she's almost a girl to have because she's still so young, so she has still at least 10 years ahead of her if she keeps pushing the way she is. And yeah, it's looking good. Bright future for both of them.
Is your shaper here at the contest?
Yes, he actually is.
Did you put in a couple of orders?
He brought me 6 boards when I got here.
Wow.
Thank you, Sharp Eye Surfboards.
I need to talk to Matt. I don't have enough boards.
Right?
You got 6? I got like 2. No, I'm just kidding.
Sharp Eye doing an amazing job. He grew up down in Rio de Janeiro. As we look at a big wall there for Caitlin Simmers. Driving off the bottom, nice wrap off the top. She has room to set up that third turn, redirect, little ollie in transition. And the crowd loving that, identifying a big wall that stretched out for her and picked off a few solid turns. Her best number so far will be coming through, and she'll get the lead off Carissa Moore.
Yeah, and that's just what I was saying a little earlier. She's been so mature throughout this event, just making the right decisions, pulling the trigger at the right waves, and somehow always identifying the bigger waves of the heat. And check this one out, just a jam. Nice bottom turn here, going so vertical and like driving through that turn. Very beautiful surfing for her, very casual as well on top of the board, and finishing it off. She's gonna get a healthy score on this wave.
I love that first turn. She put a little extra whip off this one.
You know how big that wave was. I mean, that was a pretty solid, you know, well overhead, you know, wave for Caitlin, and she just went right after it. We saw her do it yesterday afternoon, finding that big section, and she did it again just there. It was beautiful to watch. Inside, a little frothy, but still placing the board right into the lip where she needed it. So kind of a little bit of the Tyler Wright there on the backhand, just putting the board right where she needed to.
Scores coming through for Caitlin Simmers. It's a solid one, a 7.5, and the lead off Carissa Moore. Remember, this is their first meeting at the CT level, so they're just getting to know each other in a big clash in the semifinal. Carissa will have priority chasing a 6.18, but this is how the judges reacted. The 8 gets thrown out, and the 7 gets thrown out for a solid 7.5.
So, I mean, great surfing. That bottom turn shot of her coming off that, you know, when the wedge was standing up and she was just looking over her shoulder. Impressive. I love the setup and the execution up into that corner. Big turn, big fan. Caitlin representing.
Gosh, she certainly is. Big lead change for Caitlin Simmers. Carissa Moore is the defending event champion. That's going for another title here in Rio, and it's interesting because Carissa is so consistent at this venue. Has a lot of big numbers. She called the win last year one of her best of her career because she started off with a 1.8 total in the opening round, which never happens for her. And she said when that just felt horrible, she was so happy that she moved forward and ended up beating Joanne Defay in the final. So for Carissa, that's all experience. She's been in situations where she's had to crawl back into heat so many times in her career. So Caitlin Simmers can't relax just yet.
Yeah, and no backups yet for Caitlin, so the heat's still wide open. Most of Carissa's stats out here in Saquarema. Last year, almost looking like a little bit, the finals day looking like a day like today. Maybe a little smaller last year, so today a little bigger, more clean. But she's right at home. She knows what she needs to do.
Exciting times in the semifinals as the men are prepared to come up next. An all-Australian battle. Ryan Callanan taking on Ethan Ewing in the first matchup coming up next. We'll be right back. The Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. By Oakberry, not just acai, it's Oakberry. And by Yeti, built for the wild. Bon dia, everybody, and surf fans watching around the world. It's still just 9:40 in the morning. You get a lot done when you start at 6:30 a.m. on a beautiful sunrise, and I think one of our commentators, Maida, might be having the most fun. She finds herself in the activation site once again.
I am here at Banco do Brasil climbing wall. I went already on the zip line and it was amazing. So now I will try to climb this wall. It's where all the fans can come and try it too. So let's go.
It's like climbing the wall to get into the finals.
I love it. Maida having so much fun on the rock climbing wall, enjoying the activation site. She was on the surfboard zip line the other day, and she'll be right back in this huge crowd. Okay, I asked you guys at 6:30 how many people were on the beach, and now everybody is here. Everyone's awake in Saquarema. People have found parking that drove from far away to get here on a Saturday. People are still walking through the streets to come down to see who will be the champions of this event. And especially with a Brazilian still left in the draw. Still up to Iago Dora to keep this one in Brazil.
Yeah, we have the lonely warrior representing the country, so everyone's going to be backing him up. And they were already this morning. They were fired up, even though he was against Jadi. It was a great match, and I actually saw more screaming for Iago, so I think they want him to maybe get a win here and also climb the rankings and may put himself in a situation to qualify for the top 5.
Here we go. Wedge setting up for Caitlin Simmers. There's that big bottom turn, attacking the lip with an air drop. She is so aggressive. Doesn't matter if the lip's falling down, she's going to go for it. Moore with a big answer back, a crushing backside hack, but she lets go of it, and the fans can't believe it.
It's so amazing to watch the fans here. They're so engaged. They really love watching surfing. They love, you know, all the pros that come here. They're so knowledgeable. They know who everybody is. And, you know, the heat IQ for them on the beach is there. And I just feel like, you know, it is probably the most engaged crowd that has the knowledge of the sport in the world. It's crazy to watch.
Yeah, it's amazing, and how much they back every surfer up. Like, they just want to see a good show. Obviously, if there's a fellow Brazilian in the water, they're going to ton it up way more for the Brazilian, but as soon as there's good surfing, they're just excited to watch.
I really like that. I like the energy, and I think the surfers that aren't from here that compete, they're ready for that, and it makes sense. Like at any sporting arena, you're going for your home team, and you hear it more here than anywhere else in the world. What happened on Carissa's turn here?
She crushed the lip. The fins ditch out the back, so she comes in a little late with the lip and then just gets imploded. She was off balance coming in, right? So beautiful work, though. But this turn right here, I mean, straight through the lip, gets projected out onto the flats. Simmers comes down with the backup score.
Yeah, that was a great critical turn for her. Lots of spray, air dropping it down, and right now, Carissa is going to be in trouble. She's going to be needing 2 scores probably. Maybe not 2 scores in combination situation, but just the fact that she might need just that big of a score. She's going to be looking for 2 waves to make her job a little bit more simple, and there's not much time left, 8 minutes only.
Gosh, Carissa came close to throwing down a massive number if she could have hung on to that big power hack. Caitlin Simmers going a bit more vertical, using a tighter space there, and it came down as a 6.17. So going with her 7.5. Carissa Moore needs a 9.84, so that's what Jesse was explaining there. I mean, she can do it in one wave. It is risk, but plenty of time to get 2 new scores.
Let's just take it back to the final last year. She needed 1 big score to win it. Remember the 2-turn combo to bring it home? I think it was a 9.
It was, yeah.
So
against Joanne,
you know, that she's not in unfamiliar territory.
And also,
that's what I'm talking about.
If you stop and think, if you look at Caitlin Simmer, 6.17, it was one big turn. Carissa Moore's wave was probably going to be close to an excellent range only with that turn, because that turn was more critical. She had way more drive and way more power, kind of had a bigger release as well. Unfortunately, she got stuck, so kind of a mistake. And the problem right now, she's sitting in second priority, so 6 minutes and 50 seconds left. It's looking tough for her.
This is going to be fun to watch the rest of this one play out. There's going to be another exchange. There's going to be fireworks. We're going to get to see the action.
And I mean, if you are Steph Gilmore, if you're Tatiana, if you're Molly Picklum, you're probably hoping that Carissa just continues to take surfers down. For Caitlin Simmer, she's coming from deeper on the rankings, and someone's not going to be in the WSL Final 5 that was there entering Brazil. So the more points Simmers get, the tougher it'll be for the surfers that were knocked out in the elimination round heading into Jeffreys Bay. Carissa's already clinched. Tyler's already clinched. Just 3 spots remaining for the championship day. So we see Carissa Moore pacing a bit, finding something to work with under priority. And she'll get started. Nice swing off the lip quickly for the 5-time world champ. Belts it again. Now a third move off the top, and she'll right away.
And in my opinion, that's kind of a mistake. Her sitting with no scores right now with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left. If I was scaling, I would let just not catch a wave and sit even longer so time would go by. So that's probably going to better her situation. This is going to be much closer.
100%. That's going to, you know, she's going to stack up a score that she needed. She's going to, you know, reduce the requirement, and she's going to have another chance because she's going to get right back out there on the ski. You know, she's not going to go for that one big crazy wave that she needs. She's actually going to do, I think, what you were saying, Jesse, and stack into 2 waves. And she has the time to do it with the utilization of the Red Bull ski to come in there, get her, and take her right back out. She killed this wave. She really did some great work in the lip, in the critical section. I think she loves it.
Interesting. Carissa Moore getting a wave under priority to crawl back into this heat. It comes in at a 5.73. So now Carissa needs a 7.94 to get the lead. Much easier score to digest for anybody on tour. 4:30 on the clock. It's interesting because you could probably go into Caitlin's headspace. The waves she wants are those bigger set waves. That one didn't look like one. However, you've got to make those adjustments with the time remaining. Having a 5-time world champion next to you, you don't want to open that door whatsoever for a surfer like Carissa.
Because like she had the clock in her advantage. She had 2 great waves. Carissa had nothing, and there wasn't much time left. So if you make the clock run down and even just block her, maybe not even go, because she probably was looking for a wave that wasn't going to better her situation. But overall, it was just making the gap way closer now, less than 2 points of a difference, you know?
Here's the recap from semifinal number 2. Caitlin Simmers picking on a long left, attacking it, turning it a 7.5. Her very next wave was able to turn it in a 6.17. One big hack, controlled it nice and vertically with that airdrop. Doesn't get more critical than that. The 17-year-old taking a big lead over the 5-time world champ was.
Yeah, you know what? The champ's not done yet, though. I'm not counting her out. She's putting in work to build the house again. She's got the front door up. She's going to throw some windows in it if she can just get another wave sitting out the back.
Trying to set herself up for a final wave here. We're past 10,000, are we, with fans on the beach?
Yeah, it looks pretty packed right now. Look at that.
Might get close to 20,000.
I think we cooked those numbers. They're done. Put them in the oven. You know, we're going to start putting some more in there. I feel like there's like at least like 30,000 cookies on the beach.
You're always so hungry. 2:45 on the clock here. Caitlin Simmers out in front. Carissa Moore, 5.73 under priority. That's world champs type stuff, as she needs a 7.94 now to turn this around and have an all world champs final. And Tyler and Chris have had so many showdowns over the last decade. But we've got a new kid on the block this might be a year we see a new world champion. Outside of Steph, Carissa, and Tyler, they've owned the last 15 years on tour. 2 minutes to go here. Carissa trying to find some space. Remember, Caitlin's been holding priority, so even though she did let Carissa go, she can play some serious defense now. But now they're going back and forth. Carissa might force Caitlin to make a decision, and Caitlin's going to let her go, and a great leave, a straight closeout on the entire beach. And now down to 90 seconds. Can Carissa do it again and pull off a miracle like she did last season here in Saquarema? Riss already with 3 championship tour wins this year. As we take another look, Carissa deciding to hold back. And it was actually a smart move. I think it was more for Carissa trying to force Caitlin to give up priority.
Yeah, she was trying to sell lemons right there. Didn't look like that good of a wave. Kind of stretched out already. And
yeah, Caitlin has the sweet taste of victory in her mouth. She doesn't want a sour lemon, that's for sure. I mean, she's really smart and you know, playing a really great game right now. For her headspace to just settle in and you know, see her playing this is really fun for me as a serve fan to watch the headspace of her and how mature she's acting right now.
Oh, how you handle one of the best ever. It's really impressive. She's been on the best waves and she's performed. Carissa had her opportunity, big, huge power carve, ended up letting go the finish. Down to 25 seconds. You'd think Caitlin might go there, but she doesn't. Carissa needs a 7.94, a little running right, sets up one big turn, and she goes down. Caitlin's feeling incredible right now. One of the biggest heat wins of her career into her first final in Brazil, as she'll be taking on Tyler Wright. Massive moment for young Caitlin Simmers. Her first heat against a 5-time world champ turns into a win. 1-0 in favor of the surfer from Southern California.
Such a phenom, man. It's crazy. First year on tour, that young of an age, making 2 finals. It's incredible.
Caitlin taking on Tyler here at Saquarema for a big trophy, for also 10,000 points. Now we can guarantee you things are changing big time. The WSL Final 5. Caitlin's dad happy about that one. Tommy Whitaker too. What a brilliant performance. Coming up next, semifinals continue. A rematch from the Bells final with Ryan Callanan and Ethan Ewing. We'll bring in Kaipo Guerrero and Mitchell Salazar for the call right after this.
I feel amazing. You know, just to come here and have the crowd cheering and the waves turn on for finals day, you know.
Carve off the tops, hits it with authority in the pocket.
It's super fun waves.
feel pretty comfortable, and it's exciting to have the best waves of the waiting period on the last day.
Let's get caught up how things started during the break. Big vert from Ethan Ewing, backed it up again.
Yeah, really excited.
The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. We have the women's final all set. The crowd is gathering here in Saquarema. Let's get ready to set our men's final with men's semifinal number 1 out in the water. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. We got an all-Australian semifinal on our hands.
And it's going to be a great one. A master tactician in Ethan Ewing against the radical surfer and Ryan Callanan. Really looking forward to this one, especially with the great waves we have on offer.
Talk about timing. Final day of the waiting period, and it is the best surf that we've seen our entire stay here. So what do they say? You want to peak in the end, and that's exactly what we're doing here finals day in Saquarema, taking a look at our semifinal setup here, and the iconic Nossa Senora de Nazaré up on the hill. We got this action where we have a goofy foot versus regular foot, both out of Australia. Ryan Callanan, the Novocastrian, ranked number 11 coming into this event. Number 4 on the ratings, representing North Stradbroke Island, Ethan Ewing. Your thoughts on the strengths of each of these surfers, Mitchell?
Well, Ryan Callanan proved this morning that he's more than capable of dropping some excellent scores, and especially on these big lefts. But Ethan Ewing is a master tactician out there, Kaipo. I expect him to be on the best waves in this heat.
Here we go with Ewing on the replay.
On a great start with this wave right here. Beautiful carve into a lip line hit and mistimes the third one, so going to be a mid-range score. But how about the technique right here? Brings it all the way around. Really like that rooster tail, how he kind of pushes the tail part of the board out a little bit more. And unfortunately for him, right there at the end, mistimed a little bit.
Live action. Arkel, Ryan Callanan. Get a little slippery off the top there. Snap. And the nice finish. So pretty even exchange as we look at this opening exchange between Ryan Callanan and Ethan Ewing. This is a rematch of the final that we saw just this year at Bells Beach.
Yeah, and Rhino here with a decent wave to start things off, Kaipo. Really like this opening turn from Ryan Callanan, able to bring it around, slid the fins, nearly lost it due to the backwash, but recovered extremely well into the lip, and then with the foam climb to finish. We actually saw him a few minutes ago, and he seemed like he was very stoked to paddle out, seemed in tune with the ocean, and you can see right here his timing has been on point with these waves. Great opening turn and decent combo to finish into the lip line, and then the foam climb at the end.
Yeah, Ryan on his way to his best year on the championship tour, second final this year. Look at this. Just the control and the push and pull, able to push through a turn and then pull down through the bottom a little bit and control the slide.
What's really impressive about that wave too is that his back foot was always on the back part of the tail pad too. For most people, shifting your feet back and forth, especially to manage your speed, is something imperative here at a beach break.
Taking a look at our brackets for the women, we're down to just 2. Tyler Wright overcame Caroline Mock, semifinal number 1. She's in the final, her 5th final of this season. Katie Simmers over the 5-time world champ, just now in semifinal number 2. Katie is on to that final with Tyler Wright. Let's hear from Caitlin Simmers.
That's right, Caitlin. It was so impressive to watch you taking that much control of the heat. Now you're into the final. What are the emotions now?
I don't know. I don't know. It's just been a pretty long week, so I'm really happy to just hit the final, and I don't know. Waves are pretty fun, but it went pretty slow for my heat, so yeah, I don't know. Kind of like made a couple bad decisions in the beginning, but then I tried to just remember, like, you're against Carissa, you have to just get the set waves and do good, because I don't know. I was a little worried at the end when she was like only needing like a 7. Pretty worried, but I don't know. Luckily, there was no sets at the end, and I was able to snag it.
And defeating Carissa, who won the event last year, makes you feel like you're winning now?
I don't know. I want to feel like I win when I win. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully everything goes well, and I don't know. I'm just really thankful to be here, and just be with my dad and be with my coach. And yeah, I'm excited to go home too, though, tonight. So yeah.
Good luck. Keep having fun. See you in the final. Back to you.
That's right. Katie Simmers, she knows how to have fun. She's a surfer, you know. Love the honesty by the 17-year-old out of Oceanside, California. And that's going to be a great final between her and Tyler Wright. Taking a look at the numbers that I've checked in. Score for Ryan Callanan, a 6-point ride. So on that opening exchange, advantage to Ryan Callanan.
Yeah, and still a good opening score, even with the fall for Ethan Ewing as well, a 5.33. He does have priority at the moment, which benefits him with the consistency of waves that we've seen so far in the first 7 minutes of this heat, Kaipo. Goofy versus regular. I feel like the regular footers could maybe fade a little bit more into the pocket of these waves out here with these lefts.
Looking back to stop 4 on the championship tour at Bellows Beach, where these two were in the final, Mitchell. Small right-handers now. Arcal, he gets to surf forehand in his challenge against Ethan Ewing.
Well, and in that event, Ryan Callanan had one of the best airs I've seen in competition. I believe that might have been in the quarterfinals. Dropped an excellent score, was able to make it through to the finals, and you could see the release of emotions of him just making it to the final there against Ethan. He knew at that point that he had done enough to requalify and make the midseason cut for 2024, but at this moment, still looking for his first career CT win. On the other hand, Ethan Ewing, number 4 in the rankings coming into this event, Kaipo, looking for his second win of 2023.
Yeah, Ethan is on, again, he had a stellar year last year, 2022, where he finished 4th in the world, having another great year on tour this year, the 24-year-old out of North Stradbroke. Priority with Ethan Ewing in the blue jersey, looking interested in this left-hander. He's going to activate. Ewing slashes off the top with a little punch. Right back vertical. Rings the lunch bell, 12 o'clock. Comes around the corner here for a carve to a little warble. It's going to lean on 3 turns, a combination of 3 different turns for that second score.
I really like this wave, Kaipo. The aggressiveness of the first combination on the outside, and especially the second turn too, was devastating. Really like the attack to the lip line right there from Ethan Ewing, and as I said before, I think the fade is going to be something that's notable from the regular footers in comparison to the goofy footers out there with a lot of these lefts. 26 minutes and out priority with Ryan. Should be a real fun end to this heat.
Another look at this one, and you talked about the fade and the long bottom turn.
Well, and I love the setup turn right there, but that second one straight up into the lip. I mean, that poke right there, very valuable to a regular footer out here on a long left like this at a beach break. Good stuff here from Ethan Ewing, but that combo on the outside, look at this. Brings it around, uses the shoulders completely, extends the hips too to really cement that first opening turn, and then the second one, critical, Kaipo, into the lip line, had to manage the backwash too, and was able to make it around this section and fit one more in for what seems to be his best score.
As we're waiting for that score, let's wind back the clock and take a look at the final that these two shared over at Bells Beach. It was Winky Pop before that final, jumping off the rocks, Arcal. But in this final, Mitch, it was all double E. It was all Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, easy E, as they call him as well. And some great stuff on the forehand, real challenging conditions, but he was able to make the most of it. It's not every day you get to see a goofy footer in the final of Bells. Ryan made it all the way there, Kaipo. Some impressive performances, but unfortunately for him, the waves just weren't on offer in the final. He needed to go huge, as Ethan Ewing was just in complete control of the conditions out there. And the way he was able to manage time, excel really in his wave selection, he was the person to beat that day over at Winky Pop.
Yeah, just the acceleration he gets through turns in these tiny Winky Pop conditions, so impressive. And the connectivity between all of those turns. Took a win 40 years after his mother won this same event. It was a one for the history books. Zooming in on the beach right now, let's check it out. Where's Strider Wazalewski?
We're down on the beach, and we got the solitude of the ocean in the background and the waves rolling and that nice sound of just the purity. And then you turn around, if you're in a heat, you're walking out, you feel the energy of the beach, and then you come up here and you get to see all this madness. It's like the energy down here, we love it. We like the feeling. And you come down here, you hang out with the people, you get involved, you get to feel that. And that's what it's all about here in Brazil. It's all about the people and the love and the passion that they got. Let's go!
What a packed crowd we have here for finals day. The sun has come out, the waves have shown up. It is everything we've hoped for in Saquarema.
Well, good luck finding a piece of real estate for the final, Kaipo, over there on that piece of beach. Look at that, wow.
Yeah, we're clocking in at about 40,000 people and adding to that number as the day progresses.
We beating the record today, you think?
Perhaps. We may have record numbers. We're still seeing people file in from all of the city out to this small beach town of Saquarema, beautiful town. And we set up a city right on the beach. There's all the activation in the vendor village. Last score for Ethan Ewing is 6.27. So Ewing with the lead. Now Ryan Callanan needing a 5.61. Arcal took off on a wave at 2.5. Was not able to take the lead. So Ryan Callanan second in priority. Here's the 2.5.
Yeah, hands over priority after catching this wave. Decent carve right there for Ryan Callanan. Really liked the technique, and it just seemed like right there, maybe lost it coming out in transition from that turn. The backwash right now with the tide coming up, Kaipo, will be playing into effect, especially during finals time too. And this light offshore wind is making things a bit harder for a lot of these surfers, especially on the forehand. Good looking wave here for Ethan.
Ewing slashes off the top. One more time for Ethan, and a bobble with a little bit of a backwash. Caught him on his heels, he goes down.
Unfortunate and unforced error right there from Ethan Ewing. Not something you see every day, Kaipo. Usually see a lot of these guys, especially in the very elite, the top 5 surfers, manage to control their emotions and their bodies when they're in a critical situation. Good extension right there, but when he came out, I think he was already thinking about going down the line. It seemed like his mind was saying one thing and his body was doing another. So an unforced error right there, could have easily bettered the 5.33. He's going to have to settle with a throwaway score.
Yeah. Mitchell, you mentioned the changing conditions out there. It's 10:05 local time here. Tide rising until 1:36 p.m. at a 3.4 foot. So we will see a fuller bank as finals day continues. There's our tides on the screen.
The good thing is that today, from my personal perspective, I think we've had the cleanest conditions so far, and the bank's at the best position we've had so far during the week-long waiting period as well. So good stuff out there on offer, but you need to be very careful about timing the backwash, and more importantly, not catching waves that will be shouldering off. We saw that a lot in the men's quarterfinals a couple of heats ago, Kipes.
Yeah, there are a lot of those waves with taper, and those tapered waves just don't offer enough electricity in them to power up a good score.
Well, there's no lip line, no critical sections at the end. You might get one at the beginning, but afterwards, if it's not a combination of those strong maneuvers on the outside, you won't really be getting any scores better than a 6-point ride. Right now, you're in the semifinals. You might be moving into the final. You need to be thinking 6s or better in order to move up.
So looking at our leaderboard and our remaining surfers there, Ethan Ewing, 4th, and John Florence, he's got some open air in front of him with Jack Robinson and Gabriel Medina bowing out of competition.
Yeah, and Ryan Callanan still in there at number 11, and so is Yago Dora coming up in the next heat.
So we will see a little bit of a shift on our leaderboard as we go into stop number 9 at Jeffreys Bay after the conclusion of this heat. Semifinals, we're talking about leaderboard, we're talking about points. Semifinals will give you 6,085 points, so that's a keeper result.
Well, and especially for Ethan Ewing, who's, you know, number 4, John number 7. Those are 2 guys that I think will eventually be able to make it to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. They won't be able to clinch their spots here at this location, but 2 prime locations for them coming up on the back end of the year. Jeffreys Bay and then Tahiti. John could easily win both of them, but defending champion out there in the blue jersey in J Bay, he's got an event coming up that's important.
That's right. So a lot of really good feelings for Ethan Ewing with a great run here in Brazil, regardless of the outcome from here on out, going into an event that he's the defending champ.
Yeah, and coming off of a disappointing result in El Salvador, too. Lost a very close heat to Liam O'Brien in the dying seconds. Had a 1 priority mistake that cost him that victory. But as of right now, it's been a clean slate, and he's looked good so far. And I think a lot of people haven't really been mentioning him in terms of being a champion here in Brazil.
Well, we got a lull in the water right now. It's perfect time to take a break. We'll step away from semifinal number 1. We'll be back with Ethan Ewing and Ryan Callanan here at the Vivo Rio Pro.
Prefeitura de Saquarema rooftop is where the Instituto BW is located. The Institute rescues and rehab animals here on the Saquarema's coast. And they are here to raise the awareness about trash because unfortunately, all these animals were found dead with garbage in their stomachs. So come and find out how you can get involved.
Yeah, doing some good stuff there. Just all part of the activations we have here on site at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, as we come back to live action between Ethan Ewing and Ryan Callanan. Ryan chasing Ethan Ewing at the moment. Needs a 5.61 to take the lead. Ethan Ewing with heat control, the lead as well as priority at the 16-minute mark. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. Mitch, what's Ryan got to do?
Well, I think you need to be on a wave in the next 5 to 10 minutes just to be able to give yourself a chance to kind of equal or better the 6-point ride that you already have in your scoreline. Taking the lead would be great, but taking the lead by a larger margin would be even more important, Kaipo. Knowing the talent, skill, and knowing that Ethan Ewing, at the moment has priority over Ryan Callanan.
Iago Dora, along with his father, Leandro, in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, preparing for what is going to be a smashing semifinal number 2. Iago coming up against John Florence. That's a great semifinal.
Things look tense in there. They look like they're for real. He does not want to lose here. Another semifinal finish, at least, Kaipo, the last remaining Brazilian in the draw. Big moment for Iago Dora coming up in semi 2.
Ewing with priority. He's going to go. And a priority error to Ethan Ewing. He hands over priority to Ryan Callanan.
Good pressure there by Ryan to force him to go on that wave, use priority in the wrong way, and now only needing the mid-5 to take the lead with just under 15 minutes to go. We usually talk about people that are able to manage a certain space, especially the primary takeoff zone, super well. You normally don't see Ethan Ewing make a mistake like that in a heat, especially in such a crucial moment, Kaipo. You're down to 15 minutes. You're looking to improve on your low score, which is a mid-range score at the moment. You want to think that you got to get something close to an excellent score in order to add more pressure and have the requirement for Ryan Callanan be almost the same thing. And the reason I say that is because their best scores are very similar. You add an excellent score, the wave selection changes for Ryan Callanan, who is currently in second place. As of right now, with priority, you have selection of the best wave out there.
Glassy conditions continue here. A bit colder as that high pressure dissipated over the beach town that it was kind of keeping away a lot of this swell. Now we got the perfect combination of light winds and swell at the same time.
Yeah, and I actually spoke to Leo Fioravanti this morning. He said the water was way warmer than it was outside, so that Cabo Frio kind of spot, that deep ocean spot that's just around 40 minutes from here, it's not really tapering in too much, and that's because the currents are coming from a different part. It was more of a wind swell yesterday that came in, more of a ground swell today, Kaipo, so that's why the conditions are so much cleaner than yesterday morning.
Yeah, it was wild how we had that high pressure and those sunny days, but still a little bit of a bite to the ocean temperatures.
Whoa, turtle right there next to Ethan.
Yes, a honu, a tortuga.
Tortuga, but in Portuguese, tartaruga.
Tartaruga. In Hawaiian, we just call them honu. Really easy, yeah.
Don't touch them. They're endangered.
Good luck, too.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's just a testament to the clarity of the water as well here.
It's beautiful. I'm really excited to go surf after we finish working, but I know there's a good peek down the beach, too. So, man, it's firing out there today.
Yeah.
People.
We'll be surfing with about 100 of our best Brazilian friends right after the conclusion of today's. It's, I mean, because there's no doubt, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of people here. And watching everyone unload and make their way to the beach, there's a couple of key items: umbrella, cooler, and a lot of surfboards too. So it is going to be really fun this afternoon out here.
Yeah, don't forget the Oakberry acai for us either. Bring it down to the beach. I know, you know, Joe's been bringing a few of us, a few extra ones, and I'm taking advantage of it, Kaipo. It's not every day you get some good acai down here, especially when the weather's so warm and you need something to cool you off.
It's not every day you get to hang out with Joe Turpel.
That's true. That's true. Or yourself. So anytime I get the chance, it's a good opportunity to kind of talk story, get to surf some waves, and have some good acai.
Yeah, perfect stop here. And Ethan Ewing, he wants to make it a perfect stop for himself, making it into potentially his second final of the year. Well, either one of these guys, actually, that comes out of this heat, this is going to be their second final this year.
And what a huge moment it is for Ethan right now. Can't overstate the implications for the rankings and how close they are to getting back into that, you know, top 3 spot. There's another guy looking to qualify for his first finals appearance.
Yeah, and he has been, when we look at stats, he's been the guy to beat. He's had the 2 highest single wave scores of this competition so far. Getting his Apple Watch on, John Florence.
Probably have to say the most complete surfer on the planet, Kaipo. You mentioned earlier the 2 world championships in 16 and 17 consecutively, but him winning the Eddie, him being so good at Peaki, in larger surf, at Pipeline. We call him the Prince of Pipeline for a reason. I truly think that he is the most complete surfer on the planet. Should be a spectacular showdown between him and Yagodor in the next semi.
Yeah. I would put Gabe Medina on that list too, as like a well-rounded surfer. Here we go. Priority. Ryan Callahan fades to takeoff. Bottom turns here. Nice carve on that JS Industry board. One more time for RCal. Little release on that second turn. And the layback stab finish pokes the nose and goes down, unfortunately. Behind him, Ethan Ewing slashes off the top. Easy Ease floats through that section, stings that finish, but gets bounced on the backwash as well.
He was cruising down the street in his 6'4", but unfortunately got knocked off right there at the end with 10 minutes to go, and that would have bettered the 5.33 by a good amount too, Kaipo. And Ryan just did not have enough speed for that finishing turn right there to ride out cleanly. A couple of missed opportunities by both surfers with just under 10 minutes to go now.
So likely the situation will remain the same with Ethan Ewing out in the lead. We'll take another look at each ride. This is Ethan.
Well, great opening snap right there in the pocket. And you see that fade being so important. Slid the fins on the second one. Little floater right there. And just mistimed that backwash just a bit. But look at this combo on the outside. Radical turn right there. Completely slid the fins. In control. Was able to combo it up with a floater. But right here, the backwash just beating him by less than a second, really. And when he was coming out of the turn, it was just coming up. Wasn't able to control the board and the landing.
Ryan, he was off to a good start.
He was, and great pace on this wave, too. Excellent carve to start things off. A second one, much more engaged right there. But then for this turn, did not have the right amount of speed. You want to be out in front of the whitewater Kaipo. The convergence right there got him. look at the technique on rail. On point by Ryan Callanan. Good use of his entire body. Movement of the shoulders and the hips at the same time, going towards the same place. You see right there, just a bit more radicality with the slide of the fins. But right here, just pokes the nose in a bit too much, loses a lot of speed and wasn't able to ride out cleanly right there. Doesn't even improve on his best score, so still looking for something better than a 5.61.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the judges ate up that last wave with Ethan Ewing, even without the completion. They ate it up like a Barry Acai Bowl, 7.5 for Ethan Ewing. John Florence taking a moment to get in the zone here.
I think contrary to popular opinion, people really do love John Florence here in Brazil. He is one of the superstars of the sport of surfing, and he's been very open to, you know, taking photos, signing autographs with all the fans here on the beach. And it's hard being a popular athlete here at a small beach like this in Saquarema.
Look at the scores for Ethan Ewing, Mitchell.
I really like that 8-point ride. You know, I think that the one turn on the outside, the slide of the fins, it's a critical maneuver on a big section. And you see the combination of maneuvers on the outside. It really adds to all of the elements within the judging criteria. Well-scored wave there for the surfer in blue.
Ryan Callanan now needs to get lucky. He needs a 7.77, and he needs to do it under Ethan's priority.
Well, now comes into play the hardest part of surfing. Being able to control your emotions, use priority well, and both during an offensive way and in a defensive way too. If your opponent doesn't move, you shouldn't be moving either. If a wave comes through and it looks like it has potential to better your low score, you need to be going, and you want to better your low score as well. 7 minutes to go. That's a good amount of time though, Kaipo. I could easily see at least 2 sets coming through in the next 640.
And the positioning of our 2 surfers we see here, Mitchell, with Ethan with priority sitting wider on that left, so he's able to monitor what Ryan Callanan's doing.
Well, you have unconditional right away when you do have priority, so you want to stay on the outside, be able to block the surfer if you can, but also you want to be looking at the line that a wave has going down the line. So good opportunity here for Ethan Ewing to capitalize on bettering his 6.27.
Couple of waves coming through here, and not a flinch in the ocean between our 2 competitors. We're at the 6-minute mark, I'm sorry. And again, Ryan Callanan under priority and needing that lucky 7.77.
Well, people talk about style not being in the criteria. Surfing is such a subjective sport, and it is difficult not to identify great style. Ethan Ewing has one of the best we've ever seen.
Yeah. Speed, power, and flow, though, so maybe flow does bleed over into the style conversation.
And I think speed has a lot to do with it as well. Speed adds to style, whether you're going fast or you're just managing it. He's usually in the perfect spot in a wave where you want to execute the best maneuvers possible. And if you look at his best scores throughout the event so far, it's all been about timing too, Kaipo. Timing is so important here with the backwash. This guy knows all about it.
Here comes Iago Dora Strider.
Feel it, you can hear it coming down, and then once you see it, you realize the crazy emotion that must run through the athletes' minds as everybody down here has got their back. He's gonna stop, take a moment, take it in, but let me tell you what, the electricity from this crowd is absolutely second to none. Out the back, live action.
Callanan under priority. Big opening turn there for Arcal. Another beautiful carve for Ryan Callanan. Wave tapers, unfortunate for the Novocastrian.
That was good use of priority right there by Ethan Ewing. Let him go on that wave. He didn't see anything down the line. But how about this aggressiveness from the get-go? Love the grab of the rail too coming out of that opening carve. And unfortunately for Ryan, that wave just shouldered off and they didn't offer up any scoring potential down the line. Meanwhile, Ethan behind him, great opening snap right in the pocket. Excellent second turn as well, looking to better a low 6. And was able to fit in a floater at the end, but came unglued, Kaipo. Don't know if he's going to better this with just under 4 minutes to go, and it seems like Ryan's going to recover priority in time.
Ryan on the outside. We're waiting for the official priority call and waiting for 2 wave scores. Ethan Ewing as well as Ryan Callanan. 3 minutes, 35 seconds on the countdown. Ryan Callanan likely not to get the 7.77 he requires. Let's take a look at our heat recap. Ryan Callanan flowing on the lefts.
Yeah, was able to open up with a 6-point ride there, as you can see. Great opening snap, slid the fins, was able to combo it up at the end, and some good surfing there from the Novocastrian, as you were mentioning. But then the comeback by this guy, the kid from the Gold Coast, Stradbroke Island, great beach break surfer, and has been able to manage these difficult conditions out here on these lefts with a lot of backwash, been able to secure his best rides, both of them in the good range Kaipo, and then just dropping a 7.5 on this one for the excellent combination on the outside. Slides the fins there with a powerful turn. Really love the explosiveness, despite the fall here at the end too, which is quite uncharacteristic of young Ethan Ewing.
There's the fans. There's more fans. And more fans. And just a little bit more. Yeah, I think we're hitting about 50,000 at this point. Score. Check that out for Ethan Ewing. He's pulling away now.
Yeah, well, Ryan Callanan now needing a 9.5 just on one ride. I think we can call this heat done and dusted. 2 minutes to go, even though Rye has priority at the moment. But what a performance from Ethan Ewing. Has obtained his 2 best scores with his last 2 rides, and it's really been the explosive maneuvers on the outside, and the fade has been so essential to his scoreline today.
And he actually fell off on both of those waves on his final turn. So the performance was so strong for Ethan Ewing that he still was able to get big numbers even without the completion.
Yeah, and goes to show you that the commitment and the radicality of those turns on the outside is the most valuable part of the waves that they're scoring today on the upper end of the echelon. 90 seconds to go. It's all going to come down whether Ryan Callanan can do a combination of explosive maneuvers, probably some airs, in order to get that 9.5.
Yeah, it will be at this point a Hail Mary for Ryan Callanan. John Florence, Iago Dora on the screen right now. They're preparing for semifinal number 2. And it looks like John is going to give the inside on the left to Iago from the get-go.
Well, I think the smart thing for John would be to get off to a quick start, add some pressure to a guy that has never made a final in his career at the CT level. And you have John Florence, a 2-time world champ, who has a huge amount of experience competing here in Rio. Big moment for both gentlemen, but being the last Brazilian in the draw, it's going to be fireworks from the get-go, Kaipo. I'm really looking forward to it.
30 seconds and a quiet ocean at the moment. No opportunity for Ryan Callanan.
Well, if you're Ryan, you got to be very happy with your performance. You made some incredible heats. You dropped some excellent scores throughout the entirety of the event. Get one of your best results this season so far, Kaipo, and he's going to be moving into the top 10 in the rankings as well, with another solid showing here in Brazil. First time competing here in a few years as well for Ryan Callanan. Great to see him here in the semis.
With the horn, we have our first finalist for the men. It's going to be Ethan Ewing making his way to the beach, and he will be in the final, his second final of the year, before the young surfer from North Stradbroke, Australia. So we're going to have an Aussie in the final. We knew that was going to happen with this friendly fire that we see in semifinal number 1. Semifinal number 2. It's on the way right after this break. Iago Dora, John Florence. Who's going to meet Ethan Ewing in the final? We'll find out when we return.
to stay present and live in the moment.
Gonna go with Iago. Winds up off the bottom, carves off the top.
Just seems like on a different level with comfort now.
And that makes the crowd happy.
I think being against Iago is going to be a battle for sure. But I'm just going to keep surfing, and I think it'll be fun.
John is on the comeback, critical surfing.
Mamma mia. I like this one, Kaipo. A lot of strong turns right there.
John Florence.
That second turn was spectacular.
Back to the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Semifinal number 2 all set. Iago Dora coming up against John Florence. Winner takes a spot in the final to come up against Ethan Ewing. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. Number 12th in the world versus number 7 in the world. Both are going to climb that leaderboard. How high? Well, it depends on the result of this semifinal.
What a heat, what a matchup for Semi 2. And you have the Brazilian superstar out there in the red jersey and the 2-time world champ in the blue jersey. Seems like they were up from the get-go, Kaipo.
During the break, Iago Dora got this.
Wow, an excellent carve there from Iago. Just the one turn, though. And looking at the drone angle right here, truly committed to that opening section on the outside. That should elevate his confidence. Priority flip-flop at the beginning of this heat, but either way, you got to be very stoked if you're Iago Dora right now, embracing the fan popularity and all the fans on the beach just giving you good and positive energy, Kipes.
Ethan Ewing in his second final of the year. Let's hear from Ethan. He's with Rachel.
Second final of the year for Ethan. The other one in Bells you won. How are you feeling now?
Really excited. It's I've been loving this Brazil trip. It's my best one yet, and just having fun, and the waves are really good. So just excited to surf, and the fans are going crazy. So it's cool to be here.
Your performance is looking pretty solid, but anyways, any mistakes you realize and you want to improve to the final?
For sure, I made a lot of mistakes in that heat, and I was lucky enough to squeak through. Felt like I was surfing pretty well, but I fell more than I would have liked, and there was one wave that I paddled for and missed the wave. So yeah, just tighten up on those, and yeah, hopefully the final goes my way.
Good luck, Ethan. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Ethan Ewing, I mean, so impressive for just a young man, you know, just only 24 years of age, showing so much maturity, you know, made the championship tour, fell off of it, came back, you know, with more muscle on him, more power, but still that beautiful technique and body mechanics as he's always possessed in his surfing. Wow, just, and the fact that he was putting down big numbers without finishing the wave just shows, like, bright lights for the final for Ethan Ewing.
Well, he's had an incredible amount of consistency with good scores in this run of events as well. 15.5 heat total in the semis, peaking at the right time, barely made it out of the opening ground, Kaipo, but since then has not lost a single heat in this event. Great surfing from Ethan Ewing. Is going to be hard to beat in the finals.
Right, you know, it's not how you start, right, Mitchell? Especially when you have that opening round, that nobody gets eliminated. It's how you finish.
Yeah, nobody remembers the opening rounds. Everybody remembers who wins in the final. And as of right now, he's looking like the favorite to take the whole thing out. But Iago Dora starting off with a pretty decent score for just the one carve, Kipes.
4.5. That's nice signs for Iago, waiting for John Florence to answer back. John with priority. Again, when we talk about John Florence and Brazil, we're talking about a guy with a high heat winning percentage. Here's John. Let's see what he has. Vert snap there. Little bump to handle. Chatter off the bottom, and the chatter off the bottom grabs John's board, and Ross Williams, a little bit of concern in his face. Plenty of time, though, 28 minutes and 53 seconds. Iago realizing the situation, caught a wave, and kicked out. Iago wants to hold on to priority, and I'm seeing a little bit of change actually on the texture of the ocean right now.
Yeah, it seems like the wind might be switching sides a bit from the side shore as we see John come in, and he's going to take the ski back out to the channel and reposition himself. Missed opportunity, Kaipo, right there for John Florence to capitalize on a golden opportunity on the outside. See, the fade is so important for the regular footers out there on these laps. Crazy maneuver on the outside, straight up and vertical, and just slightly catches an edge on the bottom turn, which just put him out of rhythm for the rest of the wave. and that easily, a score that's probably going to be mid-range due to this one turn, could have easily been an excellent score to start things off in the first 7 minutes.
Oh, you can see that skip of the fins and that little bit of a rail dig right there that cost them.
Regardless of what kind of setup with fins, regardless of how thick your board is, that happens to you, you're going to lose an immense amount of speed, and it cost him big time right there, Kaipo.
4-point ride. Could have been double that if he was able to get all the way down the line and execute multiple maneuvers. John Florence. Jagodor with that 4.5. Jagodor with priority. Some waves coming through. We are seeing conditions change as the tide continues to rise this afternoon. We got another about 3 hours right now of tide increasing on the bank. So we're going to see that change. The wind's coming up a little bit is how the surfers adapt to the changing conditions.
Yeah, it seems like more of a side shore texture now coming up, and John might even be looking at a right here at the during those alley rights, and it's a good section. There's even a couple of barrows that I've seen over from the Red Bull Athlete Zone 2, Kaipo. There are very few and far in between as well, though, so going to be hard to really find that, but some good matchups between these two.
There you go. That's our head-to-head stats, WSL stats. Last time they matched up was 2017. Right here, Jagodor was a wild card, and he beat John Florence in 2017.
6 years ago. Been a while. Jagodor is a much more different person. So is John Florence as well. Seems like Jago looking at that wave, Kaipo. A couple of waves stacking up on the outside, too.
Wave breaking through here. Jago's going to duck dive that one, hoping for a third wave in the set. A little bit out of position for both the surfers. And but actually not a lot of opportunity. That wave looked like it had a ton of shoulder on it.
Yeah, he was looking at the first one, decided not to go, didn't paddle, positioned himself only. John not in the spot for the primary takeoff zone yet, but you know, we mentioned the talent level, the skills between both of these surfers. Easily one of the greatest surfers of all time in John Florence, and Jagodor, who I consider a big threat for a world championship if he's able to make it to the WSL Final 5, Kaipo. Diverse skill set, great in the air, great on rail, and he's able to combo it up just as good as anybody else.
Yeah, heat winning percentage in Brazil for John Florence, 72%. Heat winning in Brazil for Jagodor, 65% as we look at the stats.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both winning 2 out of 3 heats they're surfing out here. A lot of proximity between the two of them as well. I think if you're Jagodor in a heat like this, you do want to add some pressure and make things uncomfortable out there for John. As of right now, though, pretty equal in terms of the standings. 4.5, the best score for Dora. 4-point ride for John Florence. Would be smart for John to try to force him to go and block him in a right-hander. We know how good Jagodor is on the backside airs too, Kipes.
Yeah, and you know, with these changing conditions and the rising tide, and we're actually on the backside of this swell right now, it could really be the priority game, where if you have priority when that gem comes in, you're going to have a decided advantage, because I haven't seen 3-wave sets as per se with good waves.
True. Absolutely right.
Here goes Jago. Picks up this one. Snap to start, and that one just went into nothing. So priority error for Jagodor. He hands over priority to John Florence. There's Jago's dad, Leandro.
Pull the trigger too early on that one, Kaipo. Didn't need to go. It didn't seem like a good wave from the get-go.
Just as I was talking about how important in these slowing conditions priority is, you know, so now John with a decided advantage, because he can be as patient as he wants to be. He's got 24 minutes on the clock to wait for a good one to come through.
And on the opposite side, if you're Jagodor, you see a wave on the inside that can improve your low score, even better the 4.5 as your best. He should be working underneath priority too. If you see that it's slowing down, if you see that the swell is decreasing, might as well get busy on the inside of Kaipo and build on those mid-range scores if you possibly can.
Let's go to Strider Wasilewski.
Hey guys, down here in the Natura, the Tunnel of Champions, it's pretty much the spot where you get to see all the beautiful names down here, the Natura Kayak Tunnel of Champions. And will we see a new name added on the women's and the men's side? It could happen here at this event. Will it happen? I hope so. I would love to see some new names on these boards. The pride and the joy of all the athletes walking by, seeing their name kind of elevates them. But let me tell you, the competition is fun to watch. I can't wait to see it go down. And we'll see who walks through here next, because it's going to be fun.
Natura Kayak Champions Tunnel. It's bright in there. You need some shades. Carissa Moore, our defending champ.
A lot of yellow jerseys.
Yeah, a lot of yellow jerseys. Man, look at the crowd.
It's packed.
Yeah, keep on going. Keep on panning. Show us the crowd. Look at this. This crowd could go all the way maybe down to the other end of the beach, Barriña.
Wow. That's crazy right there. That's around 400 or 500 yards down the beach. And it's just, it looks like a carpet almost on the beach. You could basically roll it out and have everybody walk down, up and down the beach. But guesstimating maybe 55,000 people on the beach right now, maybe 60 already.
Here's Dora under priority, layback with a little slide there for Iago. Easy cutback, banks off into the whitewater. Waves offering a little bit more. You can see him pulling some G's through that third turn. Wants a connection here. Nothing doing. Or maybe a bonus, not just calling for the ski there. Yeah, we're seeing and hearing the beach erupt.
Wow. They are loud today, Kaipo. It's hard to even hear ourselves, but with 22 minutes to go, just to be able to get a wave like this, and as I told you, underneath John John's priority, you get to work. Great opening snap right there, lays it back, slides the fins, combos it up with the carve on the open face. This wave does shoulder off, but it doesn't matter how you make it through as long as you make it through. So he's going to extend his lead in this one. Was looking for the reform, just called the ski. But the combination on the outside, specifically this first turn, Kaipo, beautiful, strong, precise. The timing to be able to control the pressure and manage your emotions right now in such a big moment for Iago Dora. Very impressive what we're seeing from the 27-year-old.
That chant started back in 2017 for Iago as a wild card. Iago, Iago, and you hear the whole beach with that chant. Our glass here on the set started shaking.
It might break soon.
There were so many decibels.
It might be breaking soon.
6-point ride for Dora, and he's in the lead. John Florence with priority needs a 6.5. 20 minutes, 45 seconds on the countdown. We got a game.
Well, the smart thing would be to continue the strategy, continue to attack, and be on the offense the entire time. You see a ramp, you go for it. You're looking at better at 4.5. Wow, unanimous score right there, Kaipo. The 6.0 for Iago Dora. We mentioned his meteoric rise to the Championship Tour rankings, but an elusive Championship Tour win has not been there for Iago Dora. His biggest win to date, 2019, the U.S. Open of Surfing.
That is true, and you know, he has had to come back through some adversity. Broke his foot pre-season for 2022, so had to sit some of the seasons out.
Yep.
Got a wild card, got an injury wild card back in the back half of 2022. Showed that he had what it takes. We saw him make the mid-season cut this year, and Iago just with some open road out in front of him. As career-wise and ratings-wise.
And he mentioned during the quarterfinals that a lot of people still considered him to be a free surfer, hadn't really taken, you know, the competitive scene really as serious. The same thing could be said for Mikey Wright, and look at the illustrious career that he had over his short span on the Championship Tour. I think that Iago Dora is prime time surfing when it comes to competition, Kipes.
There would be no surprise if Iago was to make the WSL Final 5.
Not at all.
I don't think it's a surprise at all. We look even back to the surf ranch, arguably the best surfer on the left of the surf ranch.
No doubt.
And then already some of his performances this year. So very, very impressed with the versatility and the wide range that Iago Dora possesses in his surfing.
It's just been that one big result that has kept him back in his career so far, and could potentially be happening in the matter of hours here in Saquarema. Look at this. He's looking to better that 4.5, looking at the inside underneath John John's priority, but it seems like positioning might be favorable right now with this wave for John.
John still being very selective. We'll see if John takes to the right, which may be starting up with a little bit of air in, or stays to the long running lefts.
I think that would be a smart decision. You see a ramp, you go for it.
Top 4 event scores. These two surfers in the water own all of them. Talking about air wind, here goes Iago lining up for the air, launches it, puts it down in layback position, and we'll find out. find out if that was complete for Iago Dora, but we've seen him lining up. We talked about the air win on the right previous to this wave. Here's the replay, Mitch.
Really like the stall right there, Capo. You identified the section, was going down the line with a lot of speed, and look at that rotation, a full 540, lands in the layback position, and it seemed like he was struggling to get out of the whitewater.
Yeah, didn't do it.
Yeah, unfortunately incomplete right there for Iago. But goes to show you that he's bringing it, and he has that radicality to his surfing too, and he's not afraid to go for these kind of situations in big moments during heats, Kaipo.
Well, that's, you know, you talked about surfing under priority, freeing you up. That's exactly what happened there. So Iago is with the lead and under priority. It freed up a bit. So it's different than having heat control. You don't have control of the whole heat, but you do have the advantage because you're leading. So now you can kind of scavenge underneath John Florence's priority, right?
Yeah, you're basically a dumpster diver right now.
And sometimes the scavenger is well fed.
100%. You never know, you might get some chicken and bone in there, Kaipo. And with 17 minutes to go, the most important part about this, if you do better your low score, that's awesome. But guess what? John Florence is hearing all of this noise, all of the background pressure, and it is adding up moment, second after second. And this is exactly what Iago Dora wants. He wants to be able to involve the crowd into his performance.
Well, we got to take a break right now. It's been action-packed semifinals for the men. We'll be back right after this break with more action here at the hot beach in Saquarema. It's the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona.
Welcome back to the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. We're here with all the people in the crowd. We had to get involved. We got a mad heat going on in the water right now with John and our boy Iago. They've been screaming. I'm losing my voice again. I love this place. Let's go! Woo!
Iago Dora with the lead right now against John Florence. The crowd behind the Brazilian Goofy Foot went to break, came back with a 4.6 for Dora on this ride, Mitchell.
Yeah, some good surfing, was able to improve just slightly on his low score. Beautiful opening carve on the outside. Fully engages the rail on the second one. Displaced a good amount of water. But that wave, unfortunately for him, shouldering off just a bit too much, Kaipo, to get those big critical sections. Made it through to the inside and was able to finish with a decent turn as well. So did slightly improve on his low score, but John Florence still very much in this heat, only needing a 6.6, still holding on to priority.
Patient John sitting in the blue water of Saquarema. Needs a 6.6 right now, and I don't know if you can hear that, but the beach is is very, very loud.
Wow. This is the loudest crowd I've ever heard in my life.
Welcome to Brazil, Mitchell.
Passionate, livid, just a very involved crowd too. You won't normally see this any other part of the world, in any other part of the world, Kaipo. And it is so fun to be involved in this right now. Just knowing that these surfers have to, first of all, beat their opponent, also get the fans on the beach to support them as well. You got to win the crowd here, Kaipo.
And look at the high tide mark. Even with the tide coming in, it's not going to move. A couple of our participants from the rising tides that we had earlier this week at activation, where we had 25 of Brazil's bright up-and-coming girl surfers to join the lineup with the world's best. That was a great activation there. Swell coming in here, hitting the bank. John Florence with priority. We'll see if John decides to go on this one. He looks interested. And it just checks it out, a little snooping of the wave. Made no concerted effort into getting that wave, so he will keep priority. Iago Dora with the lead. And Iago right on the inside of John Florence.
Yeah, it seems like they're both pretty far outside. They're going to be deciding to wait for a set wave rather than scavenging for something on the inside. And if there's one thing we know after seeing the big performances of John Florence in this event specifically, Kaipo, it's do not poke the bear. The 9-point ride in his opening round, he was up against the wall, dropped the 9-point ride for an alley-oop on the right, a comeback victory for him. In his last heat against Baron Mamiya, dropped an 8 out of nowhere, found a big set wave and was able to do that with ease. But I haven't been able to see that wave in the first 25 minutes of this heat. There hasn't been much consistency in comparison to the quarterfinals.
There's our leaderboard with the remaining surfers highlighted. Ethan Ewing, he's in the final. Can John meet him in that final? We'll see. 10 minutes 40 on the clock. Well, Iago Dora, he's going to climb the leaderboard right now.
There was just a massacre in this event due to the wildcard performances. Jadson Andre, Samuel Pupo just eliminating a couple of the top seeds. Good to see some new names involved in finals day in back-to-back events, Kaipo, but it is necessary for the top seeds that are still remaining in this event to move through into the final. And if you get a win here, with the last two events being Jeffreys Bay and Tahiti, Ethan Ewing and John Florence, golden opportunity for them.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing guaranteed with his finals placement 1,700 points. A win is 10,000 points, but Ethan Ewing will walk away with a minimum of an additional 1,700 points from Brazil.
Wow, big stuff right there for Double E, and he's been looking great, dropping 15.5 points in a semifinal performance. 9 minutes 45, Kaipo. It seems like Iago Dora has been drifting John Florence out of position slowly and maybe capitalizing on an opportunity right here that has really allowed him to control the lineup in comparison to the Hawaiian surfer in the blue jersey. It just seems after the 4-point ride, John's been a little bit lost out to sea, hasn't been able to find the wave that is necessary to obtain that 6.6 or better.
Yeah, and we've seen that Iago is willing to go left. He's also willing to go right and play into that big backhand full rotation air that he's been able to put down. We've seen him put down that previously in competition. We've seen him put that down in the free surfs. So there's some options for Iago Dora.
And the same thing could be said for John Florence. You need to be very open-minded with the one opportunity that you do get. If it means only catching one wave in the next 9 minutes, you want to be on the best wave within the next 8 minutes and 50 seconds. So huge chance right here for John, still holding on to priority. He's been very smart with not paddling for a wave in the last 15 to 20 minutes, but it needs to happen soon, Kaipo.
A little bit of movement in the ocean right now, a little more urgency in the paddle, both Florence as well as Dora. And I like the fact that Iago is kind of pulling John off the mark there.
It's a good wave.
Iago forces the issue. Florence uses priority. Soft turn to begin with, some warble in this face. John having to struggle through there. And priority, now heat control with Iago Dora. Concern on the face of the coach, Ross Williams.
Great pressure by Iago, but I sensed hesitation there from John to commit to that wave. He was indecisive whether to go or not, and Iago Dora just pushed the envelope right there and forced him to go on a wave that seemed like it was good from the takeoff, Kaipo, and it just did not offer up any scoring potential on the inside.
Here goes Dora, takes a look at it, and John not in the zone, so likely Iago will hold on to priority. He will hold on to priority, heat control with Dora. 7 minutes and 15 seconds on the countdown. Wins becoming more evident in the lineup at the moment as well. Dora with control, 7 minutes remaining. John now going to have to hunt under the priority of Iago Dora. Beautiful shot from up above and the blue water. Let's have our introduction for our women's final. Henrique Parrish, take it away. All right, we're going to get to that introduction in just a moment.
E agora é a hora da grande final, minha gente. Vamos bater palmas e energizar esse momento da grande final. Diretamente da Austrália. Vamos lá, galera, um aplauso. Para Tyler Wright. Vamos lá, pessoal, um aplauso. E agora vamos chamar a surfista dos Estados Unidos, from USA, Kathleen Simmers. Vamos lá, galera, sua energia, o seu aplauso. Ok, you may pedal out, para dentro d'água. Get in the water now. You may pedal out.
All right.
Vamos lá, pessoal.
Tyler
a sua energia, o seu aplauso.
And Katie Simmers on the paddle out for our women's final. We have yet to set our men's final. We know Ethan Ewing will be in the final. And it is the two-time world champ, Tyler Wright, coming up against the rookie this year in her second final, 17-year-old Katie Simmers.
Yeah, she's looking to go 2 for 2 this season in terms of finals appearances, Kaipo. And one of the stronger surfers we still have remaining in the draw. And you mentioned only 5'3", but she is tall in heart. And man, she does go for it when the section offers up a big one as well. So it should be a very fun final. The experience definitely in favor of Tyler, though.
Tyler, this is her 5th final this year. To talk about a great run. Speaking of great runs, left-hander Iago Dora snapping off the top. Down the line, layback, hook in. Needs to hang on, cannot hang on for the finish there. Iago with a challenging end section and some backwash.
And it seemed like there was a split peak situation as well there too, Kaipo. But Dora probably not going to better the 4.6 with a big fall right here in the next 4 minutes. John needs to be on a wave. It doesn't seem like he's going to improve his situation at all. But I could say the same thing for Iago Dora right here. Great opening carve, was able to bring it down. More of a layback snap, and then the second one even stronger, but just the whitewater got him, Kaipo. Coming out of that, was not able to control himself, and unfortunately for him, won't be able to convert that into a good score. Huge opportunity now for John to get the 6.6 that he still needs.
Yeah, the situation will remain the same. John Florence needs a 6.6. Nothing has changed score-wise. 3.5 for Iago Dora didn't change the situation. Florence with priority, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So some urgency now for the surfer representing Hawaii in the way of John Florence. 6.6. What's he need to do?
Well, he just needs to be on a wave. You know, whether or not he can get a section that really offers up an air on the right, even on the left too, but it's still more of an offshore, despite there being some side shore texture in there too. That's why I think for the air, the rights are the better option. They're flowing into the rights. They're going to keep your board attached to your feet, whereas on the left, that wind's just going to knock your board out of your feet. And right now with 3 minutes to go, I'd rather be a little bit further inside than too far on the outside. You want to be looking at a chance here, Kaipo.
Yeah, we've seen how the different currents and rips have played with the minds of our competitors throughout competitions. And really, sometimes there's a mirage factor out here where a wave will rise up, but then back down and get underneath you. So you got to make sure you're in the spot.
And that's what happens a lot with an offshore wind too. It kind of pushes those waves down, and we see it a lot, especially in Hawaii. John Florence, he mentioned that this reminds him a lot of home. Go out there and perform like you're surfing at home too. You have 2 minutes to do so.
Yeah, a raw, powerful beach break here at Itaúna. Flying above, you can see all the whitewater lines, evident of the different currents that are engaging in the lineup right now, changing, ever changing, tide rising right now. Iago Dora zooming in on John Florence, going to keep him honest towards the end of this heat, under 2 minutes.
Oh, if I were him, I wouldn't be giving him any kind of space whatsoever. Paddle for everything, make sure that he knows where you are, just throw some water around, splash the water, show some frustration, do anything to distract your opponent. You're down to the nitty-gritty part of it. A minute 40, make sure that he's not focusing on himself and he's focusing on you.
I like that strategy, Coach Salazar. Just get in his space, right? Keep him honest, as I said. Iago, under priority, maybe an opportunity here, does not go. 90 seconds on the countdown.
You got to make things ugly. This is a grudge match right here. It's a spot in the final. You're Iago Dora. Huge opportunity for you to make your first final ever in Brazil against an Australian competitor, Ethan Ewing, that's already waiting. And you have to involve the crowd. Every time you stand up, make sure they hear you. Make sure John hears the same thing, Kipes.
1 minute remaining. Onside announcer giving that news to the lineup. The beach is erupting with positive energy towards Iago Dora. They want to see Iago in his first final in the CT event.
Man, and John just has had terrible luck in this heat with waves. He held priority, for 20 minutes, Kaipo? Did not get a single set wave that he liked, that he felt he was going to be able to get the 6.5, and now the 6.6. 30 seconds to go. There might be something here. It seems like he's making a move on this one. Oh, too far inside, Kaipo.
We're taking it down to 20 seconds. John needs to make a move. Looks like the wave is going to present itself with 10 seconds remaining. John on the move. John with priority. Scratching into this one. The clock is counting down, and the beach erupts because Iago Dora is on to the final against Ethan Ewing. Look at the scene. That's a celebration. That's a celebration. Let's listen to the chant. Iago coming in, that's doing it for the people. That was after the buzzer. That's not going to affect anything, but Iago Dora will be in our men's final. John Florence taking away an equal third out of Brazil.
Huge performance for him, especially when it comes to the rankings right now. He's going to move up a few spots, Kaipo. Implications big for John Florence heading into Jeffreys Bay and Tahiti afterwards.
And a vocal crowd is showing their approval of the local boy, Iago Dora, into the final. What a performance, a great performance, a strategic performance by Iago Dora to get into this final.
Well, strong stuff there from Iago Dora. He still has a very tough challenge in the final facing Ethan Ewing, who is a master tactician as well. And big props to this gentleman who gave it his all. Wasn't able to make it through into another final though, Kipes.
The action here continues at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. We're going to go to a break. When we return, women's final in the water. Tyler Wright, Caitlin Simmers. Stick around.
long time since I've been in title contention. It's just been in my process, and I think that's where the joys really come back into it for me.
Two-time world champ digs in. Backhand carve, identifies a big section, drills it.
I want to feel like I win when I win. Hopefully everything goes well, and I don't know, I'm just really thankful too.
It's time for the final. Check out this beach. 42,782 fans down here to watch the finals go down with Tyler Wright and Caitlin Simmers going for the big trophy. Tyler, world #2, with a shot to be in yellow heading into Jeffreys Bay if she wins this heat over the phenom from Southern California, Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, Strider Wazalewski, who can't wait for lunch. Waz, let's start with final predictions. This women's final, we've got a world champion in Tyler Wright, but this young upstart, a rookie on tour. Can she get past Tyler today?
Well, the numbers would say no, but I feel like she's got something magic going on at this event. We've watched her just roll her way right into the finals, and the reality of what she can bring with some of that new special sauce in the lip line, I love it. I feel like it's something we haven't tasted yet, and I feel like the judges like it too.
Special final about to start with Tyler and Caitlin, but Iago just came off a huge win for Brazil. What does that mean for all the people in this country?
Yeah, that's amazing. You could hear the crowd behind just cheering every time he would stand up. Sometimes he wasn't even doing anything. He was just standing on a wave that didn't look that good, and they were backing him up. So he's the hope for today for all those fans in the beach, and it's going to be an exciting finals on both divisions.
Ethan Ewing taking on Iago Dora. Let's hear from Iago right now.
Yeah, congratulations, Iago. So your first final ever in front of this huge crowd here. So what does it mean to you?
Yeah, it means so much to me. I've been stopping on the semifinals for a long time and finally break through to the finals, so it's a great opportunity. I finally have a shot to win an event, and that's what I want to do since the beginning of this week. And yeah, I feel really good. I wanna keep present and keep doing what I'm doing, and hopefully I'll come out with the win.
Quer mandar alô para a galera que vai torcer por você nessa final?
Obrigado a todo mundo que está acompanhando. É prazer representar o Brasil nessa final aqui no Brasil, e a vibe na praia está incrível. Tenho certeza que todo mundo que está em casa também está na vibe, então vamos embora com força total.
Boa sorte. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Maida. Iago Dora is in the zone. His family's here, his mom, his dad, who we always see on TV as a super coach. His sister came up from down the coast to watch this performance. Iago with a chance to win his first championship tour event in Brazil, but he's got to get past Ethan Ewing. And now the stage set for Tyler Wright and Caitlin Simmers. Tyler Wright in another final this season, looking for her second win, but she's had so much consistency. Loving how smooth she's surfing, and she had a talk with Andy King. King is a great coach. Doesn't just watch his athlete like a lot of coaches do. He's been taking notes. I think the responsibility of a coach is really to understand what the judges are really feeling at an event. He's noticed that they're really rewarding seamless surfing, real clean lines. He's even noted some of the surfers going really hard, like Fioravanti. His score will get flattened even for one bobble, one little section of a double pump bottom turn. He told Tyler, get to the section early and make sure your turns are seamless, and you should get rewarded for it.
Yeah, and that's just that extra information that sometimes, a lot of times, maybe the surfer are not even paying attention because they're so concentrated and just doing their routine, and that's why the coach is there for, to identify all those little details and pass it on to the surfer to perform the best he can for the judges.
Really cool to have Kingy with such a really good sense of understanding the panel upstairs. You've got 5 judges on, and sometimes they just have a flavor that they're really loving. And so those clean lines, Tyler's just been responding to it, and she'll push incredibly hard if she really needs to. Then you've got the other side, Caitlin Simmers working with Tommy Whitaker. He said she just wants to hit the lip as hard as she can, wants to just line up that lip line and crush it. And that's what she's been doing. the last couple of days. Opening exchange could happen right now. World number 2, Tyler Wright, setting this one up. Swinging into a backhand carve, and she will go down. So falling on the start, advantage Caitlin Simmers with priority, Jesse.
Yeah, totally. I think it was actually very smart that Tyler was applying pressure to Caitlin, because she's a rookie. She doesn't have that much experience, so you don't want to make her feel comfortable. So Tyler identifying that and putting pressure in the beginning, but almost kind of a mistake, because it was a missed opportunity right there to start the heat off. And Caitlin now sitting with priority and so much time on the clock for her.
Yeah, they actually just increased these finals by 5 minutes. They were going to be 35-minute finals. Renata Hickel sent the message out, actually, let's do 40-minute finals. Still looking for their top 2. So a long time to wait for the right wave today, Strider.
I think it's, it's a good call. Give the athletes the amount of time they need to catch those 2 good waves, to see a battle, right? You don't want to see one guy coming up short or one of these ladies coming up short in the heat. You want to see them both get the chance to get 2 good waves, and that's the priority of, a good final, is to see them battle it out.
There used to often be a conversation with contest directors on, hey, it's up to the surfers. Do you guys want more time in this final? And they'd come to a vote on it. And I was always wondering, why would you ever want less time? But sometimes those athletes are thinking, I don't want to give a world champion more time to warm up. And they would actually choose a shorter final. It's so interesting what goes into trying to beat competitors before the heat starts.
Totally. Everything counts. Every detail counts. And one thing, talking about time, and even though you have 40 minutes heat, but you kind of want to get in a rhythm. You don't want to sit too much, like time goes by so fast when you're in a heat. And you want to put your momentum, get some waves, and try to get the flow going. Because we see Tyler here up and riding. No, just having a look. But yeah, it's just important for you not to forget that it's a heat still, and you need to apply pressure as early as possible.
How's this gem for Caitlin Simmers? Setting up her first turn, a nice swing through the backwash. Setup work, she wants a ramp. She's got a big wind up as she goes off the lip into a float. So much air under that Borst design.
That was all time. That was like watching a UFC fight and seeing the knockout punch go down. That was such technique and timing to come off of that lip line and just fly out in front of it like that. It was amazing.
She puts her boards in different places. Super critical to go for a lip line hack and turn it into a float. Had a good adaptation to the finishing move, Jesse.
Yeah, smart surfing here in the beginning. Just keeping her rail going and keeping the speed to set up for this right here. Huge lip line, kind of going under the lip, upside down, and we had glimpses of that, but not completion from her earlier in the event. But now just nailing right there. That was perfect executed, and the judges are going to love that.
I'm calling one of the moments of the event right there. I feel like her coming up underneath it right here. Look where she places her board, and she's literally inverted, then pushes out in front of it. Just cat-like reflexes right there, just pushing to come down. And I mean, there's a lot that goes on into that right there. And to technically put yourself in a position to be up under it and then out in front of it, all within about a second and a half, maybe. Insane.
Where she positioned her board in a finish like that reminds me of Miguel Pupo. He's so good at being underneath it on his backhand, and that's why it's great to have a left like this. Regular footers can show how talented they are with their backside attack. Simmers opens up. Excellent. 8.33 and a drain pipe going on your screen. Nice and hollow. Great conditions for this final.
It's so exciting, man. There's waves everywhere. They're going to have opportunity. They have 40 minutes to choose waves, and we're starting the women's final with an excellent score, so pretty exciting.
What a special moment for Simmers, looking for her second win as a rookie on tour. That automatically makes you compare herself to the world champions. Like Tyler Wright finished 4th in the world in her first season in 2011. She had wins as wild cards before her official rookie debut, but she was winless in that first season, even though she had a lot of success. Carissa Moore, she had 2 wins her rookie season and ended up finishing 3rd in the world. So it makes sense that she has that world title contender reputation, and we're seeing it in real time, already putting pressure on Tyler Wright, who now has to make some big adjustments. She hasn't really been tested like this on an opening exchange, was.
Yeah, you know, I was just thinking about the number that dropped and where that puts Tyler in a headspace, but also in a type of maneuver, right? That she's going to have to perform and produce something that we haven't seen out of her, I think, in this event yet, where she, you know, attacking a section like that, where it's a just super hollow, heavy section. So I don't think we've seen one of those from her in this event. Not to say she can't do it, but we haven't seen it yet. So she's probably thinking in her mind, what did she do to get that score? Or maybe she's just in her, you know, playing her own game. But I don't know. I would think she'd be thinking about that score right now, going, I got to figure out how to beat that. How do I get that place?
Yeah, completely. Like once someone drops the first score, that big of a score, you're already trying to plan it out. You already know kind of how the scale of the heat's going to be. So looking pretty solid right now with the first wave like that. And she's just going to have to reset, kind of play her own game and try to find her strength and fit in the surfing right now.
It's really cool how you see these different generations battled it out for finals, and one of the best big wave surfers in the world, Pete Mel, often gets a lot of props from the younger generation at waves like Mavericks, and he always quickly turns it back, saying how he's inspired by the youth. I think Tyler is incredibly inspired by the youth, even though you're trying to soak in knowledge from world champions. You saw how Tyler hustled against Molly Picklum in the final. She's really getting pushed by this new generation, and it's bringing out the best of Tyler as well, Jesse.
Of course, you got to renew yourself every time, bring something different, and what's going to give you that opportunity is just people pushing you to do better. And those new generations coming up with different styles, different approaches, different maneuvers being applied in heats, it's just going to help her push that.
If you're just joining us, Tyler Wright officially clinched her spot in the Rip Curl WSL Final. She'll be competing for her third world title this September. Carissa has the #1 spot for the moment, but if Tyler wins this final, she'll take yellow heading into Jeffreys Bay. J-Bay, Tahiti to remain to set up the seating for that championship day. Only 3 spots remaining. Caitlin's dad, Jesse, is fired up. He's got the handlebar for a reason. He loves riding Harley-Davidson motorcycles. Just actually ran over to the Red Bull fridge. Cracked one for this final. He is psyching right now, Strider. Really enjoying every moment watching his daughter compete.
Yeah, he you know, it's got to be a highlight of your life to see something like that. I mean, you know, he was there for the win in Portugal, and you know, for him to be here in Brazil, seeing the crowd and the energy, and then watching her show up, you know, on the opening ride like that, must just be a highlight for life.
Such a cool family. Caitlin's got a younger brother, Timothy. Got to have a conversation with him in West Oz. Wow, he is classic. So funny. He's got so many cool creative ideas in his head. Caitlin's so proud of her younger brother. They spent a lot of time together. Her mom, Allie, incredibly supportive, that she always talks about being one of her heroes. And they've got to be just pinching themselves right now. Caitlin in another big CT final with a chance to win here in Brazil. And not a whole lot of surfers can show up at an event for the first time and have this kind of success. You know, you kind of look at it for the men, for Baron Mamiya doing really well, first time here, and Simmers has been producing some great content in the free surfs and putting it together in heats as well.
Yeah, she does come from a beach break area, but completely different scenario. Like her beach break doesn't really have backwashes. It's not half as powerful as what Saquarema can provide, but to her side of things, it's good to kind of, because beach breaks kind of always have the same idea. There's waves kind of popping everywhere, and she's kind of taking advantage of that and using her experience, being so young but still so mature throughout this whole event.
Big change on the rankings. We'll see Caitlin Simmers, win or lose in this final, move up to 5th in the WSL Final 5. So Steph Gilmore and Tatiana Weston-Webb will stay tied, but now they'll be 6th heading into J-Bay. And then the big scenario where yellow jersey will end up. If it stays with Chris, or if Tyler wins, she'll be back to #1 in the world. We've got 23 minutes to find out. Lulls like this are interesting when we've had flurry and a lot of energy from the fans on the beach. A lot of time for Tyler to really think things over, Strider.
Yeah, again, that score's in the back of her mind. She's thinking, you know, she's gone excellent. She knows what she needs to do to get there. You know, there is there is not a lot of opportunity. Why they added the time? Because the tide's coming up, right? You're getting to a point in the day where you're gonna, you know, slow your roll on a dying swell and a rising tide. So everything that moves, the opportunities that you get, you must capitalize. And that's why I'm so impressed with the opening of the Caitlin Simmers and the sauce she put on that lip. I mean, you know, that new style of surfing. She feels energetic. She came at that thing with some fire. And I think that's why she came out in front of it, because she really hit that thing with so much intent. You know, she came at it quick.
And we see surfers that are in the right spot on the right time. You're reminded that this is a relationship with the ocean and the surfer, and understanding the tide changes. And sometimes with Caitlin Simmers, it's just natural. She doesn't even have to think about it. She can read an ocean so well and finds herself in great position. We've seen her do that on finals day, picking off the best looking waves. She's never really out of position. And that's such a gift to have as a professional surfer.
Yeah, this just shows how much of a talent she actually has. And man, it's so impressive. First year on tour, second final already. Yeah, it's just not many people are capable of producing that, and she's one of those special person.
Rookie class included Sophie McCulloch, and she's been ripping on the Challenger Series already, on road to comeback. Tyler's a part of the list of veterans on tour, which includes Carissa Moore, Lakey Peterson, pass cut, and some big names that got tripped up on the cut. Courtney Conlog, Sally Fitzgibbons. So we've enjoyed Tyler surfing for a very long period of time, and she just really started winning heats based on talent. She didn't really have the fire in her belly where she really had a loss really sting until this rivalry was created with Carissa Moore. She was sitting at lower trestles and she said, wow, I don't ever want to feel that way again. And she turned it back-to-back world titles the following 2 seasons. Little wave popping up. Caitlin Simmers under priority is going to provide a backup for the 833. Nice clean sweep. Not a lip line, so she's got to really continue to fade into the pocket. Not much happening yet for Caitlin. But this will back up the 833, so even a small score could put Tyler into an early combination. And with the Red Bull skis, why not, Strider? Take a wave under priority, see what you can come up with.
Yeah, I think it's always a great idea. We were just talking about the opportunity and it being kind of slim out there, you know, and that's why they added the extra time. So, you know, jump into this thing. Tyler was a little out of position. She was just off to the side, opened up with a couple of, you know, easy rail turns back into the power pocket of the wave, and, you know, didn't put up a huge score or anything, but definitely put herself into a commanding spot in this heat.
So well done for Caitlin Simmers. Now making that combination come true. It's just a 12.16. It's probably a good feeling, though, that Tyler can't turn it in one wave. So at some point, Tyler's going to have to really start moving.
And even though we got back to the 40-minute heats, like, we're already past the halfway mark, and there's only been 3 waves ridden. So that just shows how fast time goes by and how important it is for you to get a momentum and get the ball rolling. Right now, Tyler's been sitting for 20 minutes pretty much, and she only has a 0.6. And Caitlin just taking advantage of that and applying more pressure towards her.
Great opportunity for all the fans out there. If you want your Surfline Premium account, head up to the screen, scan that QR code, and you can get 30% off. Put yourself into some world-class waves, like the best surfers in the world.
I'm going to do it right now.
You know what? You got time. You can unplug and get the discount, Waz. Setting up the right is Tyler. Just a quick wrap, and she'll step off. So she might still be comboed. Not finding much on the right-hander. And it's really been the focus of the lefts, like Jesse was predicting first thing in the morning on finals day. Exciting times in the final as we look at Tyler's form on the right. Strider, what'd you see?
Yeah, looking for that. You know, some of these waves do double up enough to where you can get a nice section that has some, you know, consequence in it. That one didn't. It just laid down, kind of hit that deep water too fast for her. So, you know, she's going to get back out there, but interesting that she wasted her priority on a little wave like that. Now Caitlin sitting in the priority seat just can control the heat now. We just mentioned it. this thing's past halfway through, you know, and Tyler still doesn't have anything on the board, really.
183 doesn't break the combination, so Tyler, two-time world champ, world number 2, still needs to break the combination against the 17-year-old. Caitlin Simmers out in front with a big 8.33. We'll be right back. The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. And by City of Saquarema, official host of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Beautiful scene with all these passionate people for pro surfing as Caitlin still leads over Tyler. But I know one person who's been having a lot of fun behind the scenes. Let's find out where Maida is.
Hi, I'm here at Saquarema City Photo Exhibit. It's where you can come to see all these beautiful pictures. There are a lot of amazing pictures of the natural beauty here in Saquarema. And also we have the boards of Leo Neves, all these kind of things that you can feel a little bit of this beautiful town. So come over, have a relax here and enjoy it.
Muito obrigado, Maida. Special places to hang out, special memories of the great Leo Neves. Such a powerful surfer and representing Saquarema so well. You see his name written on buildings around this town as we'll get caught up during the break. Caitlin Simmers found some room to move on the backhand, Jesse.
Yeah, great first attack there for her. That's where all the score came from this ride, but it was just very impressive how she was able to come out clean with so much wobble in that first section right there. Very critical, and just doing the Huntington hop right there, going all the way in. The fans were going crazy as she was finishing this wave, and she's probably very excited with that backup score.
Solid surfer there. Look at that pin drop right on the beach. And right there, the fans were absolutely losing it. Look at that technique and flow.
You know, even through the warble, even through the spray flying off the lip, she was able to identify and pinpoint the perfect spot.
Tyler knows she needs to respond to the Grommet on tour. Wrapping turn to start. Soft shoulder requires another wrap into the pocket. Nice easy pace, but more of a lip. And this one's going to take down Tyler. So world number 2 looking to break the combination against her, falls on the final turn. And last score for Caitlin Simmers, a 6.33 to go with the 8.33. So the combination increased. Let's go back to the start with Tyler Wright, Jesse.
Yeah, good looking wave right here. The wave kind of slowed down a bit. It didn't hit that much of a shallow bank. But as you see, the wave went through right here. It gets a little steeper, but she just kind of wasn't able to produce enough speed to really unleashed that last turn, and kind of a missed opportunity there for her to kind of get back into heat.
Yeah, she was surfing, kind of trying to find a rhythm, it looked like, but the wave kind of let her down, didn't give her the opportunity to get the vertical climb that she wanted off the end of that wave. She just needed to get a little bit more speed so that she could meet that, flow out into the flats. Didn't happen. She got bounced off in the impact.
Tyler Wright, what a legend. 95th Championship Tour event here at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. 16 Championship Tour wins in her career and 33 finals. Talk about experience and a lot of winning throughout her career. 2011 Rookie of the Year. That's what Caitlin Simmers has already achieved by being the lone rookie to survive the cut. As numbers are coming through from Tyler's last, she's still comboed 4.3. Caitlin has priority, and it's just been driving this entire final way out in front, Jesse.
Yeah, she's just applying pressure at the right time. Tyler's been pretty much in combo since the beginning of the heat, and right now she's sitting with 11 minutes and 40 seconds. She got priority, and she got a huge lead on top of her. She's like in a very good space.
It's pretty wild. Caitlin Simmers opening up the Simmer Sauce restaurant, preparing a combination plate for Tyler Wright. That's pretty insane. I mean, at such a young age for her to have established such an amazing forte to come across and serve this up. It's pretty fun to watch.
There he goes again, Jesse. But it is almost lunchtime.
It is, that's true.
How do you say that in Portuguese? It's time for lunch.
É hora do almoço.
Oh, it's almost there. We're loving it. A lot of picanha. Caitlin's been loving just the downtime with her dad, Jesse, her coach, Tommy Whitaker. They've been having a really good time, listening to good music, and taking on the local cuisine. Can't get past picanha. Wow.
Ooh,
that's special for the barbecue. Jesse had one last night with his close friends to prepare for finals day. As the sun's out, it's Saturday, waves on the way. Caitlin with priority as she is controlling this final against one of her heroes. And that's one thing Tommy Witz has been telling me. She just is enjoying surfing against all of her idols on tour. This one's just a serious wedge. Caitlin couldn't help herself, and she'll kick out quickly. Tyler now with priority.
Yeah, a little airdrop right there, putting some style in it. That just show how much of a freestyler she is, but opening up the door here for Tyler Wright.
Tyler trying to break the combo. Needs something big. Ooh. Connects well on the backhand car, but she's losing wave height as it was incredibly peaky. So a tough one without a wall to really make a comeback. The only major turn we're going to be talking about is that opening backside hook. Advantage still with Caitlin Simmers.
Yeah, I like that turn. I really like the way she attacked the corner. I like the spray. I like the timing. She comes in, rolls in nice and smooth, finds a vertical side of the wave right there. I mean, that's a bucket out the back. That was powerful, was well timed, and I think she's going to escalate her, her score line for sure. She's going to get herself into a better position.
So finding rhythm is an interesting thing when you don't have it and your opponent gets a quick start, but Tyler is starting to feel it a bit more. This will be her best score so far. As you see that wave just losing height, but did capitalize on the opening section.
Yeah, that's all because of that first turn. Amazing bottom turn to set up, and just being able to really drive through the turn, carve it down, and just throwing a lot of spray. And smart move for her, because if she got an extra section there, she would have been looking at an excellent score. She still got a decent score, and she's out of combination now.
That's right. Numbers coming through from the panel are best so far, 5.5. So now chasing a 9.16, which sounds a lot better when the beach announcers are saying you're comboed, you need 2 waves, and now it's down to a single wave score. Tyler's had perfect 10s in her career and a lot of high 9s, especially in this event, winning 3 previous times in Brazil. And even before the move up to Saquarema down at Barra da Tijuca, was able to end up on the podium. So chasing excellence. Carissa Moore watching this one closely. If Tyler stays in second in this final, Carissa stays in yellow heading into Jeffreys Bay.
And this is crazy. Yeah, you look back at Tyler's. She has 5 finals already, and if she doesn't win this, she's still in 2nd place. That just shows how consistent Tyler and Carissa have been this year, and it's mind-blowing.
And then also the separation of points. A few years back, they really wanted to elevate what a win meant on tour. And so 2nd used to be 8,000. Now it's less than that. They wanted to create more separation. So there is that big difference. Carissa does have 3 victories over Tyler's 1. That's where the separation's been, even though Tyler has featured in more CT finals this year.
I like it. I feel like, you know, winning should be rewarded, and that's what they've done, and it puts it in a better perspective too, you know, when how much it's going to mean to you when you do win.
It means a lot for Tyler to win, especially at this stage of her career. Finding the joy is something that she's been saying this season. Doing it her own way, in her process, keeping the right people around her at all times.
This is going to be an interesting closeout of this heat. I feel like, you know, if Caitlin can control and sit and wait and just make sure that she's there when a good one comes, it's going to be, you know, she's so young, but yet she's just so poised on the knowledge of the heat. It's pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, just so confident in her decisions. She barely pulls the trigger in the wrong waves throughout the entire event. Always putting herself in the right spot, and you see her when she has no priority, she tends to go away a little bit so she can find some space and maybe find a little corner by herself, and then as soon as she has priority, she's kind of closer to her opponent. So just playing chess the whole time, and that's what you need to beat those big names.
Caitlin Simmers with priority and a pretty solid lead at the moment. Tyler Wright chasing a 9-1-6. Still with 6 minutes, you're thinking she can get 2 new waves, especially with the Red Bull skis on hand. So she might not need to go all the way to a 9-1-6. She's definitely thinking excellent surfing, though, since Caitlin's already sitting on an 8-3-3. Talk about all those finals. Tyler kicked off the season #2 in the world, finaling at Pipeline. She's done that multiple times already in her career, backing up her title at Bell. So this era belongs to Tyler as far as owning Bell's Beach. Let's now prepare for the men's final. We'll send it to Enrique Prates.
E atenção, galera, agora é chamada para a grande final do masculino. Vamos chamar aqui agora Ethan Ewing da Austrália e Iago Dora do Brasil. Vamos lá. E agora, pessoal, olha aí, de camisa vermelha da Austrália, Ethan Ewing. Salva de palmas, pessoal. E agora, do Brasil, Iago Dora. Manda a vibração, galera do Brasil. E o main paddle para dentro d'água. E o main paddle out. Good luck, good waves.
Ethan Ewing and Iago Dora feeling a feeling that not a whole lot of people have felt in the world, standing in front of 40,000 fans, screaming their name and preparing for a big final. Ethan Ewing even lost his game face. He had to feel this energy. He looked up to the top and couldn't help but smile, realizing that this final is going to be really special.
I've never seen Iago in the 15+ years that I've known him with that much intensity in his eyes and his face. Like, that just shows how much pressure it's going through him right now with everything going on around, and he's just trying to soak it in. And those guys are the best under pressure, so I'm sure he's going to blow up. But it was nice to see that intensity in him, because you don't usually see such a laid-back guy.
Looking forward to the final coming up next. Still 3:15 in this one. So far, it looks like Caitlin Simmers might find her 2nd win of her rookie year on tour at just 17 years of age. The way she started off this final, she looked comfortable, doing the best backside turns of the heat. Tyler's been on a comeback roll, building from a 4-3 to a 5-5, so she's heading the right direction, Strider. She's just running out of time.
Yeah, you know, sitting there right next to Kate, you know, Caitlin's just watching and just poised to catch everything that moves if it's of substance. You know, like she's identified every good wave. She knows what she needs. She knows what Tyler needs. She knows the kind of wave that she needs to get a good score. And she's putting this thing away. It's so impressive to watch the youngster.
Gosh, she's got soul. She's got style. Caitlin Simmers, she's been listening to Erykah Badu all week. Just soulful music, kind of that jazz, almost hip-hop type of vibe. A great singer-songwriter, a producer as well, but that's been in her headphones all week, just finding a cool rhythm and just enjoying just her heroes sitting next to her in the lineup, and she's taking them down one by one. Down to the 2-minute mark. Tyler Wright, whenever she's made the final in Brazil, she's always closed it out with a win. So that stat may change with 1:50 to go.
Do we have a stat on Caitlin and where she will end up if she wins?
Yeah, so she will move up to 5th, win or lose, and take that 5th spot into Jeffreys Bay. Tati and Steph stay tied, and they'll just be right behind her in that 6th mark, which makes things incredibly exciting for Olympic qualification for the world title race. As we approach the final minute, with Caitlin's lead and priority, it's looking promising for the Californian to pick up a 2nd win. Tyler's got to hope for a multiple wave set to happen fast, so Caitlin has to make a decision with priority. The longer she holds it, it basically takes away her chances of a 17th CT win.
Pretty sure this one's in the 110 Yeti cooler.
You're calling it?
I'm calling it. I think it's over.
Jesse?
Man, it's looking tough for her right now. I don't think there's going to be enough opportunities right now, because if anything comes, Caitlin's on top of her.
Although there's an 8-second interval, so there are a lot of waves still coming in.
Yeah, look at all the activity on screen. It's just whether it's the right one. Tyler might look. Caitlin ends up leaving the lineup with 25 seconds. So there is a slight chance for Tyler just being handed priority with not a lot of time, needing a 9.16.
Oh, there's a wave.
Tyler needing almost perfection on this little wedge. So she will get a moment to look at it. Doesn't catch up to it. And how about Caitlin Simmers? 17 years of age and now a champion of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. 2 big wins in her rookie season, both in beach breaks in both locations where they speak Portuguese. She's having a lot of fun today. Taking out Tyler Wright. Carissa stays in yellow heading into Jeffreys Bay. And Simmers moves in to the WSL Final 5 at 5th place with 2 spots remaining. Talk about a phenom.
That's incredible. That's so fun to watch, just how much that means to her. She's almost doesn't know what to do. She's like moving her arms, like kind of paddling, but not really, and soaking it in, like thousands of people just cheering for her. That's incredible.
Yeah, Grom, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, you know, it's a beautiful sight. I feel like it's just so fun to watch a youngster come across the table like this and give us so much in such a short amount of time. 2 wins, are you kidding me? I mean, a rookie season, denying the spot when she first came in, and then she's like, yeah, you know what, I'm ready now. And obviously she is.
It's a special story for Caitlin Simmers. She has that ability to make such a big impact on pro surfing throughout her career, but she's done it already as the best rookie on tour, taking out her 2nd win of the season and her first appearance here in Saquarema all the way to the top. And she's already starting to celebrate. Can't stop laughing on the back of the Red Bull ski. And this is a cool tradition here at Saquarema. And a lot of the events in Brazil, you can do a big lap on the Red Bull ski. Sometimes they do a drive-by through all the fans, and it's almost like a wave is created from the people. This is definitely a moment that Caitlin's never going to forget.
I love it. I feel like it's also an amazing, thing for women surfing in America, I mean, this young lady is coming strong, and it's so fun to watch. A lot of pride.
You think about all the previous champs that represent California, like Kim Merrick, Debbie Beecham. They've got to be so proud. You think of all of Oceanside and San Diego County.
She's probably tripping, going, hey, I thought I was getting off back there, but here we go. Wrap it around. He's going to bring her back into the beach. I'm sure Witz and her dad are down there excited for the chair up the beach, too.
Oh, definitely. Pretty exciting moment for young Caitlin Simmers. Moves to number 5 in the world, 2 wins in her rookie season, and the champion of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Now we'll prepare for a 40-minute final. Australia's Ethan Ewing take on Brazil's Iago Dora right after this. Finals time, Ethan Ewing taking on Iago Doris. The celebrations are just beginning for Caitlin Simmers, taking out Tyler Wright and into the WSL Final 5 once again. Tommy Whitaker with a big high five.
What a phenom. That's incredible to watch her take her second win in such a young age, man.
Oh, so special, Jesse, as Mitchell Salazar joins us on the host set. You always tell me, Mitchell, about scoring her for the first time in a regional event in Southern California, and you wrote down a 10. At that moment, you knew she'd be something special, but did you predict this in her rookie debut?
Not this early on, Joe. And you know what? I think she's living up to the hype. She's been solid in every single event that she's surfed, and she's coming off of a very poor result in El Salvador. This is a huge bounce back for her, putting the U.S. back on top in the rankings too. Big moment for young Katie Simmers.
Caitlin Simmers doing a great job, had Tyler comboed for a lot of that final and was able to use priority incredibly well. 14.66 total, and Tyler got into the 5s, but it was all about the grommet from Oceanside controlling that one as we send it to Rachel.
Congratulations, you are the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona 2023 winner. How are you feeling right now?
I'm gonna try not to say I don't know, so I'm feeling really good. I don't know. You make a lot of sacrifices to do this, and I don't know. I have a lot of respect for everyone who does it because it's kind of a lot just never being home, but it's pretty rewarding when it happens, and I don't know, I'm just really happy right now.
You're having a brilliant rookie year. It's your second win of the season. Was there any moment you were afraid of Tyler to turn the heat around?
Yeah, Tyler's really good, and the ocean was kind of on my side that one. It kind of went quiet, but I don't know. I just want to thank all of my friends and all of my sponsors and my dad and my coach and my brother, and I don't know. It's just pretty great. And thanks to Erica Badu for making dope music for me to listen to before my heat. And I don't know, I'm just super happy. Thanks everyone for watching.
And Brazil loves you. The crowd was cheering for you. Do you like it?
Yeah, this is probably the craziest moment of my life. Just like looking in from being out there and just seeing everyone on the beach. Like you can't even see a spot of sand, and it's crazy. It's I don't know. It's good.
Congrats. Go enjoy it. And let's watch now the men's final.
Thank you, Rachel. And I don't know, but what we do know about Caitlin Simmers is she is a special human being, super kind, and we get to kind of just live through her eyes of being a Grom still. I mean, pure and simple, and just looking at the crowd in disbelief and taking in these moments and reminding us the joy of this job, of loving the ocean and just purely loving good surfing. And look at this. I think we might have passed 50,000 by now, Jesse. Look at all these fans.
And check this out. That bank right there, that little left bank, it's past halfway through the middle of the beach. So this is like a lot of ground that is covered right there with that many people. So it's super fun to see. And for the surfers, even better to have that platform and that many people cheering for them.
Ethan Ewing, Iago Dora, Australia versus Brazil, regular versus goofy. This is what it's all about. Ewing taking the first wave of the final. His backhand's been lethal, reliable, section to section, throwing some variety, snap to float to snap, and he'll run out of room. But he'll start off with the opening score and adds priority over to Dora. We often talk about great backhanders on tour from the regular footers, and it reminds me of the last Aussie to win out here, Taj Burrow. Phenomenal backhand that he used as a weapon for a lot of his victories in this country. Mitchell, what'd you see here?
Well, I think this is the way that Ethan Ewing wins the final on the front foot. Able to project down the line with that second snap, third turn in the pocket as well. And the last section, I mean, not really much on offer there at the end, but I think that for Ethan Ewing to win this final, Jill, he needs to start off with a good score, and he needs to push Iago Dora to his very limits in this 40-minute final. Big change in time management, first of all, and of course, the positioning with the surfers out there has changed quite a bit with the higher tide we have this afternoon now.
We saw the intensity on Iago's face when he walked out on the runway, and the fans went absolutely wild. He almost couldn't quite acknowledge it. He kept his eyes closed. You almost don't want to over-ramp in a moment like this, because he knows how close he is to taking his first CT win, and also at home in his country of Brazil.
Yes, and for his advantage, once you get in the water, things Sims should kind of go off a little because you're kind of far, but we see Iago up and riding her here, right here.
Iago, the goofy foot, setting this one up. The crowd's with him through the first turn. Now driving with some speed, hoping this lip shows up. Snap to slide, he nails it. Comes out perfectly and drills it again. Kingy talked about identifying that. The judges are loving seamless transitions. Both of these surfers have been doing that. I don't even know if you could decide who's smoother between Iago and Ethan. A great balance of each other, goofy versus regular, and Iago getting very close to understanding what Ethan's felt twice. Ewing winning 2 CTs, J Bay and Bells so far. Ewing trying to win on a beach break for the first time. Doesn't get any better than this. Mitchell, your first take here.
Well, surprising moment that he's in his first ever CT final. Decent opening carve right there, but the second turn, pristine. Slides the fins and goes straight up into the lip afterwards. That's some good surfing in a very tough wave, too. The high tide definitely adding a lot of pressure, but I just think, Joe, this combination at the beginning of the wave will add some good scoreline to Iago's points.
Now seeing the transition, filled in the gaps well. He has the ability to throw variety in a tight space, Jesse.
Yeah, that's what he can bring. So much release and so much smoothness, kind of like a little X factor, always providing more than you expect on his turns, mostly on his front side. But I think Ethan has an odd on that first wave, a little bit more critical wave, a little bit more critical section. And they're both going to be pretty similar. I don't think that's going to, I hope that doesn't factor the end of the heat. But smart surfing for them just to start, get a score on the board, and
kind of let that pressure go out a little bit, you know, move the body, because there's a lot going on mostly for Iago with everyone backing him up.
When you compare these athletes in the final, one thing that's been working for Dora at Saquarema for multiple years, he can get himself out of jail by going above the lip. We saw him do that when he went upside down against Medina. There's the left, now setting up for Dora on his way back out. Just a quick snap, but tons of energy from the fans, Mitchell.
It's pretty exciting, Joe. It's the one place where I think the crowd really plays into a person's performance, and I think both Jesse and I can attest to this. For a goofy footer like Iago Dora, with the tide coming up right now, it is so difficult to fit in those turns in a real tight space, especially when you're trying to delay the bottom turn, Jesse. This is so difficult to do what he just did right here.
Yes, it's incredible, and just cutting that bottom turn short so he can actually get that angle to get vertical. And what I thought was very interesting from them, they identified that the heat before was way slower already.
Yep.
Even with 40 minutes, there wasn't many good waves that came, and they're already sitting way underneath with the higher tide filling in, like you said, Mitchell, and just smart strategy in my eyes right here.
Big opportunities for the WSL Final 5 story, especially for Ethan Ewing. Ethan already with one win this season, but if he can take out this win, he can move all the way up to number 3. It doesn't sound like a lot because he is in 4th, but it makes a big difference. You can see how just the WSL Final 5 surfers have a stranglehold on a lot of points up there.
Yep.
So for movement, even one spot as far as seeding is concerned is a big deal, and it's going to take wins to get there, Mitchell.
Well, there was a very small difference in between first and second place. As you can see, everybody knocked out already in the top 10. Ethan Ewing, the only remaining surfer within the top 5, number 4 coming into the event. But look at the separation between him and Shianka in number 3. 36,000 points to 32,000 for Ethan Ewing. And on the flip side, Iago Dora, number 12, he's going to be moving up quite a few spots too, Joe.
Opportunity for Dora is if he wins, he'll actually go all the way to 5th,
Wow.
which is impressive. Not even on the front page, but with 10,000, that's a lot of room to move from the back end of the rankings.
Yeah, and back to Ethan as well. It's so important for him to take this win because this is almost an event that he's not the favorite, and he's going into J-Bay, which is his best venue in my eyes. Like, fits perfectly to his surfing and his style. So important one for him to take the win here and get the momentum going into J-Bay.
A special win for Ethan Ewing this year. Put his name on a special staircase in the state of Victoria. His mom had won in the past in the early 80s. Helen Lambert had her trophy, or still has her trophy, by his bedside. And it was such a meaningful win in an all-Australian final over Ryan Callanan. He won that rematch against Arcal here on finals day. And even though he's not one to go to the air, it's just that seamless power surfing where when you watch him ride a wave, you're kind of just thinking, hey, could you be any more perfect than the way he approaches this lineup?
Oh, and I think a lot of people forget how good he is in the barrel, too. With Tahiti coming up in the next 2 events. I mean, there was one heat at Backdoor Pipeline in 2017 where he had John up against the ropes, and he almost, there could be an argument in his favor that he actually made it out of that heat. So Ethan Ewing, underrated, underappreciated, a top 5 surfer right now, made it to the Rip Curl WSL Finals last year, Joe. And due to lack of swell, he didn't have a good opportunity of winning the World Championship. But if we get firing lowers this year and he's in the top 5, I could definitely see him contest for that World Championship.
I remember that heat at Pipe, Mitch. It was a 3-judge panel where you counted all the scores in the overlapping format, how it used to go. And actually 2 judges had Ethan winning that day, which was very interesting when the majority of the panel had the Aussie winning and things just changed. One judge went high towards John, and as we know, John now 2-time world champ, but he's been very close in those big heats. Nice serious moment from Ethan's dad.
Freaking out quite a bit right there.
There's been more stress, I think, from the parents and the coaches this week here in Rio.
But that's what I was mentioning. Like, once you're in the beach, you actually feel more pressure because you're not releasing the adrenaline. You're just sitting still there. You have nothing in your control besides watching and hoping everything goes well to the one that through your favorite. But once you're the surfer and you get out there, you get your body moving. That's why it's so important for you to kind of start early sometimes and just get the body going.
We got Ethan's corner flexing. Let's hear from the crowd with Strider.
Yeah, guys, we're down here on the beach, and we're going to do the Brazilian wave. Let's go, let's go, let's go! They love it!
The crowd riding this wave with Dora. Tail high reverse. He doesn't pull it off. So rare to see him fall on moves like that. We say air reverse a lot because people do them a lot, but there's a difference the way Jaco does them. They're radical. They're done with style. Came close to a nice landing there, Mitchell.
No, it was a good section to do it as well, but I don't know if you guys just noticed, but the offshore wind just slightly started to blow again, and you can see it very clearly right there. He had the ramp, went for it, had the grab, and just the landing right there, it seemed like his front foot might have slipped off a bit too much. You're going to see it here in the slow-mo. Gets the rotation, was coming out of it, and it just seemed like during the whitewater transition in the 180, he wasn't able to complete the maneuver. Unforced error right there, Joe.
I think the wind changed because of these fans screaming, blowing, keeping that lip opened up. Jesse, thinking about this wind direction, worried about the airs for Jaco, or is it not going to phase him too much?
No, definitely. I think Mitch was spot on. The wind is blowing offshore, but more into the right. So that just makes the board kind of go away from you. If he's going right, it's going to be better for him to throw airs, but going left, it's going to happen what just happened in this last one. As soon as he hit the lip, the front foot started to disengage just a touch, but that's a lot of difference when you're in the air and you have no contact with your surface of the board, or even the board has contact with the ocean. So, yeah.
Been the resurgence of rewarding big moves, single maneuvers, individual turns from cars, and huge airs like Jaco threw down in the opening round to send Medina into the elimination round. Pretty radical backhand rotator that he laid down, sent Medina to elimination round, then Medina's out. You can see how important that is, getting those key wins for Dora.
An 8.83, and last year at Putarroca, remember the first heat he surfed in the entire season, a 9-point ride, literally in the dying seconds too. He's got the complete package, Joe.
Paddling in is a man from Stradbroke Island in Australia. Carves the first section. Super clean swipe through the second effort. Now just laying low for a reform. Callan already cheering. Liam O'Brien, Connor O'Leary back in the Australian. Just gave me a flashback of when Taj had De Souza in a final at Baja da Tijuca recently. There was this little corner of Aussies. Beat Durbridge, Matt Wilkinson, I think Ace might have been there as well, but they were overwhelmed knowing that they were outnumbered as far as support. They would clap and scream, but nobody could hear it on the beach.
Yeah, and that's what's happening right now as well. It doesn't matter how much they scream. It's the odds going to go to Jaco. And right here, almost a missed opportunity for Ethan as far as just being patient, because that was kind of a very shouldery wave. The conditions are challenging right now with the high tide. There's not much wall in front of them, but I feel like at this moment he could have waited a little longer and maybe picked a wave with more wall in front of him.
Ethan's first wave on the CT level, a 9.10 as a rookie at Snapper Rocks. Didn't win that heat, and that was the conversation his rookie season. Had 6 25ths in a row and struggled with round 2. Then he'd get to the third round, struggled there for the rest of the season, and was sidelined and had to re-qualify and make his comeback. He's learned so much since then. But he reminded us that, hey, that's how you get better. Three-time world champ Andy Irons, believe it or not, did the same thing. Fell off tour with Timmy Curran, and then they both came back. And he turned into one of the best ever. Ethan's kind of living through that moment now, as we see Jaco's name multiple times on the top scores of the event so far, Mitchell.
Yeah, some of the best, and that 8.5 was earlier today as well in the quarterfinals. He's looked great all event long, and I think the conditions here really suit his style, as it seems like Ethan's interested in this, Joe.
Ethan hugging this little pocket. It's got a bit of a warble on it. It's because of the backwash, but he'll hang in there. Finding a few places to put that Darren Hanley design. Didn't really have an impactful section to work with, but no harm, no foul, because there hasn't been a serious score of consequence yet in this final.
Yeah, but with that much time still on the clock, you almost expect someone, either one of them is going to find a good set and a bigger wall, and it could make a lot of difference in the heat. So I think it was a great smart idea for Jaco just to hold on and wait for a better wave.
What'd you see here, Mitch?
Well, first of all, for how bad that wave was, he surfed this at 110%. I mean, fit in 2 carves at the beginning and then attacked the lip when there really wasn't a section to begin with. in the last 2 sections. Tried to grind it out at the end, but he's been achieving his goal the last 2 waves that he's caught, though. He's improved in his low score line. He took the lead, and now he has Iago thinking about recovering the lead and looking to get his best score. So despite the efficiency of Dora so far on his first 2 rides, I think this is smart stuff. You want to be working under the priority of the competitor that you're up against, and I think this is very good tactical surfing from maybe one of the best tacticians we've ever seen compete on the CT.
It's true. He's had such a brilliant small wave game. He released that to the world when he won his World Junior title over Griffin Colapinto in waves that were almost flat.
Yeah.
His style doesn't change, whether if he's generating his own speed in 1-foot surf or if it's, you know, double overhead sunset beach. That's what makes this guy so impressive.
Yeah, and it's just looks seamless. It's almost, it looks fake how effortless he can generate speed. He doesn't move his body or barely move his board, and everything just seems to click and work. But adding to what Mitch was saying, I think it's very important for Ethan to apply pressure on Iago, because Iago has definitely more pressure than him coming up to this. There's so much to gain, so much ground to get to the top 5, and also you have the home crowd screaming as loud as you can. So yeah, it's smart decisions there for Ethan.
I mean, if you could just dream a scenario for Iago to have his first win happen in Brazil, and especially in an event where he's been so consistent from that famous wild card call-up and then repeating that success. His connection is real here in Saquarema, but now to make his first final out here, a chance to win this event when the crowd's behind him, is probably increasing the noise in his ears. That's why he's keeping the eyes closed, trying to stay calm. And good news is his father's one of the calmest customers when it comes to big heats, as he worked alongside Lucas Silveira and De Souza in world title runs in the past.
Yeah, and you need to be very aware of your presence out there in the lineup. You can get easily distracted with all of the crowd on the beach too, Joe.
Ethan Ewing just staying active on the left. See how full that left is. It's not really giving him a lip, so he'll just keep the blood flowing. His wave previous, 3.67. So has a quiet lead at the moment.
But if you look back here, he's making Iago think a lot. Looks like there might be something coming out the back, but Iago went all the way towards him, closer to the rocks, and then he caught that wave and started paddling to the middle. And Iago started coming towards him. So Iago is thinking about him, and he's going right.
Backhand blast for Dora. Setup work on the open face, similar type of shoulder that Ewing's been having on his backhand as well. And now calling for the Red Bull ski. So Dora, after a bit of a wait, was that worth it, Mitch, to wait for that opportunity?
Well, I think at this point of the heat, with nobody really breaking away with a solid score, it's just smart to get on the board and maybe recover the lead right now. With, you know, you being halfway through the heat, it was really smart, as Jesse was saying. Ethan was trying to pull him off of the main peak and kind of distract him, use priority on the wrong wave, but he could potentially be getting his best score right here on this right-hander.
Well, Strider Wazalewski got barreled with the human wave just moments ago. How you doing down there, Waz?
Great. We're down here on the beach, and you know what? The crowd and the tide are surging. So at 1:30, we got a high tide, but look at the water's coming right up down here. The waves are coming up. Everybody doesn't really care about getting wet. They love it. They're into it. I've been running back and forth. The microphone got wet, but it's okay. We saved it. And you know what? We're going to continue to stay right here in the action on the beach. Tide's coming up, and we're going to be right here with the crowd enjoying this vibe, and we're not going to let it go right here at the Vivo Rio Pro.
That's right, Strider. Have fun, my friend. Gosh, he loves it down there. He thrives off the passion of the fans here in Brazil. It's so unique to this venue on tour. It's hard to compare it to any other types of crowds around the world. There's great ones out there. This one, they sing together, they chant together, especially for this man, Iago Dora. How about that turn, Jesse?
Yeah, that was great turn, very critical. The wave dying it out after, but in my opinion, that might have been the most critical turn of the heat so far. That's why I agree with Mitch. He's gonna for sure improve his lowest score, and he might be getting his best score of the heat. Just very vertical, good release on the backhand, and still threw a lot of spray, so that just showed a lot of power. And yeah, good surfing for him.
Just an update quickly on the rankings. Remember, Dora with the win can take a 5th spot. Ewing with the win would move up to 3rd. Filipe still has yellow, and an update he posted on his social media today. He will be ready to compete at Jeffreys Bay.
Okay.
Worry about that back right knee, but he will be back at J Bay where he's won before. crowd just went absolutely loony with the lead change. Dora, 4.83, equals Ewing's best mark, but enough for a lead change with a better backup. And that meant a lot to Iago and the fans. Ewing, meanwhile, picks up the pace on the shoulder, chasing a 4.10. Trying to find some zip through the backwash. Nice timing on that section. And this is really where you see how talented these guys are. I mean, it's evident when they surf perfect waves, but when they surf waves that are changing pace and he keeps his speed and flow from start to finish, that's how you can tell their depth. Ewing chasing the score, Mitch.
It is really difficult to surf out there right now, Joe, and you can see Ethan calling for the ski. He is looking to get back out there and recover positioning. Good use of priority right there. It kept Iago off of a wave, looking to improve on the 4.1. He himself looking for a 4.1 in the score line, and a very difficult wave to surf. Really pushed through those sections, even though they didn't really stand up as much. And it doesn't seem like he's going to get the score necessary, Joe.
Ewing is not giving up. It's an absolute battle for the win here as he's surfing in Iago's home country. As you see these passionate fans trying to will Iago for a big win in this final. We'll be right back. Here we go, it's finals time. The crowd is absolutely losing their minds, and it's for good reason. One of the best moments of the season. Iago Dora taking on Ethan Ewing in this big final at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. I think everyone's getting on the phone with Yeti that something is about to go down. This just happened during the break.
That was impressive right there. I rode him off. I thought he was just going on the wrong wave. Had no time whatsoever, but eyeing it down. Straight from takeoff. Full rotation, and look how much gap he had in between the air and the landing. That was just impressive from Iago.
One of his best buddies is one of the best skaters in the world, Pedro Barros. They might say, hey, he landed bolts. He landed so perfectly, so smooth. It comes in at a 10-point ride, and the fans are absolutely losing it, Mitchell.
Yeah, how was that fan's reaction? She almost had a heart attack after hearing the perfect 10-point ride. But man, that was a devastating score. And how about the landing, too? It was so clean, Joe.
There's something about the magic of Brazilians in finals in their home country where we happen to get perfect scores. Ethan Ewing up and out as he is against the odds as far as scores are concerned. And with about 40,000 people still losing it. Iago Dora fresh off the 10, running off adrenaline, opening up with the carve, styling through the second effort. And just throwing that one away, ran out of gas on the inside corner as he was looking to better a 4.83. Iago Dora getting a 10, 198 thrown. We throw that out, you throw one of the 10s out, but the overall feeling from the panel was that was one of those special moments. He will receive a Yeti 110 Tundra cooler for throwing down a 10-point ride this season.
Yeah, that was amazing from Iago. As you see it here again, as soon as he took off, he had no time whatsoever. Just eye it down that big section and just into the flats, which was his only option to do it, and that was perfect executed.
Just as perfect as it gets, Mitch.
Well, phenomenal, really. And then backs it up with this wave right here, lays it on rail. Some beautiful gouges on the open face, Joe. And it just seems like he's finding his rhythm out there. He's enjoying himself. He's finally involved the crowd into his favor. And now Ethan Ewing needing 2 scores to overtake him at the moment in the lead.
These fans are absolutely incredible. Dora has his whole family up here, and that's the prize. Yeti handing out a 110 for a 10 this season. Congratulations to Iago Dora. That was brilliant. Might have been one of the most perfect full rotations we've seen in a jersey, especially here at Saquarema. Looked like a pure closeout. How did he get there in time?
I don't even know how to explain that. Like, it's just, it's mind-blowing. It's just so much repetition that he had in his life doing that same maneuver and being so good at it that he can see things that others can't. So that's the answer for that one right there.
One judge was saving about 0.2 on the scale, just in case Iago maybe combos that up, Mitch.
With conditions out there right now, that's a bit doubtful. I mean, just for you to be able to get that air off and be able to pull it with that landing, I get that you're trying to reserve yourself, but that to me was a perfectly surfed wave for how good it was.
And if you also put everything that it's kind of going against him in that wave, I'm not talking about crowd or anything because that has nothing to do with
the backwash, the wind, everything, yeah.
Everything. So to pull that off with all those variables, it's it's a clear 10 in my eyes.
Gosh, he's starting to enter that idea of maybe he's the best in the air on tour.
Could be.
When you think of what he's produced backside under pressure, you're always looking at Toledo, Medina, of what they pulled off. But the strike rate, the technical ability, the style above the lip, he's at least in that conversation for sure, and will probably stay there for a long time.
In the conversation, no doubt. What makes him so special in the air is just the style, like you just mentioned. He does have a tuck knee somehow. He doesn't have the widest stance. Usually those guys have wider stance, so it's just beautiful how much he can put technique inside that air and just make it look clean.
Iago's mom standing up on a chair so she could see everything. How's it down on the beach, Strider?
Wave went down, the bolts landing was next level, and the feeling from the crowd was incredible. I mean, it's something about Brazil and the magic that it brings, and it brought a 10-point ride again this year in the final. It's something we've never, it's amazing to watch. Here we go, Ethan Ewing's out there, he's up.
Ewing's got to try to battle back with all the energy. Just got sucked away from him, throwing a little backside reverse. You could tell he's out of rhythm, but this man still channeling so much adrenaline. And he will fade out. You can just tell the energy is just with Iago now. A 10 and a 4.83. He didn't improve on his previous ride. Reminds me of the event that Toledo won at Bahanda Tijuca, where he threw down a big full road, crazy air in the flats against Bede, and Bede was just struggling to find energy in that final. What'd you see here, Mitch?
Well, a rhythmless wave here for Iago Dora. He won't be improving on his low score of 4.83, but you're absolutely spot on, Joe. It just seems like momentum has shifted one way, and for Ethan Ewing to get back into the seat, he's going to need 2 gems of waves, and for Iago Dora to not improve on his low score. He's just found momentum. He's found himself out there in the water too, and having gained that kind of rhythm throughout the entirety of the event, beating Medina in the opening round with that Hail Mary air, the 8.83, that slowly kind of built him in to what he's been able to capitalize in during a big final, his first one ever, and he's going to be doing it at home.
Special moment for these two athletes featuring in their first final here in Brazil. Ewing, though, had never made the quarters before this event, all the way to a major final. J-Bay champ from last year, Bell's champ this season, current world number 4. Now with probably one of his most unique challenges in a major CT final. surfing against the crowd, surfing against an aggressive combo. We don't see 10s very often anymore, Jesse. To hear that, that must be tough to push through.
There's something special in Brazil finals because there tend to be a lot of 10s here. You have Filipe having a field of them during finals, and then now you have Iago. So maybe it's the crowd energy that give those guys extra push to just make the impossible.
It's so true. Filipe talks about the energy that they give him where it actually makes him feel comfortable. He knows he has their support. They've got his back. And Iago's feeling that same thing. The 10 for Filipe last year came on a backside punt as well. That was massive and got the perfect score. And I mentioned the full route that he did down at Barra da Tijuca over B. Durbridge for a 10. All those in finals. Talk about peaking at the right time, Mitch.
Yeah, great stuff here from Iago Dora. And if you're Ethan Ewing, say you end up with the runner-up finish right here, Joe, he's achieved his goal. He made the final day. He made the quarters or better. He's in the final right now. You're going into a stop at Jeffreys Bay where you won last year. Tahiti's good for you as well. Your goal is to make it to the World Championship Day. Once that happens, it's anybody's game. But right now for Iago Dora, as you mentioned, moving from number 12 to number 5, that's a huge jump. And now you put yourself in contention to potentially become world champion at the end of the season when nobody was really counting you to be even in contention for that.
And what a change at this point of the year. I mean, you talk about how hard it is to move once you're in that final 5. Adora coming from deep outside the top 10 and a big lead at the moment, has a great shot to be number 5 heading into J-Bay. I love Tahiti as well for Dora. As the Dora camp relaxes for a moment, but man, they've provided some energy under the scaffolding there. Sisters there, mom, dad, all keeping it real cruisy. He's been spending a lot of time with a filmer named Loic Wirth as well, who I think has a lot of similarities personality-wise to Dora. As we see that white water land on Dora's head, he holds position and the lead with priority. 6:50 to go. There's something special when a CT surfer can break the mold of all the event winners that we typically see on tour. Ethan with a couple of wins, but for Dora, he's getting very close to his first championship tour victory. And they say once you learn how to win, it's a little bit easier to repeat that process. And we've seen that really come true with Ethan from last year.
Surfing is such a result-based sport. You lose a lot more than you're going to win, Joe. And you look at people's heat win percentages at certain locations, it's always been very favorable for Iago Dora. In the 70th percentile here in Rio, and you look at the performance that he's having right now, there's been very few people in the history of professional surfing that have been able to win on home soil. Imagine doing it in your first final ever in front of a packed out crowd at home, being the last Brazilian in the draw. Huge moment right now for this young man.
Check out 2 big numbers for Dora on the top scores of the event. His 8.83 in the opening round we discussed against Medina to get the win as a buzzer beater. And he's just been lights out ever since. 10-point ride just moments ago. Big full rotation punt. That couldn't have been more sweet. Landed at bolts, perfect landing. And has this gigantic lead over Ewing. I mean, we talk about Iago being a mellow cat and kind of like a real cruisy demeanor, but let's get the real insight, Jesse. I mean, he's obviously a true warrior and a competitor as we relive this 10 again.
Yeah, for you to be here, you need to have that inside of you. And check this out. This is just heart. Like, it's 100% heart. You land that. He fell off the sky, probably 6 foot tall, and straight into the bottom, no transition whatsoever, which makes the impact so much harder. But he is a very mellow guy, and he's a very fun guy to hang. He's the type of guy that you want to have on your side. Like, he's not ever stressed. He's always in a good mood, and right here, he's just expressing himself.
He's in a really good mood now. 10 points with a chance to win a big CT final. He's been enjoying just the clips, watching with his father after the free surf session that fired. And sometimes it's hard to keep that energy from over a week ago through 7 lay days where there was really no canvas to really work on. Just stayed calm, would surf little 1-foot waves, kept his energy high, and prepared for a massive day yesterday and into today. And had one of the classic heat draws with John Florence along the way, Mitchell.
Well, look, I got to give big props to Ethan Ewing. The last 7 waves that he's caught have all been throwaways. He's been trying, he's been scavenging, he's been scourging the lineup out there, just trying to find opportunities to break this combination that he's in right now. But you look at the few opportunities that he's had in this heat, there haven't been many good ones. But Joe, once again, he's achieved this goal this event. He's got to be very proud of his performance. But I really like this go for it attitude. He's still looking to break the combination and looking for the 2 scores for the lead. Unfortunately for him, only has 4 minutes to do so.
These guys going through some big names today and yesterday. Ewing checks out a right. Deep bottom tail. How about a throw tail reverse? Just showing us what he's got. Only a 1 maneuver section, and it was a small one as well. So he's still going to be hunting down something better at 3:20 to go. I love how he releases those moves, though. Moves that you don't see every single heat. One more look here, Jesse.
Yeah, critical section right here, just moving his feet forward so he can have more stability. So he can also disengage the fins and get out of the water so he can actually rotate. So very smart right there for him, very technical. And he's been throwing a lot of those lately. We saw a lot of those in El Salvador. So it's kind of cool to see the Rio known surfer kind of mixing it up.
Yeah, really loving that. Ewing had a big heat total in the opening round, 14.2. Even though Rio Waida was blowing up in that heat, he was able to skip to the round of 16, got past Seth Moniz, as you see the 6.0 for that single move. So even a smaller section, but really acknowledging the progressive act of a nose pick reverse. So Ewing's going to like the sound of that. Now chasing an 8.84. So putting him in striking distance of the potential lead change.
Yeah, no, he broke the combo, and that's a good score to get just off of 1 maneuver, too. And as you were mentioning, the nose pick reverse, that's just vintage Dusty Payne kind of surfing right there. And Ethan Ewing, he's so talented, he's so diverse. But as you mentioned, you don't see this every heat from him. The sporadicness of being able to watch and relive a maneuver like this when you normally see him just surf on rail, it's very refreshing. And it's really cool to see him be appreciated at a moment of high value right now, too. With 1:50 to go, though, I seriously doubt that Yago Dora is going to give him an opportunity to catch a wave that'll give him the 8.84.
I just feel like that was a really significant turning point. I mean, judges also reminding us again, they really are been rewarding progression at this event. You know, a lot of times you really break down the section, breaking down the size of the wave. That score was elevated by that technical type of move from Ewing. You know, I didn't see a 6 in that wave, and he definitely surfed that wave up.
Yeah, he made the most of it, actually above what he could have done. If you look at that wave when he took off, there was probably a 4-point ride opportunity there, and he made something above that. So it's very impressive for him. Same way as Yago, like it's kind of a closeout wave that had not much opportunity, and he got a 10. So those guys really pushing.
Love it from the Australian. Still had his head down. He didn't give up. He wasn't thinking, okay, here we go. This is a ride-off. I'll take the second and move on. He was actually trying to create a moment to stay in this heat. 55 seconds. Yago moving with him down the beach.
If I were Ethan Ewing right now, I'd be scrapping for anything I can get. 45 seconds on the clock, Joe. There might be a right coming towards him.
And Yago doesn't want it. Neither does Ewing. Kind of a dribbly little right running through. So we'll see if that was a smart decision. 30 seconds. Ewing probably has to go. Yago's going to let him have it. Trying to get out in front of the open face. Ewing going for a late hit under the lip. Somehow pulls that off. But he's chasing an 8.84. 17 seconds to go. It's going to come down to this wave for Ewing. Hoping for a reform to work with. Moving through that point with a little wrapping turn. Still committed, even though the chants are starting for Yago Dora. Foam climb finish on the beach as we've run out of time. Dora starting to celebrate in the lineup while we wait for scores. It was a giant number, an 8.84 that Ewing was chasing. Under the lip hook on the closeout section. Is there something to talk about there, Jesse?
I mean, great effort for him, mostly for fighting all the way through and not losing the spirit, but that wave is definitely not going to get in an excellent range.
What a moment for Yago Dora, celebrating his first championship tour victory. 14.83 combined total with a 10-point ride at home in Brazil.
That is awesome to watch. So happy for him, well deserved.
Special with his connection in Saquarema from the wild card days when we realized he wasn't just a free surfer anymore. That he was ready to take down the world, beat multiple world champs on that day. And what about this? Dora moving up to 5th in the world, getting 10,000 points for his first victory, Mitchell.
Yeah, huge moment for him, and couldn't be more prouder of him either. You know, it's a big moment, being able to capitalize on an opportunity on finals day, being the lone Brazilian in the semifinals moving forward, and coming up against one of the very elite surfers on the planet too. Big moment, big props to him. He was able to control his emotions and become one of the first Brazilians to win at home in a very difficult situation with a big crowd on the beach, Joe.
Dora's family can't contain themselves with so much joy. What a great song for Dora to listen to as he is getting the coolest ride on the Red Bull ski. This is a tradition here in Rio where you do a cool lap in front of all the fans, make a little S-turn, and sometimes they have to get creative of how they're going to let him into the beach. You know, waiting for an escort once he gets to the sand. How about this? Your champion of the 2023 Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, Iago Dora, tasting victory for the first time in his career. And what a way to do it with a 10-point ride.
Man, the moment when he embraces his father on the beach is going to be pretty tough to watch.
Oh, there's so much love there.
They've been together forever. They truly do love each other. There's a huge father-son relationship there, besides being, you know, his coach. But this is going to be an emotional moment to watch, Joe. It's going to be great.
And an exciting celebration to continue right here on the beach at Itaúna. Iago Dora, your champion. Caitlin Simmers taking it out as well. We'll continue the celebration and start the Corona Post Show right after this.
This is the Corona post show for the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. And what a finale that we had on our men's side with Iago Dora taking out his first championship tour win, an inspired victory, and a 10-point ride on the way for Dora. The celebrations happening here at Saquarema. What a warrior, Iago Dora. Putting it all together. His girlfriend. Hey, that is Kaipo. Along with Jesse Mendez, Mitchell Salazar. Corona Post Show, thank you for joining us. It was a long event here. We went to the very last day, but what a conclusion for this event, Jesse.
Yeah, that was amazing to watch. Both stands out all the way through the event, just picking the right ways, being calm, selective, and performing when they needed to.
Yeah, Mitchell, I want a couple of words from you to describe today, finals day.
Unbelievable, phenomenal, and I think most importantly, unexpected. You know, I didn't really think that Iago Dora was going to be able to pull it off. I was very glad that he was to be able to hold it under pressure. Kaipo, look at the image right here. It means a lot to this guy.
He's been battling, had to battle last year through an injury to return to the championship tour. Got that wild card, got back on tour, performing this year, and an inspirational performance. 2015 world champ Adriano de Souza with the congratulations there, Jesse.
Yeah, that's amazing. Just he actually spent a lot of time with Adriano when he first got on tour in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, because Adriano was working with Leandro Dora, which is his coach and dad. So it's just amazing to see that.
It really is a family affair right here. And hey, not just a fan favorite, but a tour favorite, Iago Dora. Let's take a look at our men's bracket and Iago's road to the final. First, Iago had to overcome a good friend in the way of Jadson Andre today in that quarterfinal, Mitchell.
Yeah, and then he had to beat a three-headed monster in the semi against John Florence, and eventually was able to take out Ethan Ewing in the big final. But what a great event. What a finals day, too, Kaipo. Look at the names that were here in the quarters onwards.
Jesse, you know, we struggled through the early part of this event, but finals day really showed some beautiful colors here at Itaúna.
Yeah, and it was predicted. We saw the forecast coming, and it was the best choice to hold on all the way to the last day because the sun came out, period came up, and the waves are just amazing. Great left at Itaúna Point.
Yeah, incredible waves, also incredible performances, and the crowds, I think we went off the charts on this one. Perhaps 60,000 people here on the beach. Iago Dora just relishing the moment. I don't know if it's really hit him 100%. Let's take a look at Iago and his road to the final. Started this morning against Jadson Andre, Mitch.
Yeah, a good friend of his and two goofy footers out there in the water. If you guys recall this, he had a real slow start to this. He was able to garner and gain some pace throughout it and just dropped the hammer on a couple of these waves, dropped some big scores, and was eventually able to move through to the semifinals with a big performance early on.
This was a hard obstacle in the semifinal. Iago Dora having to come up against John Florence, who's been a two-time champ in Brazil.
Yeah, and this for me was the heat of the event. I knew whoever was going to make this heat most likely was going to win the event. It's just so stacked. When you have someone like John with that much experience in winning events, it's that important, and it plays a lot of factor into it. So good work there for Iago.
Then up against Ethan Ewing, Mitchell, in the final. It was a grindy start to this final for both Iago and Ethan, but then Iago just broke free.
Yeah, 4.83 on this right, Kipes. A decent score, but then the creativity of Iago Dora exemplified right there. A 10-point ride, only the second one we've seen all season long, and he did it in the final.
Cool as a Yeti 110 Tundra with that landing, stomping it, bolts. Iago Dora and the crowd, Jesse, erupted. Decibel through the roof.
Impressive, and I can only imagine how much he's feeling right now, how much emotions, just letting everything out. We saw that clip of him, he was crying. To get tears out of him,
you're right.
It's very, very impressive.
As we take a look at the numbers, and what's going to glare out right now is that 10-point ride, second of the season. First for Iago Dora on his way to a victory here in Rio. We're going to check out Iago. I want to hear from this year's champ, an inspirational champ. Iago Dora is with Maida.
Yes, Kaipo, congratulations, Iago. Your very first victory here in your home country. So how are you feeling? How happy you are?
Man, it haven't even sunk in yet. It's amazing. This week was something special. Best week of my life, I'm going to say. Even on the flat days, I had so much fun, and every day was special here, even when the surf was not good. And I don't know, I just had a feeling something special was about to happen, and it did. So it took a long time, but that first win came at the right time, at the right place. So I'm beyond happy. Nowhere else better to win your first event, and I'm so excited.
And talking about that 10, are you ready to fill your Yeti cooler for tonight?
Oh, that's true. Perfect place to get your Yeti cooler, right?
Yeah, so quão feliz você está em frente a essa galera toda? Dá recado em português.
Cara, sem palavras, não consigo nem acreditar ainda em tudo que aconteceu. Essa semana foi muito especial, mesmo nos dias flats. Tinha uma vibe incrível rolando, eu me diverti muito todos os dias e hoje foi o melhor dia de todos para fechar essa semana incrível. E Saquarema, depois de Floripa, que é a minha casa, é o lugar que eu mais me sinto em casa e, pô, agradecer demais a essa galera. A praia tá completamente lotada. Lá de dentro d'água eu olhava para a areia e não conseguia acreditar que isso realmente ia acontecer e aconteceu. E agradecer a todos que me ajudam, minha família, meus amigos, patrocinadores, todo mundo que já me ajudou e torce por mim de alguma forma. Obrigado.
Congratulations, so let's celebrate. Back to you guys.
That's right. Let's celebrate. It's in the air right now. Like I said, topping 50,000 people here, wall to wall, up and down the beach. It's quite a happening. And you know, it wasn't just on the men's side that we had great stories. But on the women's side, a rookie stepped up and had to get past a couple of world champs on her way to a win.
Yeah, and a two-time champion at this event, too, against Tyler Wright. But you look at her way to the finals for Caitlin Simmers, had to beat Molly Picklim yesterday, and then Carissa Moore this morning, who had dropped an 8.83 yesterday afternoon. Katie just found a rhythm out there, and it just seemed like she was in sync with the ocean, Kipes.
Not just in sync with the ocean, but high-risk maneuvers on the outside, gecko feet, glue foot, just solid, being able to make it through. Let's take a look at Katie Simmers' road to the final for her second CT win in her rookie year. Tommy Whitaker had some words of wisdom before she met up against Molly Picklim here, Jesse.
Yeah, the whole event, she was just very smart surfing, identified big sections and matching with power, even though she's so small, but she still was able to just go for broke every time, and somehow she landed most of them today. It was impressive to watch.
Yeah, this was pumping yesterday afternoon, and Katie Simmers, Mitch, just solid as ever. Almost double overhead for the fight.
It was double overhead for Caitlin Simmers, and beating Carissa right there in the semifinals and then going up in the final against Tyler Wright. You were talking about high-risk maneuvers. There's one right there. Found an excellent score in the final and eventually just found a rhythm out there, Kaipo, and was able to decipher a lineup that has been very confusing for a lot of rookies over the years. But guess what? She was able to conquer this place in her first year on the championship tour.
Big future. Could it be a changing of the guard? Well, that's an open conversation because a 17-year-old coming out and winning 2 events already this season. Big, big moment for the Californian. Huge moment. Let's take a look at the numbers for Katie Simmers. 8.33, 6.33. One side of the ferry in that final right there for Caitlin Simmers and the victory.
Yeah, Tyler Wright needing a 9 at the end and close but no cigar. And Katie Simmers 2 for 2 so far in terms of the finals. Some excellent performances all event long, and it seems like she saved the best for last.
She sure did. And I just see open space in front of Katie Simmers and her brand of what I call freestyle surfing, Jesse.
Yeah, what do you expect from her now? Like, we haven't seen much of her, but we already seen 2 wins in her rookie year. That's so impressive, and she's looking good to make to the top 5, and it's going to be exciting to see the rest of the year.
Final 5, Katie Simmers at Trestles. It's not confirmed, but she is well on her way. This is the race to that Final 5. We only got 2 more events yet before we establish all of that, Mitchell. Katie Simmers, though, another thing about the rookie is that if you think about her career, she actually said no to her first qualification to the championship tour, you know, and because she was qualified at such a young age. She's still a teenager. What's the future for Katie Simmers?
Well, we were actually talking to her father, Jesse, earlier today, and he said that fighting for a world championship this year wasn't really in their mind. I think it has to be now. You go to Lower Trestles, 30-minute north of Oceanside, California. It has to be a deciding moment right now. 17 years of age, you do it now, you might not ever have the chance to do it ever again, Kaipo. So I think this is a deciding moment for Caitlin Simmers' career. 17 years of age, could potentially be the first 17-year-old world champion in the history of the championship tour.
You're not too young for a world title. If all the cards play out right, I mean, we're seeing it. We're seeing that we know the talent's there. It's all about putting it together in the heats like she did just right here.
Yep.
Well, now it's time for us to look at the Natra Kayak wave of the day. Pretty obvious choice for the wave of the day today, because you can't get any better than a 10-point ride on a scale of 1 to 10. Happened in the final. What a perfect time for the wave of the day to happen, Jesse, for Iago Dora.
And just the way he executed, no time whatsoever, just eyeing it down, took off, no pumps, straight into a huge rotation. Perfect style right there, hands into there, letting it go the rail, rotating the head around and landing 6 foot from the skies into the flats.
Just into the flats, and look at the beach erupt with cheers, Mitchell.
Incredible moment here for the young Brazilian surfer, and that fan's reaction says it all. She was nearly ready to faint, but what a huge performance by this guy in the final 2, getting a perfect 10. Very few people have done it so far in their career.
Natra Kayak made of choices that respect the ocean. Plastic parts made from more than 50% of recycled plastic from Brazil's beaches. So thank you, Natra Kayak, for putting together and helping us present the wave of the day. So much stuff still to talk about here at the Corona Post Show as we get ready for our awards presentation. Another thing that I wanted to talk about is your takeaway, Jesse, from what you saw, because in this event, on the men's side, we saw a lot of upsets with guys in in the top 5 of the rankings coming in here. So things are going to get shooken up as we go to the leaderboard.
Yeah, this just shows how unpredictable surfing is and how much variables there are. And we lost a lot of guys early, and then we weren't even talking about Iago on the top 5 finish. And now he's, if I'm not mistaken, he's sitting in number 5, and he's just in the game. And that's what going into Jeffreys Bay, that he got 3rd last year, it's a great advantage for him.
Yeah, that's one thing, 10,000 points, Mitchell. We'll change the rankings in a big way for someone like Iago Dora. Well, you guys, let's make it official right now. And for that, let's go down to Joe Turpel and Rachel Apollonio for our awards presentation.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. Oi, galera! So good to see you guys. What a special day in pro surfing history, and you all were such an amazing part of it. The fans here are the best in the entire world. We love your passion, we love your energy, and thank you to all of Saquarema for giving us this amazing wave for the world's best surfers that come here for stop number 8 on the World Surf League Championship Tour. Outstanding performances. Got to give it up for the wild cards. A legendary Brazilian named Silvana Lima in the mix. So great to see Silvana back in the CT jersey once again. And how about Samuel Pupo back as a wild card, showing up in a big way once again. Airs are back, progression's back on tour, and we saw some of the best airs of the season go down right here on Itaúna Beach. We really love this history that's a part of this event. This has been the biggest Vivo Rio Pro to date. How about that? With more human beings on the beach than any other year before. Big thanks to our regional sponsors, the City of Saquarema and Rio de Janeiro, our state government, and plus our local team for outstanding efforts this entire waiting period and beyond. Thank you to our WSL team, everyone around the world, and truly the best fans we've ever met right here in Brazil. Muito obrigado. Thank you so much.
Fala, galera! Muito bem-vindos à entrega de prêmios do Vivo Rio Pro apresentado por Corona. Essa aqui é a 8ª etapa do World Surf League, do Championship Tour de 2023. E assim, de volta ao Brasil, né, gente? Uma multidão com uma energia como nenhum outro lugar do mundo. Honestamente, vocês são os melhores fãs do mundo. Excelentes performances hoje, grandes aéreos, né? Notas altas, tivemos um 10, surfistas incríveis, e esse evento vai ficar para a história como o maior Vivo Rio Pro até hoje. Com ativações cheias todos os dias, gente, mesmo nos days offs. Vocês mandaram muito, a praia ficou lotada. Apresentação da Esquadrilha de Fumaça e recorde de número de público na praia. Agradecimentos especiais aos patrocinadores, Prefeitura de Saquarema, ao governo do estado do Rio de Janeiro e, além disso, a equipe local, pelos seus esforços, toda a equipe da WSL. E um agradecimento especial a vocês, que são os melhores fãs do mundo.
Valeu, Rachel. Special thanks to our sponsors, our title sponsor, Vivo. Thank you so much. Our presenting sponsor, Corona. Tour sponsors, Red Bull, Yeti, Apple Watch, True Surf, Surfline, Banco do Brasil, TikTok, the Rio de Janeiro state government, the city of Saquarema, Australian Gold, Oakberry, Natura Kayak, EY, Globo, and Sport TV. Thank you so much. Obrigado.
Agradecimento aos nossos patrocinadores, Vivo, Corona, Red Bull, Yeti, Apple Watch, True Surf, Surfline, Banco do Brasil, TikTok, Estado do Rio de Janeiro, Cidade de Saquarema, Australian Gold, Oakberry, Natura Kayak, EI, Globo e Sport TV. Obrigada.
Valeu. Thank yous continue. The Mayor of Saquarema, Manuel Perez, the City of Saquarema, Rio de Janeiro State Government, to help with the Women's Runner-Up Trophy. We'd like to really thank Rafael Picciani for the support. Thank you so much. To present our women's event trophy, our champion will be Manuela Perez, the Mayor of Saquarema. Our men's runner-up trophy will be by the man himself, Ivan Martinho. Obrigado. Also, our men's winner trophy coming from the world-famous Renato Hickel. Thank you for all you do. Perfect, we're on the same page. Let's keep going. Introductions are incredible. For Yvonne, just to go further, as the president of WSL Latin America, we love you at the helm. Thank you for everything you do for us here in Brazil. Muito obrigado. Also for Manuela Perez, for the mayor, you host us so well. We love coming here to Saquarema. And Otto Hickel, our directors of tours and competition. He's been around for a long time and seen a lot of great surfing. Thank you so much. Rafael Picciani, the Rio de Janeiro State Government official, Secretary of Sports and Leisure. Thank you for being here and giving us such a great show.
Então, para ajudar com a entrega dessa premiação, a gente vai convidar para o palco Ivan Martinho, presidente da WSL Latin America, Manuela Pérez, que é a prefeita de Saquarema, Renato Hickel, diretor do Tours and Competition, Rafael Picciani, secretário de Esporte e Lazer do Governo do Estado do Rio de Janeiro. Obrigada.
Okay, now the moment we've been waiting for, time to pass over some trophies to our finalists. I'd like to introduce your runner-up of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. She's a two-time world champ, current world number 2. Let's hear it for Tyler Wright.
Agora a gente vai receber a vice-campeã, Tyler Wright.
Being so consistent this season, we'll pass her the runner-up trophy. Tyler, parabéns, congratulations on another special run in Brazil. You've won this event 3 times in the past. Your consistency at this venue is clear. What do you love about competing in this country?
I love Brazil, I love the energy, and I love that it's just, you got to be adaptable and flexible.
Finding more consistency this year than you felt in a long time. That must feel amazing to have this kind of run, being in more finals than anyone else on tour, heading into Jeffreys Bay.
Yeah, it's been nice. The process has been great, and the team has been really, really good and refining what we're doing and as we go, and still learning in heats like that. So it's every heat we're not walking away going, oh yeah, we nailed that. We're walking away going, we've got so much to grow and to move and to keep going forward.
Love it. Enjoy the moment. Parabéns.
Thank you. Obrigado, everyone. Thank you.
A Tyler falou que ela ama o Brasil, ama a energia do Brasil, que aqui no Brasil tem que ser muito flexível e adaptável, né? Mas que ela está muito feliz, que esse ano tem sido um processo incrível, que ainda está aprendendo algumas coisas, mas agradeceu e está super feliz.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to introduce your runner-up in the men's final, representing Australia. Now your world number 3. Let's hear it for Ethan Ewing. Ethan Ewing's been on a roll. He featured in the championship day last season, and now on the podium for the first time in his career in this amazing country. When you walked out on the runway, Ethan, you dropped your game face. You couldn't help but crack the biggest smile I've seen you do all week long. What did that feel like?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. This crowd here is unlike any other event we get to surf in, and yeah, just it's been an amazing week. I have my dad here with me and been staying with a good crew, and just, yeah, really happy. I want to say a huge thank you to the fans for being so nice to me this week, and yeah, thank you.
Well done. Enjoy the moment, Ethan.
O Ethan também agradeceu a todos os fãs, que ele também foi muito apoiado aqui, falou que está feliz com o pai dele, com um grupo legal de amigos, e está agradecendo por essa torcida toda.
Exciting times for a young woman who's only 17 years of age, representing Oceanside, California. Let's hear it for your champion of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, Caitlin Simmers. Second win this season. Right this way. Trophy time. Oh, thank you so much. I'm just going to squeeze in here. Caitlin, you've done this before. Your rookie season, 2 big wins. And this trophy probably feels a little bit more comfy, holding it up on the podium.
Yeah, the last one was way heavier, but this one's pretty nice too. I don't know. I'm really thankful to be here. And I don't really have any words. I gave all my words in the last interview, but I don't know. I don't want to say I don't know, but I really just don't. So, yeah. Thank you to my sponsors. Thank you to my coach. Thank you to my family. And I don't know. I just love surfing, and I'm really enjoying it. So, yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Something we do know is that you're a lot of people's favorite surfers now, especially the way you carry yourself. We know you just love riding waves. But what's it like to get to compete and, win sometimes against your heroes?
Yeah, it's crazy to surf against your favorite surfers. Like, I don't know. I've been watching Tyler since I was like 12, but I don't know. It's really great. I had something else to say, but I can't remember. So, yeah.
I'll give you time to think about it. You're number 5 in the world now, into the WSL Final 5. That's got to feel amazing heading into Jeffreys Bay.
Yeah, it feels good to have maybe a little more confidence than I did the last one. I don't know. I kind of needed it.
Did you remember what you wanted to say?
No. I don't know. I just have a lot of respect for everyone who does it, because I don't know, it takes a lot to just never be home and be away from your family and be away from your friends. And I don't know, it's not easy, but it's rewarding when it happens.
Enjoy every second of it. I know you are. Caitlin Simmers, you are the champion of this event. Lift that trophy up.
Woo!
Okay, now let's head over this way. Quickly, Rachel, do you want to say something to the local fans here?
Yeah. Ela disse que ela não sabe muito bem o que dizer agora, porque ela já gastou as palavras dela na última entrevista, mas que ela assiste a Tyler desde que ela tem 12 anos, então que é uma sensação muito boa quando você vence seu ídolo, né? E que não é fácil ficar longe de casa, mas quando acontece a vitória, vale a pena. Então, palmas para a nossa campeã, Caitlin Simmers.
Great job, Parabéns. And that leaves one man left. I think you guys have a pretty good idea who it is. Let's make it really loud for a man that just won his first championship tour event of his career. Your champion of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Let's hear it for Iago Dora. special is this? Iago Dora, the champion of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Is this starting to sink in now, my friend?
Oh, this is unbelievable. I tried to picture this moment inside my mind for a really long time, and this day finally came and in front of my Brazilian fans. And I want to speak in Portuguese, can I? Obrigado, galera! Brasil! Cara, tô muito feliz. A energia de vocês só me faz crescer, só me faz ser melhor. Agradecer de coração a cada um de vocês que veio aqui, faça chuva, faça sol, e esperou todos esses dias para o evento rolar. E a recompensa está aqui, o título fica no Brasil, é nosso e é de todos vocês também. Pode ter certeza que vocês têm um pedacinho disso aqui. E agradecer minha família, uma parte dos meus melhores amigos estão aqui. Acho que não tinha dia melhor para isso acontecer e hoje foi esse dia. Chegou a nossa vez. Vamos!
Não só ganhou, como ganhou com 10 ainda, né? Palmas para o campeão Iago Dora.
Thank you so much. What a special time for Iago. As we set up this podium celebration, we'll get Caitlin and Iago to go on top. Ethan and Tyler on the runner-up stage of the podium. Here are your champions. Let's hear it loud. Iago Dora moving up to number 5 in the world. The same scenario for Caitlin Simmers. And congrats to the Australians for a big fight here on Finals Day.
O Iago agora foi para a 5ª posição no ranking. Parabéns para todos vocês.
We'll continue to enjoy the celebrations here on stage and continue to run through the Corona Post Show as we send it back to Kaipo.
Yeah, what a great celebration. I love the podiums there for the celebration as well. But more importantly, Mitchell, both Katie Simmers, Iago Dora now above that final 5 cut line after event number 8.
Yeah, memorable moment for both of their careers, but Iago Dora getting his first career CT win at home in Brazil. Moves up 7 spots, Kaipo. That's drastically a big change for Iago Dora. He's now in the conversation to potentially clinch a spot on the WSL Final 5 in the next 2 events, whether in J-Bay or in Tahiti.
Yeah, I love the story there. Jesse, you got to feel a little bit of pride for Brazil right now, having a friend of yours take a win here.
I know, it's impressive. Iago kind of started late. We were already surfing, everyone, me, Ian, and he kind of would come to the trips with us, but not really surf so much. And then all of a sudden started developing backflip after 3 years, putting effort into surfing. And then right now everything paying off, and not just to him, but to his dad, Leandro Dora, to putting all the effort behind as well.
Yeah, that's impressive. And Leandro, you know, great job, dad and coach, to make this happen. I just saw it, just outpouring of love in the Dora camp leading up to this victory. We're going to switch gears right now and take a look at our Women's Championship Tour rankings after stop number 8 on the Championship Tour, because things have shifted a little bit on those rankings as we go live time. Carissa Moore, she will remain in the yellow leader's jersey, but look at this. Katie Simmers above that cut line at number 5, Mitchell.
And look at the difference between number 5 and number 6 in terms of the points. 38,660 for Katie Simmers, 31,625, nearly 7,000 points the difference between 5 and 6.
And remember, both Carissa Moore and Tyler Wright have clinched their spots already in that final 5. So on the women's side, we only have 3 available spaces for that Rip Curl WSL Finals coming up. What we do now is move on and move to our attention to stop number 9 on the Championship Tour. That's Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, and our defending champ, Tatiana Weston-Webb, Mitchell. The backhand in full display, and Tati's going to be a weapon at J-Bay.
Well, and she's needing a result too, and it can come at a better time if she's able to replicate the victory that she had last season at the long walls of Jeffreys Bay. You look into conditions last year, just really played to her strengths, Kipes. Big waves, big sections. She's been victorious in many different locations. Just as J-Bay, we shall see if she can be able to replicate these experiences in 2023.
What a dream wave, and we're hoping for swell there. at Jeffreys Bay, and really is going to show the surfers with a skill set that is able to adapt from different types of surfing. What's going to be on call there? Long right point break, and how you can put together that performance throughout the length of that entire ride. Dora's still on stage, celebrating victory in front of the home crowd. Talking about Iago Dora, we'll turn our attention onto the men's CT rankings post stop number 8 here at Brazil. Iago Dora, he's above the cut line there, and look at world champs John Florence and Gabriel Medina. Jesse, they got some work to do at J-Bay.
Definitely, and Iago wasn't even in the picture as we came into this place, but a event win is so many points that just made him jump all the way through there, and now we have some work. But coming up into J-Bay, we have Gabriel Medina, defending champ already in the past few years, and John Florence. Very good events, very good venues for them, so they're definitely going to put a run into the show.
Ethan Ewing, he moved up to number 3 on the rankings from number 4 with a runner-up finish here. And Ethan going to be rolling with some momentum into J-Bay, an event that he took a win at last year. He's our defending champ, Mitch.
Yeah, no, he looked incredible last season, and especially with the waves that we had on offer too. You see the long walls there, and his style that just suits these beautiful and incredible waves. Winning a Winky Popular this season with the drastic, and changing conditions that we saw throughout the course of the event. He's just looking great. On a roll right now, Kaipo. Semifinal finish, at the Surf Ranch, a spot that a lot of people didn't really expect him to do that well. Yeah. And he got a final finish here in Rio.
So this footage right here is from Winky Pop. That's his win over at Bell's, just to clarify what we're looking at right here. He's also the winner at J-Bay, flying by here. The big crowd sticking around for a beautiful afternoon here at Itaúna Point, at Saquarema. We're going to take a break right now, you guys, and we're going to come back with the top 5 of the event and much, much more. We'll be back with more of the Corona Post Show right after this. Welcome back to the Corona Post Show here at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. It's been a glorious finals day here in Saquarema. The crowds have come out, the support has come out, and it's time for everyone to enjoy this afternoon. It's a beautiful afternoon here. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kaipo, along with Jesse Mendez and Mitchell Salazar. We saw that promo coming into this piece about the Toledo Pro. Stop number 3 on the Challenger Series. Mitchell, your thoughts on that upcoming event?
Well, I'm really excited to see some new names. Really excited to see some people qualify that are potentially from my side of the world. Kata Madsen, Cole Houshman, who's coming off the last victory in the Challenger Series in Northern Caribbean. Really cool to see some people from over there. But how about the South Africans, too? Aiden Mason-Camp, Luke Slipen, a couple of local wildcards that could potentially win the event, Kaipo.
Jesse, you know about Toledo. You scored a perfect 10 there.
Yeah, and I'm actually very excited because that year was 2011, and I was just talking to the boys yesterday morning. They were getting drained. There's a lot of sand close to the rocks, which it makes it very interesting for there, and we have a kind of a good swell coming their way, so it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and I want you all to check into worldsurfleague.com, 7 a.m. local South African time. That's where we're going to make the call. We're going to have a dawn patrol there to set up the day. Day 1 of the Toledo Pro, presented by O'Neill, just around the corner now. So lots of stuff to look forward to. That's halfway through the Challenger Series, and we're looking at some names. Jacob Wilcox on the men's side, out in front. He's been one of those surfers, Mitchell, that, you know, it always felt like he should be on the championship tour. Is this going to be the year that he breaks through?
Ooh, it's $1 million question right there. And I think the only way he's making it on the CT, Kaipo, is by winning a Challenger Series event. Could start here in Toledo, especially if the waves are pumping, like Jesse said. We could be seeing that happen in a week.
Yeah. So Jacob Wilcox in leading that. India Robinson on the women's side leading that. The winner here from the men's division, Yago Dora, he did a lot of good stuff. He did a lot of good surfing. But he also joined us to plant some mangroves for WSL One Ocean. We had that activation prior to the event. Let's check out what we did with WSL One Ocean.
Today we're here in the Lagoon of Saquarema, right behind the contest. We're giving back a little bit of our love and our attention to Saquarema that is always giving so much to us.
We want to spread the word about surfing ecosystems.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative aimed at inspiring the surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean to preserve the future of surfing. Today, we are joining forces in Brazil with Surf Conservation Partnership, along with Instituto Aprender Ecologia and Conservation International Brazil, to protect this incredible wave and irreplaceable marine and coastal ecosystem here in Saquarema.
This lagoon goes all the way to the ocean, and it's really important to protect all the pollution and all the trash from going into the ocean.
We have to preserve not only the surf break, but also everything that surrounds it.
We're trying to remove litter from the oceans. We're trying to remove litter from the lake.
We are here in the lagoon. We're going to start to get some trash. I think we're going to plant some native plants too, protecting that place because it's so pretty.
We came to plant native plants. This is very good for the ecosystem.
What we really want to do is make sure that this information is passed on to the next generations, to the local kids.
It's important that we do our part and try to preserve the places we go to and take good care of it.
By protecting nature, we are ensuring water provision, food, and a stable climate. There's more than 30 million surfers globally, so we understand that they're really ambassadors for protecting ocean. It's about surfing, it's about nature, and it's about people.
As surfers and ocean lovers, we have the power to ignite waves of change for our one precious ocean.
Speak up for the ocean. Your action can inspire others.
Drop your sustainability story using the hashtag WSL One Ocean.
Remember to tag WSL and WSL One Ocean in your post. New look, same mission.
That's it.
WSL One Ocean! We love that. Everywhere we go, you know, we have our activations, and really our goal is to inspire everyone to do some stuff on their own, and also to leave every stop better than we found it. And so thanks to the whole crew over there at WSL One Ocean. Another factor, Jesse, that we have here, when we look at the World Tour is our Vissla CT Shaper rankings. And now it's getting competitive with all the surfboard manufacturers. Let's take a look at the standings of our Vissla CT Shaper rankings, because some guys in San Clemente are starting to run away with it. 184,000 points to Mayhem, Jesse.
That's very impressive. Almost 40,000 points on top of second place, and that just shows how much talent is on top of their board. So they're doing a great job this year.
Interesting to see. Mitchell, as we look at Sharp Eye, they actually have the most players in the game, but they're sitting at number 3.
They do, and DHD still in number 2nd, 148,030 points. But how about Mayhem? Back-to-back wins. I just want to say, he was way down in the rankings at the beginning of the year, and look at him now, he is way far out in front. Good job to Matt Bios and the whole crew there in San Clemente, Kaipo.
Yeah, and Matt, we expect you, if you do win this thing, we want to see you in yellow. I know you like wearing black, but we're going to figure out a yellow jersey for you, Matt Bios. Well, this is always my favorite time.
Top 5.
It's time for the top 5. Let's get into the top 5 of our entire event here at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Number 5, start off with an air show. Rio Waida took to the skies.
Yeah, and impressive, because he actually ended up going to the elimination round. He's still with that performance, with that big straighty. Super fun to watch in the first day of competition with the smaller conditions. Here as well, huge rotation, also going into the elimination round, even with that type of maneuver. So impressive right there.
8-point ride for Samuel Pupo on that air. Gabe Medina got focused and then took to the air.
Well, he had some amazing stuff on day 1. Kaipo also then ended up losing this heat to the eventual champion of the event, Iago Dora, who himself in that heat scored this 8.83 for an incredible backside rotation himself.
Yeah, that was so inverted, upside down, so hard to do backside to get that tail that high and be able to rotate all the way around. And we literally had an air show on the first day and finish it off right here with John Florence with a huge rotation under priority on top of Jordy Smith that ended up going left.
Did you say 9-point alley-oop? That's right, for John Florence. Italo Ferreira, always solid. Look at him stomp this one in the flats, Mitchell.
Well, and he had a couple of these in the same heat too, but he just came out like a man on a mission, eventually made it into the round of 16, but wasn't able to get past that, Kipes.
Number 4, a different kind of air show, Jesse. It was the Brazilian Air Force that put on a show one afternoon. This was absolutely incredible.
That was one of the best presentations I've ever watched in my life. Esquadrilha da Fumaça is very famous here in Brazil, but I was never able to watch it live, and that was impressive. I got back from Arraial do Cabo, which is a little bit up north from here, exactly at 4 p.m. and straight into the show. It was beautiful to watch. We had such a good time, and the beach was packed.
Absolutely packed. Some daredevil stunts there, Mitchell Salazar, that we were able to witness.
Can we put in a request to maybe be in a jet ourselves next year? I'm actually down to do that a little bit, Kipes.
And number 3 came in as an injury replacement wild card. But you know what? Jadson Andre, Jesse, took down world number 1, Griffin Colapinto.
He loves that type of pressure. He loves being the underdog. We've seen it before in many of situations with him on tour, on the WT and the QS, and right here, just very smart surfing for him, identifying critical sections and just put an exclamation.
Yeah, so that victory and the elimination of Griffin Colapinto put Filipe Toledo in the yellow leaders jersey. But Filipe is due to come up against Jadson Andre in the next round. So we'll see Filipe in yellow when we go to J-Bay. But Jadson had some ideas against his good friend here in this heat, Mitchell.
Back-to-back heats where he took out the eventual number 1 in the world and Filipe Toledo, as you were mentioning, and it was a come-from-behind win too. He was trailing most of the heat, and this wave right here was actually the wave that that allowed him to move up into first place, take the lead. Filipe went for the big rotation, came in complete, and eventually lost the heat, Kipes.
Yeah, and also to report that Filipe will be okay, and we're expecting him in J-Bay. Number 2, the winner for the women's, Jesse, Katie Simmers.
Stand out. Look how big that wave is. That was yesterday afternoon. Just identifying critical sections and big sections, mostly for herself. She's so young and so small, and just putting the world champs to do work, and it wasn't enough, actually. She took them down.
Taking down Carissa Moore, the semifinals, taking down Tyler Wright in the finals, Mitchell.
Yeah, back-to-back finals for Tyler Wright, El Salvador and Punta Roca, and here at Playa de Itaúna. But for Caitlin Simmers, 2 victories for 2 finals. Just another day at Northside Jetty in Oceanside Kaipo. Big victory for her here in Brazil. Her first time competing here in South America as well.
But look at that. Talk about commitment. Katie Simmers attacking the lip.
17 years of age. Could we be seeing our first 17-year-old world champion, Kaipo? That could be happening in September at Lowers.
Number 1. Rolling into number 1. After all that, Yago Dora, number 1. It was an inspirational performance, a magical performance. Home country for Yago Dora, taking his first CT win. The goofy foot really shone here at Itaúna, Jesse.
Yeah, perfect surfing for him. Look at his layback, how much release and how much board control he has. And actually it was my pick to beat Filipe after 3 events back-to-back win here. And it was just so amazing to watch him flow through every round of this event. It was beautiful to watch.
What a way to come out a winner, Chad, Mitchell, in this final, Mitchell, not only did Yago win the final, he scored a 10-point ride.
Yes, he did. Opened up with a 4.83 right here on the back end, and some supernatural stuff from the surfer from the southern part of Brazil. This sender that you're mentioning right here, only the second one we've seen all season long. A great rotation, a beautiful landing, and took the lead. Never looked back after that, Kipes.
And I don't get tired of watching that. It's impressive how beautiful and perfect that was executed.
Yeah, I can watch that a dozen times. And a day to remember for Yago Dora, a well-deserved victory here at stop number 8 on the championship tour. Feels better at home, I'm sure. And we're continuing on. You know what? We got so much to talk about. We got so much still on the calendar, you guys. We got Bolito, that's coming up July 2nd, so tune in to worldsurfleague.com July 2nd for that, the Dawn Patrol. That's the stop number 3 on the Challenger Series. July 13th, stop number 9 on the Championship Tour, the J-Bay Corona Open. That's when that waiting period starts. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Mitchell. It's been a great run in Brazil. Thank all of you for watching, and enjoy the end of the event highlights. Check into worldsurfleague.com for all of our updates.
Here in Brazil to kick us off in the opening round of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Starting off with the opening round for the women. Backhand snap from Gabriel Medina.
Tyler Wright.
You see the combo right there, strong snap to the floater with a larger set wave too. That's a score very well, Kaipo.
Caroline Marks, big slash there, eases through another carve. No problem for Caroline Marks, looking smooth, gets the finish.
The men have hit the lineup. Opportunity for White, tail high reverse, and he pulls that one off. Ewing setting up that big blast, solid start. Second move, big vert from the Australian. Throws it up for a 3rd time, can he finish? Climbing snap to shut it down. Setting up a backside hack is Joao Chianca, getting a dominant victory on his home court.
Let's see what Filipe Toledo has in store for us. Stabs it up in the lip, chops it down, carves through that second section, looking in control, needs a little bit more towards the end, a quick snap to make it down the line, and a little caught up, but forces the finish. Sammy Pupo looking down the line, looking for a ramp, finds it, stomps that landing, big rotation. That's what happens in Brazil for Gabriel Medina.
Setting up the punts, gets there early for the big rotation above the lip. Dora, inverted, upside down, backside full rotation. Yago Dora putting on a show. Goes down a serious frontside carve.
Here we go, John. Throws it up and puts it down. Ferreira.
Wow.
He's got some energy.
But now these are the heavy heats, the important ones for the title race. Carissa on a roll, drills it, bit more vertical on the third and final effort. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson takes out the 8-time world champ, former event winner, and will be reseeded into the quarterfinals.
Bom dia and good morning. This is the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona.
Jaddy's got a left to run after here. Setting up a big finish. Comes in as a wild card replacement for Kelly Slater and eliminates world number 1. Snap getting back to the lip for a float. Hanging in there, and he will get the completion.
Sammy Pupo on into the round of 16. Medina eliminated from competition. Mamiya throws it tail high, inverted. The upsets continue.
Priority interference on Jack Robinson now.
We're into the round of 16 for the men. Samuel on the left. A couple of ribs in the face to deal with. Oh, and here he is with that layback slide. One of the patented maneuvers from hard count.
Ethan able to square up nice and vertical. How about the timing off the lip? And the big man crushed it. Fioravanti needs a 5.44 tail high reverse. He nails it.
Filipe Toledo goes down and upset Jadson Andre into the quarterfinals.
Going to be setting up for a great finals day.
Iago Dora, big hack there, beautiful. Back up, well-timed finish.
Nice snap to start, perfect transition to shut it down. John into the quarterfinals. Barron finding a tail-high whip.
As we enter into the women's quarterfinals. Right, slashes on the top of the release. One more time. Exciting start to this ride. Carefully executes that final turn. Here goes Caroline. Nice carve. Winds up off the bottom. Needs to attack this. Does so with the backwash. Manages that turn. One more snap for Caroline.
Big opportunity. Carissa drills it off the lip. Hard off the bottom and lays into a hammer of a turn. A big section for Caitlin Simmers. Talk about a sizable wall. Good morning, everybody. Happy finals day. We're starting off with the men's quarterfinals. Arkau sets up his first hook. Absolutely drills it. How about that lean back hammer to shut it down? Ewing's got the corner bowl, setting up a second move already. A lot of water moving off that DHD, and he'll kind of lay back and recover.
Iago winds up off the bottom, carves off the top. One more wind off the bottom, layback hack off the top, some variety. Looking down the line, gets the tail loose on that finishing maneuver. Barron finding the barrel, and the crowd enjoys that. 8.93, just dropping for John Florence, and he has turned the heat. You want a show? We brought you a show, Sakurema.
Welcome to the semifinals. Two-time world champ digs in. Backhand carve. Tyler Wright into another CT final. Big wall there for Caitlin Simmers. Driving off the bottom, nice wrap off the top. She has room. Massive moment for young Caitlin Simmers.
We have our first finalist for the men. It's going to be Ethan Ewing. Here's Dora under priority. Layback with a little slide there for Iago. Easy cutback. And the beach erupts because Iago Dora is on to the final. Look at the scene.
It's time for the final. Check out this beach. She goes off the lip into a float. Caitlin Simmers, champion of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Iago, the goofy foot, setting this one up. Gago Torres, your champion of the 2023 Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.